Chapter 32, White Yarn. EXE has stopped running. I could say that as soon as I arrived at the police station, I realized that number 29 indeed came with his own flair. Even though we called the police in the middle of the night, the two young guys at the front desk turned pale as soon as they saw us all show up and asked, "Is something wrong?" The tension on the young police officer's face was evident. I wondered if they might have rehearsed in their minds how to deal with my body already, and asked subconsciously, "Did you really not expect me to survive until now?" The young police officer was taken aback but ended up amusing me, "Mr. Bye, don't imagine things, there's really nothing going on." The higher-ups are very concerned about the incident. On the 29th, the Bureau leadership said they would send someone to keep an eye on you to ensure that nothing happens to you. I didn't expect that by the time I found out, no. 29 had already attracted the attention of the police. To be honest, I doubt that even a strong flashlight would illuminate any houses along the entire U River. One end of the road leads to the police station, while the other ends at the crematorium. The grand setup really left me speechless. I couldn't help but ask, why hasn't anyone come to talk to me about this situation yet? Are you waiting for me to report it myself? Upon hearing this, the young police officer also seemed somewhat helpless. We do have our own procedures for conducting investigations. After all, if we were to conduct daily investigations without any incidents, wouldn't that also affect people's business and daily lives? But don't worry, Mr. Bye, our captain has instructed us to take your report very seriously. So, regardless of why you're here, please tell us everything about the situation. After that, every member of Huangliangadong was individually invited into the interrogation room. The two on-duty police officers were exceptionally conscientious, asking almost from the moment the shop opened and continuing until late tonight. I alone had nearly 40 minutes of recorded statements, while Han Sha and Song Nanshi each had close to half an hour. It was almost dawn by the time it was He Jian's turn. Wang Jian's face had already turned pale from exhaustion, and the two duty police officers did not insist further. After taking the video footage from Song Nan's camera from me, they told us to go back and rest first. They said they would report what happened tonight right away and send the footage to the technical department for analysis. Once a case is officially filed, someone from the District Bureau will contact me soon. At 5 in the morning, I sent a message to the customer group announcing that we would be closing for one day. By the time I returned to our spot on the 29th, I was so exhausted that I could barely lift my little finger. Within less than 3 seconds of collapsing onto the floor mat, I fell fast asleep. To be honest, with my sleep quality, if no one were to wake me up, I could easily snooze until the next day. However, I was awakened by an incessant phone vibration after sleeping for less than 5 hours. "Get up." He Jian was no longer on the bed. I answered my phone with a huge groggy attitude. Before I could even let out any frustration, Yan Ping's anxious voice came through, "Mr. Bye, the police called me. They said they are reinvestigating what happened on the 29th. They mentioned that you were almost in trouble last night. Are you okay now?" Waking up, my neck was still throbbing painfully. Upon looking in the mirror, I saw that the purple marks from where it had been choked last night were even more noticeable. Sighing, I said to myself, I'm not going to die. But last night, I almost got strangled while trying to grab a piece of chocolate, and the police seem to think there's something fishy about the previous cases. They say they've received instructions from higher up to reinvestigate all of them. If Mr. Bai is available and convenient right now, could you please open the door for us? I am here with 2 police officers at the entrance of Building 29. They mentioned that to avoid the loss of evidence, they need to conduct on-site evidence collection as soon as possible. Okay, I'll be right there. I never expected the police to be so efficient. I had planned to put up a bit of a fight, but he was in the shower. Reluctantly, I quickly changed my clothes and went downstairs to greet them. Along with Yan Ping were 2 plainclothes police officers, both looking rather young. They introduced themselves to me briskly. The man was named Chen Yuan and the woman Wang Wei, both from the Mountain City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Unit. In the short span of a single night, the officers investigating the situation had transformed into members of the Criminal Investigation Unit. My heart skipped a beat as I cautiously asked, "Does this have an official determination yet? Problem 29 is very, very serious." Yan Ping came up to me with gratitude, holding on to my arm. "Thanks to Boss Bai, due to the video evidence you provided, my sister's case is finally going to be reinvestigated. They said they will take the evidence here and then go back to record a new statement." I thought it all came down to the fact that I should be grateful for the other people in this house, as Hansha mentioned. The biggest advantage I have over previous tenants is the sheer number of us. If there had been just me in this house last night, I might not have had the chance to call the police so quickly. I asked the 2 detectives, "Should we start the search now? I have 3 employees here who didn't get much sleep last night. If you wake them up, it will also make it easier for you to inspect the house." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan and Wang Wei smiled and said, "Then you can go ahead. We need to wait for our deputy team leader to arrive before we can start the process." I was surprised, second in command. Really going big on this? Wang Wei said seriously, "Of course, given the threats to your personal safety and the historical significance of this house, the Bureau is very concerned about the issue with Apartment 29. Our deputy squad leader was supposed to be on leave, but he proactively offered to come over himself. You'll understand why after you meet him. Make someone who works in a corporate environment give up their vacation to come over." I was profoundly amazed. I never expected the other party to take it this seriously. For me, who has been enduring for over a month in Cell 29, this is like finding water after a long drought. I couldn't help asking a few more questions. "How old is your deputy team leader? Is he married? Does he have any kids? He gave up his vacation to come over, and I don't want to treat him too poorly. At the very least, I can give him some cakes for his children." Upon hearing this, both Chen Yuan and Wang Wei were momentarily stunned. They then burst into laughter simultaneously. Chen Yuan said, "Boss, you don't need to worry about it. Our deputy just turned 30 and has been divorced without any children. We originally planned for him to take some time off after his divorce to unwind, but he is too focused on work and can't let go of this case. So naturally, he insisted on coming to check in. Mr. Bai, you don't need to bother either. This is part of our job, and I believe the deputy won't mind. However, Bai Liu instructed me beforehand to ensure that the police officer in charge of the case treated him well. After all, if we plan to do business again in the Future, it's essential to properly address the issues. From the incident on day 29. I wasn't willing to give up and said, what about him? Anyway, I'm not working today, so if the cake won't sell, it's better you take it back to the team and share it among yourselves. It'll be my way of thanking you for giving number 29 a second chance. This? Chen Yuan was still hesitating, but Wang Wei smiled and said, you can talk to our deputy captain directly once he arrives. Since we are waiting anyway, why don't you first gather all the employees from the store? We might need to systematically search this entire room afterward. Thinking about how that thing vanished mysteriously last night, I now wish I could flip the 29th floor upside down and shake it. I rushed upstairs to wake up Xiao He, Han Sha, and Song Nanshi. As soon as the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, I knocked on the door and said, Xiao He, the police are coming to search the house. Get ready and come downstairs quickly. Got it, boss. He Jian was still young, so after sleeping for just 4 hours and taking a shower, the exhaustion in his voice seemed to vanish. I thought that he must have been pretty scared by what happened last night, so I didn't rush him and just said, clean up the bathroom properly. People will definitely focus on this area soon, so don't make it all wet. After finally seeing some glimmer of hope regarding issue no. 29, I was a mix of anxiety and excitement as I went downstairs to wait. I didn't forget to cut a cake for the 2 officers and curiously asked, so, did the precinct notice something amiss with no. 29 long ago? Equality before desserts, even police officers indulging in cakes look no different from young white-collar workers queuing at a milk tea shop, both equally delighted. Wang Wei took a small bite of the cheesecake and said, there hasn't been a fatal incident in any building within the jurisdiction for 4 consecutive times before. The deputy squad leader was transferred from another group, where he dealt with many major cases, so he has rich work experience and a keen nose. He sniffed out that something fishy might be going on here much earlier. Chen Yuan relaxed considerably after consuming 3 peachwood swords. Our deputy leader is great in every other way, but he really works too hard. As soon as he was transferred here, he noticed this room and insisted on a thorough re-examination. However, at the time, it had already been categorized as an accident, and the original owner of the house thought it wouldn't sell well anyway. He feared that we would cause him to incur even greater losses with our investigation, so he refused to let us search thoroughly. That's why this matter has dragged on until now. The more I listened, the more puzzled I became. So, the police had long suspected that the accident involving number 29 was intentional. However, since number 29 changed its owner later on, the police should have been able to contact me much earlier. After all, unlike the previous homeowner, I am actually living here. I clearly prefer preserving my life over preserving the value of my belongings. After a moment's hesitation, I couldn't help asking, so why didn't you get in touch with me after you sold the house to me? I suffered for so long and was just waiting for the police to rescue me. At that moment, Han Sha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly interjected in a casual tone. Don't speak recklessly. How do you know they haven't contacted you? Before I could react, the anxious Yan Ping couldn't wait any longer. Is your second-in-command delayed by something? Should we call to check on them? I don't think so, though. Chen Yuan finished speaking, and Yan Ping seemed to notice his unease. He said helplessly, "That makes sense. He is your deputy captain, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to push him. How about I do the talking? Can you give me your phone number so I can contact him?" Chen Yuan and Wang Wei exchanged a glance as if they had reached some unspoken agreement. Wang Wei sighed helplessly and said, "Our deputy team leader usually has his own plans for everything. We have no idea what he's been up to lately, so we won't urge him anymore. Mr. Young, could you take the initiative to contact him?" Wang Wei then gave a phone number. For some reason, as Yan Ping was typing it, I found myself oddly familiar with the sequence of numbers. "I'll go ahead and do it then." Yan Ping was consumed by his sister's case and, without hesitation, he made the call. In that instant, the entire first floor fell deathly silent. Wang Wei and Chen Yuan paused mid-bite from their cakes, their expressions looking somewhat peculiar, though it seemed tense, they didn't quite appear to be. Note, the translation has been slightly adjusted for natural flow in English while maintaining the original meaning. Due to his frequent business travels, Yan Ping had his phone volume set particularly high. Even from 2 meters away, I could hear the constant beep coming from the earpiece. No one answered. I guessed that the other party was probably still driving. Just as I was about to persuade Yan Ping to wait before calling, a door opening sound came from upstairs, followed by a loud ring of the phone. I didn't answer. I'll call back and asked, "By the way, what's your deputy team leader's surname?" Yan Ping hung up the phone as she spoke, and almost immediately, the telephone upstairs stopped ringing. However, it resumed a second later. This time, someone answered. "Please wait a moment, I'll be right there." Yan Ping's phone call was answered by a young man's voice. This was no longer just familiar, it was incredibly recognizable. My eyes instantly widened to the size of copper bells as I shot my head up to look. The voice line that matched perfectly with what I had heard on the phone came from right 5 meters away from me. He Jian combed his damp hair back, switched into a black short-sleeved sweater and jeans, and stood on the stairs holding a phone. "I have just taken a shower." He Jian smiled at me, a mature smile that left me completely numb in an instant. By en-AU has stopped running. He Jian took 2 more steps forward, his expression still one I had never seen before. He hung up the call and pulled out a police badge from his pocket, handing it to me. It read Yujiang City Shancheng Branch Criminal Investigation Brigade. I stared at him blankly as He Jian reached out his hand to me. "Mr. Bai, may I introduce myself again? I am He Jianxiu, Deputy Captain of Team 1 of the Mountain City Criminal Investigation Brigade. From now on, it will be my responsibility to handle Case No. 29. Author's note. Unclear vision. Author. June 27, 2022. With just 1 day left until the final decision, I'm adding an extra chapter to ask for your support. Starting from March 29th, I'll be updating daily. If everything goes as planned, there will also be a little drawing to reward everyone who writes a long review. I'll remind everyone of this in the updates when the time comes. Chapter 33, Playing a House in a Haunted House. 4. 3 full minutes, I stared at Jian's face, wondering if I was dreaming. Finally, He Jian walked up to me and waved his hand in front of my face with a smile, saying, "Boss, are you okay? Or should I still call you boss and you can just continue calling me He Jian for now? I know it might be quite difficult to switch the way I address you right away. Could the issue be right here? I took a moment to compose myself before pulling out my phone and calling my sister on the spot. As soon as she answered, I blurted out, "Sis, didn't you say you had checked the people at my store and found no issues?" The moment I sensed something off in my tone, Liu almost immediately understood and asked with a gossipy air that seemed to enjoy stirring up trouble. "So you finally figured it out, huh?" As soon as she started holding in a laugh, I nearly choked on my drink. "You son of a bitch. You knew there was a deputy captain of the criminal investigation unit sleeping in my room and didn't tell me. Am I not still your brother?" Upon hearing this, Jian standing in front of me flashed a business smile. Meanwhile, Liu even felt wronged on the phone. "It's because your brother is staying in that haunted house and has police protection, which makes me feel at ease. Besides, didn't I say he was fine? What's the big deal? He is a policeman after all." In the end, Liu couldn't help bursting into uncontrollable laughter. I finally reached my limit and hung up. Just then, I suddenly remembered what Hansha had told me earlier. "How do you know that no one has contacted you?" "Fuck, you know too." I suddenly turned my head to glare at Hansha, only for him to burst into laughter on the spot. He innocently said, "I told you before, if Xiaohe is afraid of that, he'd be more than willing to watch you take a bath as your guardian." "Boss, you even said that would count as sexual harassment for Officer Xiaohe. But in the end, what good does it do me knowing this? He's a police officer after all." Instantly, Chen Yuan and Wang Wei beside him also turned their heads to chuckle. At that moment, I finally understood why the two of them had shown such odd and hesitant expressions just now. How was that sentence again? "They are professional and will never laugh unless." This translation maintains the original meaning while ensuring it flows naturally in English. The ellipsis at the end can be expanded upon to fit the context of your sentence or paragraph if needed. Turns out Xiaohe is a police officer. No wonder he has such a good physique. At that moment, I heard Song Nan's stunned voice. Looking over, I saw that the girl's eyes were wide open in shock. It finally brought me some relief. Fortunately, there was another victim like me in this room. I was leaning against the staircase, trying to process the fact that the new intern living with me was actually a divorced detective lieutenant, when the person in question stood right next to me and started to play the sympathy card. "Boss, can't you forgive me? Just this once, considering I am a police officer." I glared at him viciously, only to find that Jian's face was truly versatile and adaptable. The sharp expression vanished in an instant, replaced by the innocent look of a pure-hearted college student. He's a police officer, he has to keep his cool, Yan. He's a police officer, for Christ's sake. I gritted my teeth and said, "Can you stop talking to me for a moment? I'm afraid that if you speak again, I might attack the police." Upon hearing this, Jian was not upset at all. Instead, he patted my shoulder and said, "All right. Don't hold it in anymore. If I were to interrogate suspects on a regular basis, and they could show their true feelings as clearly as you do, that would be perfect. Just vent your anger, after all, you can't beat me anyway. I thought this was your own doing, so don't blame me for making things difficult in front of your subordinates." I just blurted out, F*******. Before I could finish speaking, I looked at Jian's face, which appeared unnaturally youthful. Suddenly, I recalled what he had told me about his family situation earlier. The words on the tip of my tongue were swallowed back. Down as I demanded harshly, so you've never told me a single truth. You lied to me about your family, didn't you? He Jen shook his head. I didn't lie to you about what happened at home. The car accident was real, and my father is also a police officer who's severely injured and resting at home. But as for the injuries on me, most of them are from work-related incidents over these years. If there's anything else you want to know, ask now. It'll let me make things right with you. Fine, I snorted. You gave me a fake ID. He Jen shrugged his shoulders. It's for the mission. I've been on this kind of assignment before, but my previous boss didn't engage in any legal business. So there was no issue with the 5 insurances and 1 fund. I didn't think you'd bring that up either, so it's good that you didn't demand we get them right away. Or is it just because of your... This translation aims to maintain the natural flow and the somewhat casual tone of the original Chinese sentence. The use of "or is it just because" keeps the questioning aspect, while your leaves a hint for the listener or reader to infer what might be meant by your. Of course, it's because of my youthful looks. While they may not be much of an asset in general, I do find that people are often more receptive to younger faces. At 31, the boss might have preferred a fresher candidate when I applied, so when Old Hand suggested I was a virgin, I went along with it. Fortunately, this kind of role is something I've played before. Then you were affected above the waist. Just as I mentioned this, he Jen couldn't help laughing bitterly. Originally, my infiltration was just to investigate this house without exposing my identity and making a big commotion. Who would have thought that you, boss, suddenly proposed sleeping in the same room with me? Even when I offered to sleep on the floor, you still insisted on having your own bed. As a result, if we need to conduct an investigation at night, it's bound to be discovered by you. I was taken aback for a moment before I snapped to attention, shocked and exclaiming, so you've been pretending to be sleepwalking just to avoid exposing your investigation of the house? He Jen smiled and said, since you've already discovered it anyway, we might as well go all in. I think it would be better to face the situation head on and verify everyone else's identity in your house. After all, at the time, I didn't understand why Old Han had to come here to play around with spirits and superstitions. I investigated him, and I know that while he does have a foundation in cultivation, he is definitely not someone who believes in feudal superstitions. I still couldn't wrap my head around it, so why did you insist on conducting a covert investigation? Why didn't you just tell me directly that there was something suspicious about this house? He Jen looked at me helplessly and said, there are many reasons for this. First, all the previous cases have been closed. It doesn't conform to regulations for me to restart an investigation without direct evidence. Second, everyone who encountered problems before the 29th were residents here. To truly understand what they went through, of course, the best approach is to become a resident myself and lure them out. So it seems that Jen's first exposure was due to an accidental discovery on my part, while the second... I frowned and said, you want to verify Old Han's identity, so your second time playing along was just to push him one more time. Correct. He Jen admitted candidly, Old Han has been urging you to sell the house. I could tell he was trying to scare you into selling so that he could get the house. After all, it's the only common thread among the previous residents. I wanted to figure out what Old Han really needs this house for, so I just went along with it. This translation maintains the tone and style of the original Chinese statement while ensuring it flows naturally in English. Man. I realized belatedly that if He Jian were a police officer, he would have already seen the autopsy report of the 29th tenant and thus would also know what the so-called red-robed ghost lady should look like. As a result, these two con artists from opposing camps were playing house here, with one daring to bluff and the other daring to act. In the end, they frightened me so much that I lived in constant fear every day. He Jian sighed and said, "At first, you insisted on sharing the same room with me to sleep, which was indeed troublesome for me. But later I realized that most of the strange occurrences in this house were targeted at you. In fact, it turned out that this arrangement allowed me to protect your safety more effectively. It's no wonder that the haunted events at number 29 were so severe. After I told Bai Liu, she wasn't too worried about it either. With such a big policeman sleeping in the house, I doubt that anything bad could happen to me. Though I was cheated, I can't really find anything wrong with it. Fuck." I clenched my fist viciously. People have given up their holidays to help me work on this case, and with such a pure and innocent face of a college student, it now scares me to look at. He Jian, I fear that I might accidentally fall in love. So, boss, does that mean we're reconciled now? Seeing that I didn't respond, He Jian's tone actually bordered on being obsequious. I glared at him unhappily. What else could we do if we don't reconcile? You're a police officer. You don't take leave even though you're supposed to, and insist on coming in for overtime. How could I stop you? He Jian. Originally, I was just joking around. But to my surprise, he actually smiled bitterly. Wait. Then it suddenly occurred to me about the lies I had fabricated with this guy before, about my family's special circumstances, being too busy to date, and safety being most important. The light bulb in my head finally turned on. I was shocked and said, "You're given leave immediately after a divorce to try and reconcile with your spouse. So why are you coming to me for an investigation? After this, I'll tell you everything, boss. We've chatted enough for now, we need to get down to the case." He Jian patted me, and his expression instantly changed. He walked down the stairs and called out, "Ming and Wang, remember what I said, every inch of the floor needs to be inspected. Both the first and second floors should be checked thoroughly. The temperature in room 29 often fluctuates, and I suspect there might be a passage leading to the outside world, as I mentioned earlier." Got it, boss. As Chen Yuan and Wang Wei moved apart, I was shocked. You mean there's a secret passage in room 29? So retro. He Jian strode into the kitchen, tapping here and there. With a faint tone, he said, "Speaking of something vintage, it often turns out to be worse than nothing if drug trafficking or drug production is involved. This method is quite common and effective. Those who have worked in drug enforcement are usually very familiar with it. But for criminal investigation, that's not necessarily the case. If the drugs are hidden well, they might require a very thorough search to find them. However, since none of the previous 4 tenants' deaths were classified as murders, the on-site investigation may not have been conducted with sufficient rigor. After reviewing the case files, I've always felt there might be some omissions. And what happened after that was completely outside my knowledge. The police began searching No. 29 inch by inch, not just the ground and walls, but even the cabinets as well. And just after I had fed them 2 rounds of cake, Jianshan's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Have the results come out yet? He hung up after listening for less than half a minute and turned to me, saying, "Boss, the urgent DNA test from last night is ready." DNA. I'm still getting used to him using this face to say some very search things. Jian smiled and said, "It was little Song who helped you collect the blood sample after the police station reported it to the district bureau. They expedited the testing process. What do you think the results showed?" I rolled my eyes. No need to play coy with me right now. I'm pretty sure it's not a ghost, after all. Our high-tech shouldn't have advanced that far yet. Jian clearly didn't treat me as an outsider and directly showed me the report sent to his phone. I frowned. So that was last night. It's a man. Jian said concisely, "A male with type A blood. Attacked you deliberately last night." His ability to appear and disappear at will suggests he used one of the secret passages in this house. I suspect that previous anomalies in the room were also related to him, including the noises on the second floor when it was empty, the bloodstains and hair in the bathroom, and the newspaper and what you saw under your bed. All of these are him. We just didn't have solid evidence to prove this until last night. What does he gain from that? I asked instinctively. If he wanted to kill me, he could have done so right from the start, and there would have been no need for all this pointless drilling around on the 29th. But if it was just a prank, what made him suddenly decide to take my life at the end? Jian thought for a moment and was about to speak, when suddenly Chen's excited voice came from the storeroom below the staircase. "The boss is found." I was taken aback. Finding a secret passage in the house and actually locating one are two different things. After all, I had checked every square meter during the home inspection. It's like buying a sandwich and someone suddenly tells you it's a cream puff with nothing inside. What the hell is going on here? Everyone surged towards the door of the storeroom, filling this small space with items left behind by previous tenants, including an abandoned fridge that I had piled into after moving in. Chen Yuanren crouched behind the freezer, lifted the old carpet that once covered the storeroom and tapped on the boards beneath. Although I couldn't detect any issues, Jian immediately frowned. "Carpet," Jian said, rising and lowering the carpet won't make any noise. Moving a board and placing it on the carpet can also muffle sounds. The most critical point is, even in such a vast area of grey, there wouldn't be obvious footprints. No wonder there was no sound at all when he disappeared. "Before open it." With a command from Jian, Chen Yuan moved aside the tightly fitted board. In an instant, a chill wind blew through as a nearly half-meter wide hole appeared silently on the floor of the storeroom. "Turns out is really a puff pastry." "Boss," Jian said to me, wide-eyed in shock, "are you ready to catch number 29's ghost?" Author's note. Blind spot. Author. June 29, 2022. Spicy. Thank you for your support. The Internet Celebrity Store is not long, so the full text is about a cup of milk tea. In addition, follow Weibo unknown blind dash. You can draw on top of Weibo, write long comments and get extras. Chapter 34, Hill City Ghosts. Despair. Before entering the main cave, Jian surprisingly gave Chen Yuan a temporary work permit and said, "I've spoken to the bureau. After all, this covert investigation has caused you a lot of trouble. The truth about your house on the 29th is equally important to you. Therefore, I specially allow you to witness firsthand. Who has been tampering with your place? I froze for a moment as I put on the shoe covers and gloves, but my mind was racing with another thought. So, if I start paying you, are you going to be collecting double, getting paid by the bureau and here? You're the one with a side gig, aren't you? He Jen made me laugh. How could I really accept payment? Although this is my first time doing an undercover operation with a formal salary, don't worry, boss. After you paid for the Buddhist beads earlier, I will definitely pay you back at the original price. As he spoke, he Jen applied some tape to the bottom of his shoes and was about to leap into the large hole. I immediately thought of how he was risking himself for number 29, so I pulled him back. No need to repay me. I've been using you a lot these past month anyway. It was meant as a prayer for your parents, so keep it. About that boss of yours, he doesn't wait for anyone when it comes to catching ghosts. He Jen patted me and, after testing the lighter, jumped directly into the cave. Then he held out his hand to me. You follow me, Wang. Wei stays at position 29 and Chen Yuan comes down to bring up the rear. Got it, boss. Just the thought of finally getting to see firsthand the supposed evil spirit that had been occupying room 29 sent my heart into a flutter. With He Jen's support, I managed to crawl down into the large cave using all fours. It didn't take long for me to realize that the underground passage had already been renovated to a significant extent. Adults could walk through it without having to crawl, simply by bending their heads. I swear. The beam of light almost left me speechless. I never expected the space below to be so vast, almost comparable to living directly on top of a temple mound. If this place could remain open in the future and be included in the area of building No. 29, I could easily set up a small kimchi factory underground. I was lost in thought when a gentle breeze of cold air caressed my face. In that instant, I realized where the intermittent coolness inside room 29 was coming from. Now it appears that the storeroom might also have an entrance leading up to the second floor. The culprit that has repeatedly woken me in the middle of the night is building No. 29 is not entirely sealed off. Besides the doors and windows we know about, there's a large hole beneath it for ventilation. I wanted to pull aside He Jian and tell him about my discovery, but the deputy captain before me now was completely unfamiliar. His sharp gaze signaled for silence and he pointed the flashlight downward. The dusty ground was dotted with numerous footprints left by people. My scalp prickled and instinctively I ducked behind him. Meanwhile, He Jian moved silently, leading us to the other end of the corridor without making a sound. At the end of the corridor, not far ahead, a hole covered with planks appeared. It seems that either the wind had blown them slightly askew or they were hastily placed. In any case, the planks now leaned at an angle, revealing a dark opening and allowing a cool breeze to blow from the other side. Don't move yet. Wu Jian signaled to us with his lips, and it wasn't until he reached for the back of his waist that I realized the severity of the situation. Clearly, Chen Yuan and Wang Wei weren't empty-handed. When they came before, they had brought some equipment for their deputy captain as well. We will scout ahead, and you wait here. He Jian gestured for me to stay put while he and Chen Yuan moved the board aside, one on each side. Then, like an agile leopard, He Jian's figure disappeared into the darkness behind the door, holding his gun. Since moving into room 29, I have been treated like someone who is elderly, weak, infirm, or disabled. I was growing increasingly anxious when suddenly Faint barks came from the other side of the door, giving me a startle. Dog barked. Could it be? Before I could even register what was happening, Jian said from the other side of the door, "It's good now," and immediately both he and Chen Yuan moved the board away in one swift motion. Before I knew it, I caught a glimpse of a table with grooves on its surface. That's the hotpot table. I sucked in a cold breath and shone the flashlight around. The air raid shelter was dimly lit with broken and dilapidated tables and chairs scattered about. The floor was littered with cigarette butts, and on the walls, remnants of a discarded hotpot menu still bore the restaurant sign. I had seen this sign many times before at the intersection by building No. 29. This is the Dongzi Hotpot restaurant right next to the Pillow Dream Mirage. Jian sheathed the gun at his waist and picked up a newspaper lying beneath him, which turned out to be from 3 months ago, the Yujiang Evening News. Jian said indifferently, "This is the rest of the newspaper found in the bathroom." At the time, I took that newspaper to the Bureau for investigation. Since it wasn't the front page, there were no fingerprints from the newsstand owner on it, so there was nowhere to start. I only just realized that he took over the newspaper. For this reason, I couldn't help giving him a sidelong glance and said, "So you really weren't being genuinely filial to me? Are you saying that helping to catch a ghost isn't showing enough respect? Besides, I'm actually older than you, boss. You can't try to take advantage of me." Jian smiled and, in order to find more clues, contacted his backup before teaming up with Chen Yuan to search around. To be on the safe side, I stayed right by his side, following him closely. Not long after, we found some food packaging bags hidden in a corner of the hotpot restaurant. 2 years ago. Jian glanced at the date and stuffed the plastic packaging into an evidence bag. I checked the stores around here before, and this Dongzi Hotpot had been closed for nearly 3 years. Previously, Guanyin used to have this air raid shelter preserved, but business recruitment was not going well. It remained vacant for many years before finally renting it out to this hotpot restaurant. The place went from renovation to closure in just 7 months. I thought for a moment and said, "Number 29 has been experiencing deaths for 8 years now. Considering the scale of this secret passage, it must have existed long before, though perhaps it wasn't as large when it first opened. From what we can tell, the Dongzi Hotpot must not have discovered this secret passage when it took over the property from Guanyin officials. Therefore, it was definitely sealed at that time and successfully deceived the hotpot restaurant into believing otherwise." Together, Jian and I went over the timeline, and we quickly realized that during the 7 months since the Cave Hutong Hotpot restaurant opened, number 29 was also unoccupied. In other words, there was no real need for the secret passage to be used during those 7 months. The question is, what kind of person could appear in the bomb shelter to construct a secret passage without being noticed, while also predicting the arrival of Hotpot Haven and sealing off the secret passage before they took over the property? In the end, even my meager deductive skills, akin to 0. One of Conan's, would easily lead me to a solution. In an instant, a chill ran down my spine. Total nonsense. My sentence was cut short when Chen Yuan, who was standing by the door, suddenly bellowed, "Who's there?" In an instant, I heard the crisp sound of a chain hitting the ground. At that moment, Jian had vanished from my sight. I watched in disbelief as he leaped over the table in front of me and sprinted out of the Dongzi Hotpot. store, followed closely by Chen Yuan. It was clear that someone had just tried to pick the lock on the iron gate, but fled after Chen Yuan noticed them. Struggling to keep up, I saw He Jian casually ignore the keys on the ground and kick open the door with a single foot, chasing after the suspect at top speed, with a pack of wild dogs surrounding him. Knowing that someone is a deputy captain of the criminal investigation unit is different from actually seeing them in that role. Now I finally understand where Jishin's ripped muscles come from. Seeing that the wild dogs outside hadn't caught up with He Jian and Chen Yuan, they turned around and were about to enter the store to bite me. My heart sank as I quickly locked the iron door and returned to room 29 through the secret passage. On the other side, Han Sha and their group had been waiting for us for quite some time already. Wang Wei pulled me up, looking puzzled and asking, "We're a deputy team leader and Chen Yuan." I took a deep breath and said helplessly, "They ran faster than any dogs I've ever seen. I think it's better for me not to underestimate my own abilities. Anyway, this secret passage leads to the hot pot restaurant next door. Someone with a key from the restaurant is coming through there." With these words, Han Sha and Song Nansha's expressions both changed dramatically. Han Sha frowned and said, "That store is still for rent. If the other party has the key." I gritted my teeth and said, "Let's not waste any time. It's a weekday today, so he should still be at work. If nothing goes wrong, we can cut off his escape route." Without delay, the rest of us set off immediately. The entire journey was fraught with uncertainty. After all, they had discovered an underground palace beneath. No. 29. It was like getting 150 square meters for the price of 50. Can you imagine how hard it would be to process such an unexpected windfall? Now that it's not my turn to handle the arrest operation, to ease the tension, I started chatting with Wang Wei after sending a message to Bai Liu. "Speaking of which, your unit's reinforcements still haven't arrived. Won't your deputy captain get into trouble just going in alone to make an arrest?" Wang Wei was taken aback for a moment before she smiled and said, "No way. The assistant team has dealt with plenty of similar tasks. There are far more dangerous ones out there. That's why he even has a nickname, Ghostly Dread, in the mountainside city. When the assistant team first transferred here, they were saying how much better this person is at following the rules now. At least they won't be sending him to the hospital for 2 months just because of some minor injury. Send a ghost chaser to catch ghosts, that's definitely a case of putting expertise to good use." I sighed inwardly and couldn't help asking, did he really come to investigate this case on his own initiative? Wasn't it true that you gave him a holiday to try and save their marriage? Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Captain, his divorce was very sudden. After that, he pretty much lived at the bureau except when he went home to see his parents. Our deputy director couldn't bear it anymore and forced him to take some leave. Who would have thought that just 2 days later, he said he needed to investigate this case? From what I can see, ghostly fretfulness isn't invincible either. I got the gist of it as soon as I gave it a moment's thought." Suddenly, a familiar figure ran over quickly from not too far away, followed closely by He Jian. As soon as he saw Wang Wei, he roared, "Xiao Wang! Stop him!" Wang Wei didn't need him to say anything, the crowd had already surged forward. In the brief moment when that person paused, He Jianfei dashed forward and tackled them to the ground. Following suit, he effortlessly subdued their struggles. Made the arrests and cuffed them all in one fluid motion. Before I could even react, he was already making a call to the team. Catch. It's Fulo Real Estate in Guanyin. We are right by the door. He lifted the person off the ground, even with the disheveled hair and sweat-covered face. I couldn't possibly mistake this face. When people are in a panic and desperate for a way out, they tend to subconsciously choose the path they are more familiar with. So, I didn't expect that I actually ended up running back. He wiped a sweat from his brow. With a complex expression on my face, he sighed and said, "You should have suspected him. Someone who can simultaneously modify both Unit 29 and Dongzi Hotpot must hold the keys to both places for extended periods. Given that the official property leasing situation wasn't good, landlords like those at Guanyin Sales Office and some here had long entrusted all their keys to real estate agents to manage viewings on their behalf. But why would you do something like this, manager? Who? Though I thought of it, I still don't quite understand it. Besides buying this house, my friend and I have no grudges against each other. So why would he invade my home at night to try to take my life? Despite my significantly improved psychological resilience over these past few months, I still couldn't help feeling weighed down by the thought that he was the first person I met since moving to Guanyin. Human hearts are unpredictable, but there must be a reason, right? Why? Exactly. The house is unfit for anyone to live in. This translation conveys the meaning that nobody has the right or ability to reside in that particular house. If you want to make it sound more natural and fit specific contexts, you could also say, nobody deserves to live in that house. That house isn't suitable for anyone. No one is qualified to occupy that house. Suddenly, manager who lifted his head and stared at me coldly, that's a house for the dead. Nobody should live there, not even you. Chapter 35, The House of the Dead. Only after following He-Jen's car to the Shansheng branch bureau did I realize what it meant when someone said they were very concerned about this case. Not to mention the police who had been paying homage with salutes whenever they encountered Shansheng. Gui Jiancho, a nickname for He-Jen, the manager, who was escorted into the interrogation room, and even the deputy director personally came down to give instructions, explicitly assigning He-Jen to handle the case. As an outsider, I had originally been puzzled about this, but my confusion was cleared the moment He-Jen entered the room. Manager who looked at He-Jen with a cold laugh, you suddenly becoming so interested in this case, probably because the old fellows from Guanyin Lane are putting pressure on you, right? I was taken aback, then suddenly realized that the ghost stories in my shop recently had been greatly amplified by my plastic father. My sister's financial muscle wasn't enough to quell the rumors, so it's clear that this must have put significant pressure on the official entity of Guanyin Alley. Once news of the haunted report spread, it was inevitable that people would start asking about the fire from years ago. No wonder the property management warned other stores not to make a big fuss about it. If this were to escalate and further impact the sale of the shops, it would likely be the last thing the authorities want to see. Back at the station, He-Jen had completely shed his youthful naivety and became the efficient and sharp-eyed Deputy Captain He-Jiakyu. Upon hearing this, he responded indifferently, the 29th case already has flaws, it will inevitably be re-examined eventually. Even if your crimes are not uncovered by others, you will ultimately face justice. Evading the law is futile. Mr. Who chuckled softly, you police actually have the nerve to use that word. The haunted house at Guanyin Lane 29 has had its share of paranormal activity for 10 years now. Why hasn't anyone wondered why this place turned into a haunt? And where are those people who committed crimes before? Why weren't they ever brought to justice? Through the one-way glass, I could see the unfamiliar expression on Manager Who's face, which sent a chill down my spine. Clearly, this person has been hiding a lot from me. Not long ago, Jen's expression betrayed a moment of surprise when he saw his own file, but in the end, he just patted me on the shoulder and told me to go directly look at the interrogation results. Jen looked at Manager Who and asked directly, who? Lin, this is your current name. To confirm your identity, we compared your DNA with that of your parents and found that although you are not their biological son, your family lineage matches. In other words, the father you were named after is actually just your uncle. Your biological father, Hu Chong, has passed away. He had a child named Hu Wei who died in a car accident over a dozen years ago. Gosh! What tongue twist are you saying? I was trying to make sense of what I heard from outside the door. Wang Wei, standing beside me, seemed to notice my confusion and whispered an explanation. In other words, it was actually Hu Lin who died back then. For some purpose, Hu Chong adopted his own son too. His younger brother, making Hu Wei live on as Hu Lin. I never expected that my identity would become so complicated upon coming here. However, it seems that Jen's purpose in mentioning these details was not just to verify Manager Who's identity. He tapped his fingers on the table. Without this identity to cover for you, you wouldn't have gotten this far in the act. After all, when I first began investigating House No. 29, I had looked into that year's fire as well. The homeowner who died in the fire was named Lin Xiaofan. And I found out she had a son with her ex-husband, Hu Chong. However, this lead eventually hit a dead end because both her ex-husband and son were deceased. It wasn't until I received the DNA results that I realized it really was as close to home as it could be. Seeing Manager Whose expression turned somber, I couldn't help but feel a twinge in my heart. In other words, Manager Who is actually the son of the original homeowner whose mother was burned to death at No. 29 Guanyinli before the demolition. Wang Wei sighed. The boss has always suspected that the strange events on day 29 might be related to the fire from that year, but previous investigations hit a dead end. So he decided to catch someone in the act instead of continuing the search. After all, once we catch the person who was acting weird on day 29, figuring out their identity won't be too difficult. In short, when deduction fails, one might as well maintain a carefree attitude toward life and death. If not satisfied, just take action. Subtly, I caught a whiff of ghost-repelling herb in Wang Wei's words. I realized why it was no surprise that Jen encountered strange events on Tower 29. The strategy was to go straight for the head. It didn't matter if you were human or ghost. If you dared dance before me, I would dare scatter your ashes right there. Indeed, when he finally couldn't hold back and appeared before me directly, revealing his true nature was indeed within arm's reach. If Manager Who is indeed the child of the deceased from years ago, his purpose in lying low as a small property agent in Guanyinli for all these years becomes clear. Silent for a moment, Manager Who suddenly broke into a smile. It's quite ironic, isn't it? Mr. Who whispered, when a person kills another person, the matter is easily brushed off and forgotten. But when a ghost commits murder, it becomes even more sensational. Over the years, through word of mouth, that house has become something no one dares to approach. He crossed his arms and leaned back into the chair. We are here, so there's no need to hold anything back. I can see you have a lot on your mind that you want to say. Now, I'm giving you an opportunity to spill it all out. We are all ears. All right. Manager, who thought for a moment and asked Jen, who was smoking a cigarette, looking exceptionally tired. He said, the one who turned the 29th into a haunted house was not me. Exhaling smoke, manager, whose story unfolds more than 3 decades ago. In 1989, Hu Chong and Lin Shifen's son, Hu Wei, was born on the 2nd floor of an old Western-style house in Liaoguanyanli. His arrival was sudden yet smooth, just as Hu Chong rushed to take his wife to the hospital. A baby's cry shattered the quiet of the room. One could say that Hu Wei became a resident of Guan Yin village from the day he was born. Unlike the newly renovated Guanyanli business district, years later, which houses a mix of people, the older Guanyanli was predominantly inhabited by true locals from Yujiang, including Hu Wei's mother, Lin Shifen. Lin family has been in Guanyandri for nearly half a century. Lin Shifen's father passed away young from asthma, and her elder sister moved abroad several years ago. As a result, only Lin Shifen and her mother live in the old house in Guanyandri. In the mid-1980s, Lin Shifen made a decision after her mother fell ill with cancer shortly after she graduated from university. Seeing her mother grow weaker and more worried with each passing day, Lin decided to settle on an important life matter sooner rather than later. Not long after, she met Hu Chong, a young worker in the vicinity of Guanyanli, through an introduction. The two got married the following year, but Lin Shifeng's mother was unable to make it through another 2 years. Just before Hu Wei was born, the old house had just held a funeral ceremony. With her belly swollen, Lin Shifeng bid farewell to her mother, and soon after, she gave birth to her first child with Hu Chong. Regarding his own birth, Hu Wei could recall many arguments between his parents after he had learned to remember things. The reasons for these disputes were straightforward. Hu Chong always felt that there was something ominous about the old house in Guanin Lane, which Lin Shifen valued greatly, and he wanted to sell it. Hu Chong said that both of Lin Shifen's parents had passed away in this house, and tragically, they had both died on the 2nd floor. But that wasn't all. Less than a few months after her mother's death, Lin Shifen inexplicably gave birth to a premature baby on the same floor. The sheer accumulation of misfortunes in one place made it clear that this house would eventually bring them nothing but trouble. Of course, Lin Shifen, who had read books, could not agree with such feudal superstitions. Orphaned at a young age, the old house in Liaoguanyan became her only home. At first, Lin Shifen did not take Hu Chong's frequent proposals to sell the house seriously. However, over time, she began to notice something amiss with his intentions. Their marriage was rushed, and while Hu Chong had a decent appearance, it would be far-fetched to claim that he matched up well with the Lin family in terms of social status, given that he didn't pay much in dowry and that they were still living in the Lin household despite his constant talk of selling it. The true intentions behind these actions were clear for all to see. Nevertheless, with the children already born, it was pointless to argue anymore. They had to make do and get by as best they could. In this cacophony of domestic discord, Hu Wei grew to 8 years old. In the 1990s, Wu Wei was familiar with every small alleyway in Guanyin. He could walk them with his eyes closed, just as his mother did. Neither of them found their old family house creepy, regardless of the steep stairs or creaking floorboards that he adored. As a result, from childhood to adulthood, he never imagined that he would one day move out of this house. Such an incident eventually occurred when Hu Wei was 10 years old. On that day, his parents had another big argument. This time, Lin Xiufen and Hu Chong finally exchanged the most unpleasant words they could muster. Hu Wei crouched on the stairs, only catching a few of the sharpest words among them. Malicious intentions, judging people with a biased eye. The argument dragged on until midnight. Soon after, Hu Chong and Hu Wei left the house, while Lin Xiufen was left alone in the old house in Guanyin. Many years later, Wu Wei finally realized that this was the arrangement made between his father and mother. If she doesn't want to give up the house, she will have to give up herself, and that is only fair. And in the end, the mother chose the house. After his parents divorced, Hu Wei still frequently returned to Lao Guanyin. After he entered junior high school, Old Guanyin began to undergo some changes. The vegetable market, bakery, and shoe repair shop near his home disappeared mysteriously over time, leaving vacant houses that remained unoccupied for a long period. Some people say that Old Guanyin is scheduled for demolition, given its proximity to the river, since the cable car started operating right in front of it, and with tourism along the U River thriving. Over the past couple of years, the city government has approved an expansion plan for Old Guanyin. Under this plan, they are buying up the old houses at the back and encouraging residents to move out, so that the area can be transformed into a larger and more attractive commercial district. The news of the demolition spread quickly throughout the neighborhood, with even negotiation notices pushed under doors. For Lin Xiufen, however, this clearly amounted to nothing more than a piece of paper. Hu Wei once witnessed his mother ball up the negotiation document and toss it straight into the trash can. However, whether Hu Wei Jian likes to admit it or not, Old Guanyin Lane is indeed slowly becoming emptier. Getting everyone to leave was an enormous undertaking, and the demolition in Lao Guanyin continued until Wu Wei entered high school. Gradually, the Western-style buildings near the Lin family mansion were all vacated. By 2006, 80% of the residents in Old Guanyin had already moved out. The remaining few were collectively referred to by the media as en-AU households. Hu Wei still visits his mother's home every week, though the journey now offers him no place to buy sodas and snacks. The small streets and alleys he used to know so well are empty and desolate, littered with debris and fragments left by demolition. After dark, Lao Guanyin village turned into a ghost town, but the flicker of light in Lin Xiufen's old house was the last hope that kept Wu Wei going for a hot meal. Hu Wei knew that his mother wouldn't move. She had forsaken even herself for this place, so how could a little bit of money make her leave the home where she had lived for decades? As the people in Old Guanyin grew fewer and fewer, Hu Chong even brought up the topic one day over a drink. "Isn't your mom still not planning to leave there?" Hu Wei detected a trace of disdain in his father's words. It was clear that this wasn't a genuine show of concern, but more like a mocking remark. Hu Wei didn't know how to respond and could only nod. His father then grunted in response. He said, "Your grandparents both died in that room. And they nearly took you with them too. In my view, it was a house for the dead, and now someone is willing to pay for it, but she won't sell it. It's truly stupid. Over the years, Wu Wei had a deep understanding of his father's tempestuous personality when he drank. Upon hearing this, he only silently returned to his room. At the time, their residence was only about 3 to 4 kilometers from en-AU-WilliamNeural. Before starting his homework, Wu Wei would habitually look out the window, intending to catch a glimpse of his mother. However, what he didn't expect was that on this particular night, he suddenly saw a large cloud of grey smoke slowly rising from the direction of home. Fire broke out in en-AU-WilliamNeural. Chapter 36, and Seeking Revenge. When Wu Wei saw his mother again, she was no longer the familiar person he remembered. A massive fire in Lin family's old home, located in en-AU-WilliamNeural, reduced the house to charred ruins. Although Lin Shifan managed to escape through the flames to the door when the incident occurred, no neighbors were around to help her. By the time the nearest rescue team arrived, Lin Shifan had fallen into a coma due to severe burns and was barely recognizable, with not an intact patch of skin left on her body. The fire came out of nowhere, and what followed was a total mess. Lin Shifan's parents had passed away, and her only sister, who was overseas, had long since cut off all contact with the domestic side. Ultimately, the blood relative who could champion her cause was Wu Wei, a mere 17 years old. However, at the emergency room entrance, Wu Wei, who was not yet an adult, did not have the right to sign for Lin Shifan. After some discussion, it was Hu Chong, her ex-husband, and her former spouse who had been divorced for many years, who ultimately signed for her. When Wu Wei paid for the surgery, he heard his father muttering angrily. His father said, "I'm covering this for her now. I can't let her die. How else will I get the developers to cough up this money? This house must have been burned down by them." The sound of his father's call faded into the distance. Wu Wei looked at his mother, wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed, and suddenly, all the sounds from the emergency room, the ringing of a phone, arguments, the sound of trolley wheels pushing stretchers, and nurses' voices mingled together, turning into a rumbling thunder hidden behind dark clouds. Wu Wei raised his head and realized that those dark clouds had been slowly lowering over him. In that incredibly chaotic moment, for some reason, Wu Wei recalled the scene from his last visit to his mother's house. It was the brightest afternoon of midsummer, but en-AU-WilliamNeural area seemed like a ghost town, with one empty house after another. As Wu Wei wandered through those long, winding paths, the old Guanyin lane suddenly seemed like an abandoned ant-hill, poised to be crushed by a giant's foot. The shadow of that giant, falling across his mother's house, was a persistent cloud that refused to lift. They thought they were humans, and what was coming next was just going to be a rainstorm. However, they are just ants beneath the giant's feet. At that thought, a huge sense of helplessness washed over Wu Wei like a tidal wave. He wanted to save his mother, but Wu Wei didn't have the money. He also wanted to go settle accounts with the giant. But how many years would it take for an ant to topple a giant? Wu Wei raised his head, and the giant's form was shrouded in the clouds. Under full medical treatment at the hospital, Lin Shifan's injuries have stabilized for now, but the subsequent hospital expenses remain an endless burden. At the beginning, Wu Wei was constantly on edge, fearing that his father, who had little affection for his mother to begin with, would abandon treatment. However, the Hu family seemed to have other plans regarding Lin Shifan's injuries. Lawyer after lawyer entered the Hu family's home. Even though every time Hu Chong would push Wu Wei into his bedroom and remind him that his top priority was preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam. Yet Hu Wei could not control himself. He crept up and pressed his ear against the door, hearing his father's and uncle's voices inside. According to the other party, their business district is already fully prepared and just waiting for the right opportunity. They don't want us to make a big fuss about this. In any case, they are willing to pay the money. It's lucky we didn't get burned to death. If that happened, we would have only gotten a settlement. Now that we are still alive, we can always cause them trouble at any time. We just can't be too careful. We shouldn't push things too far. I'm worried these people might play dirty games. Shaolin has just started university, and Xiaowei is about to take his college entrance exam. It's better to stay vigilant. After listening for a moment, Hu Wei returned to his desk. He looked at the blank test paper in front of him, but his mind was filled with the clean backs of his mother's hands as she used to serve him meals. That clean hand is no longer there. The last time Hu Wei visited the hospital, his mother's hand dangled lifelessly mid-air with oozing pus visible beneath the layers of bandages. After that fire, Lin Shufan became a headache for the Hu family, but she was also a card they could play over and over again. The police provided the investigation results 2 weeks later. The fire at the Lin family's ancestral home was caused by old wiring that inadvertently ignited nearby scattered flammable demolition waste. Given that the old Western-style house was constructed primarily of wood, it often led to significant damage. Once a fire broke out through the door, Hu Wei heard the police leaving. His father then turned around and called his brother, saying, "The police didn't say it was arson, but they did link it to the demolition. After that, we need to make sure the lawyers focus on this point and get them to cough up the money." In the small room, father's voice was crystal clear, as if a hand had gripped Hu Wei's heart with force. The long-awaited fairness did not arrive. Instead, another bargaining chip arrived. Why wasn't it arson? Why did the father accept his fate? Why was the mother treated so unfairly? How could one life be considered so cheap? Hu Tong clenched his fists in anger, and the sound of buzzing filled his ears. The dark cloud descended once more, and through its layers, Hu Tong vaguely made out the silhouette of the giant. There was even the likeness of his father in there. Hu Wei was not willing to give up. Even if everyone in the world treated his mother as a mere and to be trifled with and crushed, for Hu Wei, she was different. Hu Wei couldn't forget the way she watered the roses in the sunlight, nor could she forget her smile as she waved goodbye at the door. Hu Wei realized from a very early age that his mother didn't abandon him in that house out of a lack of love. She just didn't have a choice. Because in this world, no one cares about what her aunt treasures, let alone her very life, which is merely a pawn on the board. Hu Wei clenched his teeth and then suddenly locked the door tightly before returning to his desk. That night, Hu Wei created some random accounts online and began posting anonymously about his mother's experiences in Guanyin Temple on various web portals. Initially, there was little attention, but when he uploaded photos of their old house being burned down to the forum, it sparked a significant reaction. Residents forcibly relocated from Old Guanjin began to respond on forums, with many revealing that the compensation terms offered by Guanjin were unfair. Just a few hours later, the situation escalated rapidly. Even before Hu Wei had time to celebrate being locked in his room, a series of angry knocks on the door pulled him back into reality. Hu Chong has already discovered it. In the face of his father's fists, Wu Wei had nowhere to hide. But this storm of emotional release came and went just as quickly. The reason for its brief duration was simple: his father's pocket began to ring non-stop with calls. Obviously, Huawei's anonymity did not make him disappear. With the delicate balance disrupted, the previously agreed business deals began to encounter unforeseen complications. The father soon forgot about Huawei, and taking advantage of the moment, Huawei slipped out the door. He ran through the streets, breathing in the air of victory with all his might. The ants emerged victorious. Huawei was thrilled with the thought that if just 1,000 ants could unite, they could win it all and reclaim their rightful place. A 17-year-old runner sprinted through the night, racing back to Leoganlan and darting into the restricted area, which was blocked by barbed wire. He wanted to share this news with his mother, whom he remembered from the past. Yes, the mother and Guanyin, the Chinese bodhisattva of compassion, are one and inseparable. Guanyin and the mother are two sides of the same coin. Wu Wei finally panted to a stop outside the charred old house. He took out his phone, intending to read out loud several of the replies he had just seen. However, he quickly stood there dumbfounded. The page is blank. Huawei was shocked to discover that the news he had just posted online had vanished within a single hour, along with his original post on the forum. Everything was gone. He directly searched for Guanyin fire, and at first he was able to find one or two news articles. But upon refreshing the page, these news items seemed to vanish like smoke. A night breeze blew, causing Huawei to shiver. Before he could persist with any more futile attempts, Hu Chong's phone call came in. No one could have anticipated what happened next. Instead of scolding Huawei, Hu Chong called to ask where he was, his tone exceedingly anxious. Huawei couldn't tell his father the truth and could only stutter that he was just out having dinner. He had expected his father to storm over in a rage. But instead, his father simply instructed him to stay in a crowded place for now and not come back immediately, to avoid attracting any trouble. Huawei was startled and stammered to ask what was going on. Then what the father said next left Huawei's blood running cold almost to the core. He said, "Your cousin got hit by a car outside, and is still being rescued in the hospital right now. You know full well that this was your own doing. From now on, don't run around anymore to avoid attracting any trouble." After hanging up the phone, Huawei's legs gave way, and he leaned against the dilapidated wall of Guanyin. He was too afraid to go home and spent the night at a McDonald's outside. When he received a call from his family the next day, his cousin Hubin had already passed away due to severe injuries. After police investigation, it was found that Hu Lin encountered a car accident while evading media interviews. Notably, just before the incident, he had even planned to call his family. Hu Lin was suspected of being the anonymous tipster who revealed information about the demolition in Lao Guanyin, which is why he was trying to avoid media contact at the time. Huawei went home with his mind almost blank. He stayed awake all night in McDonald's, reading news related to Guanyin. But the fervent echoes of enthusiastic support that had recently been everywhere were nowhere to be found. Apart from Uncle Hulin's death, everything that happened last night feels like a hallucination. The ants returned to the dust, but Wu Wei's fate awaited something he had never imagined before. Due to cousin's death, the cousin's uncle and aunt, who had always treated Hu Wei with respect, suddenly turned hostile. They firmly believed that Hu Lin had died as retribution from Guanyin real estate, and demanded that Hu Chong provide an explanation for their son's demise. Hu Lin's mangled body still lay in the mortuary, but after days of arguing, Hu Wei finally noticed his father slowly turn around. His face was etched with exhaustion, yet in that instant, Hu Wei sensed something had changed. He was about to become his father's business. Ultimately, Hu Chong reached an agreement with his brother to give their nephew in exchange. The family worked its connections to shift the blame from the accident victim to Hu Wei, and Hu Wei was then conveniently transformed into a cousin who needed to retake a year of school. He was formally adopted by his uncle and aunt. By this point, Hu Wei's life had been completely altered by the decision he made that night. Mother, however, was not able to survive the winter. The giant effortlessly tore apart Hu Wei's home, took his mother away, and left him betrayed by his father. Hu Wei was forced to become someone else, and as the killer who had claimed his cousin's life, his life after being adopted naturally wasn't easy. Faced with his uncle and aunt's blame and scolding, Hu Wei couldn't utter a word. He could only endure slowly and persevere day by day, burying what happened that summer deep in his heart. Occasionally, at night, he would revisit those events, tasting the bitterness of hatred alone. After that, Guanyin was rebuilt on the ruins of the old Guanyin, rising up as if by magic. Ironically, it retained much of the original structure in an effort to recreate the local flavor and atmosphere of Guanyin. After graduating from a secondary college, Hu Wei applied for a small real estate agency in Guanyin under the name of Hu Lin. 5 years later, he returned to this place that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him, his home. After the new Guanyin community was completed, the shops didn't sell as expected, and many properties were left vacant over the course of half a year. The blackboard outside the real estate agency was covered with reduced prices. Among them, No. 29 Guanyin was written at the bottom and was somewhat crooked. This house was built with my mother's life. Hu Wei stared blankly at the row of white chalk marks, eventually erased the final monthly rent and rewrote it in red chalk. He thought that perhaps ants would never conquer giants in this lifetime, and that ants could never unite. Yet, even so, the ant's revenge would not cease. His revenge is just beginning now. Author's note. Unclear vision. Author. July 2, 2022. The main text will be completed in mid-July, and after that we will write related follow-up episodes around all the main characters. Thank you for your support. Don't forget to go to Weibo Unknown Blind Dash to participate in the lottery. Chapter 37, Child No. 29. After telling his long story, Manager Hu heaved a sigh of relief and sneered. It was the people from Guanyin Alley who initially turned No. 29 into an unlucky residence. Since that's the case, I can't be blamed for doing a bit more to ensure this house never sells. The manager, whose gaze behind the glass was utterly blank, yet I felt nothing but sadness. After my mother passed away, I was also angry with my father for a while, to the point where I wanted to deliberately ruin myself. I skipped classes and went to internet cafes every day, hoping to get so hooked on online games that my father would wish he hadn't raised me as his son. But as they say, human plans often fail to match up with heaven's will. Just as I decided to be a wandering city youth, a cake shop with delicious treats opened up right next to the internet cafe. Despite my gaming skills deteriorating horribly, my monthly pocket money surprisingly increased each month. By the time my sister found me at the bakery, I had almost become the temporary store manager as a juvenile worker. And to this day, I can still remember my sister throwing an entire cake in my face in a fit of anger and shouting at me, "Spoiling yourself is supposed to be revenge against him. Yui, if you hate him, hate how he mistreated Mom, then there are only two paths for you. Either become even more domineering than him and take everything from him, or, if your heart is too soft and you can't face him, then you must do what Mom was never able to finish and fulfill her wishes, making sure that he can never completely erase Mom's existence. Those are the only two paths, no other options. Do you understand?" From a young age, my sister had rarely lost her temper with me. As a result, I cried bitterly on the street that time. Although she compensated for an entire semester of my sweet treats afterwards to console me, it was also then that we made a formal agreement between us. No matter what it takes, neither of us will ever make my dad content. As manager who said, retaliating against a powerful giant is no easy feat. People like my sister, who can directly transform into giants, are few and far between. I understand this, but to sink into self-destruction for revenge and to devalue more lives in the pursuit of justice for those trivially treated, can such retaliation truly be called revenge? Recalling Bailu's intimidating demeanor from back then, I momentarily lost my train of thought. But at that moment, the sound of Hejian tapping a pen on the table brought me back to reality. Hejian replied indifferently, "So, your way of revenge against the Guanyin Lane authorities is to kill every previous tenant here, in order to completely ruin this place's reputation?" Manager, who smiled and said, "I just wanted them to remember the sins they committed. That's all." Hejian sneered, "I have heard too many reasons for killing people. Your statement is quite fresh. However, aren't the people you killed also the ants you mentioned? Do you think your mother's life is insignificant too? Guanyin, so when you kill them, aren't the lives of these people also meaningless in your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Manager, who lowered his eyes and said nothing. After a moment, he spoke in a soft voice, "Do you want to know the process? Do you want to ask how I did it?" Hejian crossed his arms and asked, "When did you start constructing that secret passage?" Manager, who reminisced, "It probably started from the very day I took over the keys. The person with the keys is responsible for cleaning the bomb shelter daily, and they naturally don't want to do it. This gave me plenty of time. You see, when I was a child and still lived in that house, there was already an air raid shelter nearby. Back then, we kids often dreamed of digging a cellar all the way through to the air raid shelter. Anyway, as mere ants, could we ever hope to do anything above ground? This translation aims to capture both the nostalgia and the underlying tone of resignation in Manager, whose words, while maintaining a natural flow in English. "Could you have handled such a large project all by yourself?" "Of course, it took me over a year to complete it. Initially, I was worried that the air raid shelter might be rented out halfway through. Later on, however, I realized no one even bothered to come look at it. I have to thank them for not budging on the price, which gave me this opportunity." "How did you do it?" "Keys with me. We'll dig at night, then use my car to transport it out. There's not even any rental services here. How could there still be surveillance?" "Did you start digging the tunnel just to kill someone?" "This is not my idea at the beginning. I just wanted to make some noise at the beginning, which reminds people of this house being a haunted house, but later I found that killing people is the fastest. I also warned them. When everyone came to buy a house, I reminded them that this is a haunted house, but they didn't listen. So I can't blame me. Can you explain the process? He-Jian didn't flinch even as he heard such chilling words. Instead, he said, "We've already searched room 29 thoroughly. You sure know how to dig? There's a passage leading upstairs in the storeroom. Such skills, I only saw them on drug dealers who came from Southeast Asia." Manager who smiled and said, "No one knows that room better than I do, the one I enter and exit so frequently this time. It's understandable why it might be easier to spot now. It was much more relaxed when there were fewer people around before." I shivered, suddenly remembering that during my first house viewing, there was even a couch for visitors to rest on. At the time, I had naively assumed that everyone entered through the main door. "All right, now tell me how the person died," Han Jian interrupted coldly. Manager who let out a sigh of relief. "The first three aren't really worth mentioning. The first one was pushed by me, the second died from gas poisoning because I replaced his exhaust pipe. And the third, the old steps were fixed by me as well. Back then, wasn't Guanyin Lane also used this method to burn my mother alive? The police couldn't find anything, so it doesn't really count as anything special or extraordinary." He-Jian squinted his eyes. "Where's Yang Huan? Why did you pretend to commit suicide? Aren't you afraid the risks are getting higher? And why are you becoming more hasty with your actions?" Manager who chuckled, "This is actually a problem. The reason I can't wait to expose the truth is precisely because I'm growing more impatient. I want to see how long this can continue in Guanyin Lane. If one person dies, they block the news, but if enough people die, will paper really be able to contain fire?" At that moment, I just wanted things to get even bigger. So I added a sleeping pill to her cup and helped her commit suicide. This translation aims to capture both the casual tone of Manager whose speech and the underlying tension in his narrative. Almost every victim had discussed the idea of renovating apartment number 29 with someone before they died. Was this the reason you decided to kill them? Of course. After all, the risk of getting caught with renovation is too high for me. Moreover, this is my mother's house and I don't want anyone to mess with its original look. What about Bai Yang? He's the first person in these years to buy this house. You clearly spent different amounts of energy on him compared to others and even scared him at the beginning. Why? Don't you actually want to kill him? Her manager was asked something that had always piqued my curiosity. I couldn't help but fix my gaze on his face, hoping to catch some telltale signs from him. And very soon, Manager whose face showed a hint of helplessness. "Officer, you're asking this question unnecessarily. I was eager to make a move, but I'm not stupid either. There are 4 people in your house and they are quite alert. If I tried to act directly, I'd be easily caught. The best case scenario would be to scare them away and have someone else come instead." "What did you do to scare him?" "Left an unexpected newspaper in advance, placed fake hair and chicken blood down the drain, and sneaked into the room at night wearing a mask to climb." He-Jian furrowed his brow. "So why did we end up making the move against him in the end?" Manager who sighed helplessly, "That's of course as a last resort. To begin with, it would have been fine to use the 29th as a haunted house for promotion. I didn't plan on interfering with him either. But now he's not only investigating past cases but also getting ready to renovate the place. For my own safety, I had no choice but to take action against him. I really don't want to do this. Turns out it was actually baited by me. Listening to Manager Who, I went completely blank. If I had known that renovation was such a high-risk area, I should have dragged everyone down to have a pajama party that night instead of going downstairs to grab those chocolates. Jian was fidgeting with a pen, tapping and poking on the table for a while before asking again if you just wanted to scare him. Why did you go to Son Nan's room? Wouldn't reducing your presence be the smarter choice? Upon hearing this, Manager Who lowered his eyes. With a wistful expression, the room where she slept was once my mother's bedroom. Speaking of which, Boss Bai is actually not a bad person. After the last ghost incident, I saw some media reports outside saying that he didn't want to take over his family's business and instead wanted to fulfill his mother's wish. In this regard, we are somewhat similar. If he hadn't mentioned anything about renovation or investigating those past accidents, I almost wouldn't have had any desire to kill him. Afterwards, as if he remembered something, he looked up and glanced at the one-way glass as if he knew I was standing on the other side. Manager Who said with a faint smile, now that I think about it, it's not bad to have handed this house over to the right person. At least, he will take good care of the place and give it a better ending. Afterwards, Jian asked some details about the first 4 victims. Manager Who all answered with peace of mind, his expression as if he had known that this day would eventually come and his obsession had already been let go. After his mother's death, the 29th became Hui's mother. As the child of House No. 29, he was born here, grew up here, and in the end will also die here. With the chain of accidents on the 29th transforming into a series of murders, Jian, as the deputy captain, couldn't afford to be away from his post. After exiting the interrogation room, he barely managed to pat me and threw in a "I'll come to talk to your boss about the resignation matter later" before disappearing into the bustling scene. Wang Wei offered to take me back, but before we even reached the entrance of the district office, I saw Bai Liu leaning against her conspicuous red BMW parked outside. "You don't need to trouble the police, I'll take my brother home." Bai Liu walked over and, without missing a beat, handed Wang Wei 12 cups of iced pearl milk tea. "You guys really had it tough this time around. At the very least, this should help cool you down on such a hot day." In such matters, Bai Liu is always more considerate than I am. It's not surprising that she makes more money than me. Before I could even fasten my seatbelt, Bai Liu had already hugged me close. "You've been looking like you're about to cry since just now. How can you hold it together in front of your own sister?" She said that, and for some reason, my eyes started to feel a bit sore. Reluctantly, I said, "I really didn't. Stop provoking me like this. If I cry, don't you have to comfort me?" Bai Liu let go of me and smiled, remarking, "So you've matured this time. I came here based on Inspector his WeChat message. He said that your emotions aren't quite right, and with such a significant event, not many people can accept it calmly at once." I heard that, and sure enough, Bai Liu had been in contact with Jian previously. I gave him a withering glance and said, "Did you find out who Old Han was during your last investigation of him? And have you been fooling me ever since?" Bai Liu shrugged and started the car. Old 3 Han probably found out even earlier. That's why he suspected something was off about Jian's identity, which is why he tried to stage a big exit during the daytime ghost incident to get away early. but it's fortunate that you had a police officer with you, otherwise something might have happened to you. I still planned on treating Officer He to a meal as a thank you. Along the way, I explained 29's situation and by Liu's to her. Apart from raising her eyebrows occasionally, by Liu didn't show much reaction until the end when I said that manager who was doing all of this to avenge his mother. Then she said coolly, I told you back then that revenge isn't carried out in such a manner. I took a deep breath. I'm just luckier than he is, after all. If I didn't have you behind me, I wouldn't be able to fulfill Mom's wish in a more dignified way, would I? Upon hearing this, Bai Liu merely gave a bitter smile and said nothing more. She then led me straight back to the yellow rice stream. By this time, the police had already set up yellow tape around Unit 29. All of our household items, including our luggage, were temporarily moved out of the house to facilitate further searches of Unit 29. Seeing that business wasn't going to pick up anytime soon, I had planned to give both Hansha and Song Nan a short break. However, Bai Liu pulled me back just then. Don't rush, there's more to come. She pointed to a coffee shop not too far away and winked mischievously at me. Surviving the ordeal, I have a gift for you guys. Chapter 38, The Era of Appointment begins. The moment I stepped into the store, I knew why Bai Liu had come to pick me up specifically. She booked the entire cafe and it was packed with journalists and photographers of all kinds. Instantly, I spotted Yan Ping sitting in a corner seat, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Beside him were 7 or 8 unfamiliar faces, all of whom stood up and clutched flowers as soon as they saw me. They are the families of the victims from number 29 and a few others who are unable to make it from elsewhere. Hansha whispered, I heard that the nature of the case changed, so they came specifically to thank you. Song Nanshi widened his eyes and whispered behind. Meet boss, you're so impressive. At the funeral home, only the top leadership received that many flowers. At this point, I didn't have time to correct Song Nan's statement. Bai Liu gently nudged me and said, go on. Without your persistent efforts in this room, this case wouldn't be overturned. They are all here for you. I was taken aback for a moment, but the family members of the victims, holding flowers, had already gathered around me in tears. Yan Ping embraced me and sobbed uncontrollably. I knew it. My sister wouldn't commit suicide, she just wouldn't do that. Thank you so much, Boss Bai. The police told me before that if it weren't for your persistence in staying inside the house, they wouldn't have found the evidence to overturn the case so quickly. This is mainly due to Officer Xiao He. It was him who persisted in investigating the case. It's just about wanting to make some money. Kua was visibly uncomfortable with my words, but the emotions of the victims' families were already running high. One young woman even burst into tears and hugged me. 6 years ago, she had lost her only brother in Building No. 29. The haze of the sudden death of relatives for a long time has been pressing on many people's hearts like a stone. Justice, which is late for a long time, may not completely heal the pain, but at least the truth of No. 29 should belong to them. This sudden thank you meeting ultimately concluded with Bai Liu arranging for transportation to take everyone to the district police station for additional statements. With only the media left in the room, Bai Liu's face changed and he said coldly, today's events will be reported when I allow it. If any of you leak this information before that time, disrupting the police's work. I will make sure to sue you until you go bankrupt, leaving no future for you in this field. Do you understand? It seems my family hot sauce needs a new manager. Hansha chuckled softly behind me. After seeing off a bunch of media, I was a bit puzzled and asked, "Sis, why are you?" Bai Liu lit a thin cigarette and looked at me. Doing business in a haunted house comes with risks. Your success is built on the suffering of these people. And I've always been considering how to address this issue. Fortunately, things are looking good now, but I'm worried that my wife might come up with something unexpected later. To avoid gossip, we need to have a fallback plan. Hansha humored a smile. Not bad, they are pretty clever. While profiting from the haunted house, they also revealed the truth to the victim, thoroughly cleansing the reputation of this store. As soon as the police issue a notice for a reinvestigation, I'll make sure to circulate that message. Heike said it should happen within the next couple of days. Bali finished smoking and came over with an air of great superiority, pinching my cheek. I've taken care of everything. Just take some time to adjust over the next couple of days. When we open up again, I expect you to give me a weekly report on your expenses. Juya Zahan, don't think I won't hold you accountable for any discrepancies in the numbers. Hey? There were too many things happening in one day, and my brain had completely shut down. I stared at her in disbelief. Sis, the 29th just solved a case. Sheesh, it's not like they performed some kind of ritual or something. My little shabby shop couldn't possibly. This translation aims to maintain the informal tone and colloquial expressions of the original Chinese text while ensuring it sounds natural in English. Before I could finish speaking, Bai Liu shook her head to interrupt me. This little shop of yours is about to be blessed. She winked at me. I asked the deputy abbot of Huyang Temple to perform a ritual for you next week. This time, I'll live stream it all for my family back home, just to irritate them. You definitely won't let me down, right? Me. It turns out that the Pillow Talk legend and Luo Hu Temple do indeed share some unusual connections. My sister this time directly donated a new bell to Luohan Temple, with the donors listed not only including by family hot sauce and Huangliang Yimen, but also the names of all victims from number 29. Bai Liu said, every new year from now on, all those who come to Luohan Temple to hit the bell will pray for them, hoping that if there is a next life, they will have a good place to go. Imagine the magnitude of my sister's financial clout. Within a week, the Buddhist ceremonies at Luohan Temple were exceptionally grand. Under the temple authorities' guidance, all the victims' families offered lamps before the Buddha. As the truth behind the media revelations on the 29th was exposed as human-made, the property's haunted nature was completely transformed into something positive. Consequently, when it reopened, the entire set of sweet pastries packaging in the store had been replaced. Hansha suggested that I change all the exorcism packages to blessing packages and also introduce a dedicated charitable package. This package includes my milk jelly lotus cake and Lotus Clears the Mind special drink. It will be supervised by a specialized third party, with all proceeds from the charitable package uniformly donated to the public account of the victims' families. All preparations were made. On the opening day, Bai Liu attended the event as the executive president of Baijia Hot Sauce. Not only that, she also invited many internet celebrities to explore the shop and famous baking masters in Yujiang to be tasting staff, which completely confirmed the speculation that Baijia is the shareholder behind Huang Liang. Of course, at the beginning, I was reluctant to make this connection. My mother's hot sauce is already branded with the white family name, so I didn't want her cakes to bear that last name either. Just a few days before opening day, I awkwardly brought up some concerns to my sister, but she quickly shut me down with one sentence. We both have the surname Bai, and there's no way we can remove that person's genes from our DNA, just as you can't change the fact that No. 29 in Guanyin is a haunted house. But now, since you've managed to turn a haunted house with 4 deaths into a popular spot rated 4.6, what does it matter if it's still the Bai family name? It is indeed a Bai residence, but from now on it will be Bai Liu's and Bai Yang's home. So my sister's talent for pyramid schemes once again took center stage. That night, we had a long overdue big drink together. The next morning, upon waking up, my sister had already thrust her plan for the opening ceremony right in front of me. This time, Bai Liu was clearly destined to win. On the day of opening, to ensure I wouldn't be overwhelmed, she even dispatched a few elderly workers from the factory to help out. This move completely disregarded the family's reputation. It's highly likely that the board has already given her more than enough leeway. In this case, Huang Langyijian's business couldn't possibly suffer. On one side, the shop was heavily marketed to internet celebrities, while on the other, there was news of a major criminal case being cracked on day 29. During its first week of operation, the store saw more than 100 people queuing up at the door each day until all the inventory was sold out, so much so that some even drove over 200 kilometers from elsewhere specifically to taste one slice of cake. To accommodate the sudden surge in guests, Song Nan and the 3 kitchen machines I had were working at full capacity. Despite this, we still couldn't meet the demands of the restaurant. After He Jian unexpectedly left his post, the restaurant has been short one server. Reluctantly, I turned to Han Sha and Bai Liu, and together we implemented the ultimate show-off tactic. For a popular restaurant appointment-based system, the Yellow Millet Dream offers various package vouchers with a total of 180 maximum daily inventory available for reservation every evening at 10 p.m. Customers can claim their reserved slots by presenting their reservation numbers upon arrival. In the past, only the biggest celebrity stores in the industry dared to wield this powerful tool. A few months ago, I never imagined that my little shop would one day become an esteemed appointment-only store. On the first day of issuing numbers, the entire Huang Liang team gathered on the first floor to watch intently as I stared at my small smartphone screen. It's already been a minute past 10 o'clock, and Song Nanshi is as anxious as someone checking their exam results. He whispers, "Boss, maybe you should refresh the page." I thought I didn't need her reminder. I had already hit the refresh button at 10:01, but for some reason, my phone just went blank and white-screened. Clearly forcing Han Sha to work overtime would anger a middle-aged employee like him. Seeing this, he rolled his eyes and asked, "What gives you two the impression that changing to an appointment-based system will have any impact on business? I thought you'd suffer from PTSD like me, having closed down 7 stores." I kept refreshing the page for a dozen or so attempts before it finally showed at 10:02 a.m. a tiny line of text appearing on the release page. "All the appointments for today have been booked. Please come back tomorrow." For a moment, I even doubted whether I had read it wrong. After shocking me and forcing me to refresh the page twice, the words were still those same words. I couldn't help staring in disbelief. Only 2 minutes have passed. Hansha's face was filled with the pain of being a nanny, and he said helplessly, "Boss, why haven't you figured it out yet?" Hunger marketing is the most useful marketing method for internet celebrity stores. Believe it or not, if you don't expand the store for 3 months, you will only put so many accounts every day, and then you will be snatched up if you go online for 5 seconds every day. After being poor for so long, I always felt a sense of unreality about making money so easily. Seeing this, Hansha smiled and said, "If you don't believe it, just give it a try. You only need to do this much every day, no more, no less. As long as the taste is good, your business will only get better from here on out." Although Hansha has some issues with his character, he certainly lives up to my sister's standards when it comes to doing business. 3 days later, I tried as Hansha said and made the reservation number strictly, even if the customers wanted to make more on the spot. There was no one. Just like that, 3 days later, Master Song Nan and I pinched the stopwatch and found that Huang Liang Yiming's 180 reservation numbers were snatched away at 10:02 seconds. "Sure, please provide the Chinese text that you would like translated." To be honest, the business model of contemporary influencer stores is a deeply complex thing, akin to the intricacies of Double 11 discount rules. I've barely scratched the surface of it so far. After reaping the benefits, I continued with my routine of doing just one task a day. However, I soon realized that what might let me down in the end could be the boss's own mindset. For 2 consecutive days, the inventory I prepared did not match the number of orders from guests on the following day. Although it was still possible to make up for the shortage with just 1 or 2 items missing, the lack of manpower inevitably led to mistakes amid the rush. This situation made me reconsider whether Yellow Dream Cottage needed to hire a new employee immediately. After the business got on track, it wasn't just challenging to find enough staff during the day, with more customers coming in. Song Nanshi, a single girl, found it difficult to clean the lobby after closing time. In recent days, she has been so busy clearing up trash from the corners and crannies that she hasn't had time to prepare the inventory for the next day. It's impossible for He-Jian to return to work, and I can't rely on Hansha to use her charm as a leverage. It seems we need to get recruiting on the agenda as soon as possible. After another day of business, I found myself contemplating what kind of job posting could attract some trustworthy hot guys and gals. Specifically, those who wouldn't try to deceive me. And just as I was lost in thought, suddenly the bronze bell at the door rang, and I instinctively said, "Business for today is over. Why don't you make an appointment for tomorrow instead?" Before I could finish speaking, the person had already handed me a cup of milk tea. I looked up, and there stood He-Jian in a black casual outfit. He seemed to have just come from an electronics store nearby, carrying a whole bag of items. He gave me a smile. "Boss, do you have a moment? I've come to handle my resignation and also to offer an apology." Chapter 39, Ghost Rejection Causes Great Anxiety. Unsurprisingly, the apology gift from a deputy chief of detectives was 5 high-definition surveillance cameras. He-Jian helped me install the cameras in the corridors on both the first and second floors, with an extra one placed in my room. He smiled and said we were able to have solid evidence before because of the video footage provided by Little Song. Now that the boss is reopening your store, don't forget to install such things again. I thought to myself that this person had been searching for evidence under my very nose for so long, and yet it was purely by chance that they succeeded. I couldn't help but ask, why didn't you consider giving me some cameras earlier? That way, we might have caught the guy much sooner. He Jen chuckled ruefully and said, isn't it to avoid alerting the prey? After all, those guys I dealt with before were all very cunning. Things could easily go wrong, not only failing the mission, but also risking my life. With those words, I suddenly remembered Wang Wei's mention of how hazardous he Jen's previous job was. If all the wounds on his body were work-related injuries. Sighing inwardly, I found that my last trace of dissatisfaction evaporated with he Jen's apology. I said to him, let's discuss the resignation matter outside. You must have something else on your mind besides this. After all, the case of the 29th had come to a close for me, but it was still ongoing at Shancheng branch. Previously, he Jian had been so busy that I hadn't even managed to see him twice when my sister tried to meet with him. He Jian smiled and said, indeed, I was actually planning to treat you to a meal. Come on, let's go to that shrimp restaurant in front. I've been craving it ever since I used to work around here. Afterwards, he Jian led me out and found a secluded corner outside the Red Crayfish restaurant. He ordered some non-spicy freshwater crayfish for me and didn't forget to buy takeout for Old Han and Xiao Song as well. He said, I've always wanted to come here, but I was just too busy. This is my first proper meal in 2 days that's not instant noodles. I had noticed how dark Jen's circles were under his eyes and said helplessly, so it looks like you're on vacation here after all. Isn't that? He Jen smiled bitterly, I'm starting to miss working with you, your boss. Our director is not as easy as you, so he was sending me a message to urge the progress of the case. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected that, with the case already so firmly in place, there would still be such intense internal pressure. I asked curiously, they are already caught and can't run away anymore. Why are they still rushing things? He Jen said while peeling the shrimps quickly. The person caught it, but the evidence is not enough. There is no suspicion. The 4 people he killed in front of him are not enough to rely on his confession. There are still many links of evidence to be sorted out. Recently, I am living in the bureau every day and I am busy with this matter. Sounds like a massive undertaking. I thought for a moment and asked, so, what progress have we made now? Recently, I've been investigating his financial situation, and today I came to ask you about it. He Jen finally put down the shrimp and looked at me seriously. When he sold you the house, was there anything that struck you as odd at the time? Strange? Is it that he doesn't really want you to buy this house very much? He Jen pondered his choice of words. Originally, we intended to gather evidence that Hu Wei had purchased some criminal props. However, unexpectedly, we discovered a substantial deposit in Hu Wei's account. Based on his confession, it seems that Hu Wei has always been engaged in criminal activities which have suppressed his survival instinct significantly. Given his lack of family ties, the purpose behind saving this money appears quite unusual. Wait a moment. I slowly began to grasp what Jian Hao was implying and exclaimed in shock, are you saying he originally intended to buy the 29th lot? He Jian nodded, based on the amount of money it should be closest to buying a house. Hu Wei's personal expenses are extremely low, in fact, due to his habit of often sleeping in air raid shelters. He doesn't even have a fixed residence. In other words, most of the money he earned over these years was regularly deposited. Of course, at ordinary market prices, he couldn't afford a house in Guanyin. But because of the consecutive tragic incidents on Site 29, the price kept dropping. Now, the amount in his account is almost enough to buy Site 29. I only realized later on the hesitant look on Manager Wu's face when he received me at the time. He seemed on the verge of saying something but then held back. Now it seems that Manager Wu truly doesn't want to sell the house to me. I sucked in a cold breath. He said he would warn the tenants that the 29th is a haunted house and advise them not to get close to the property, but until the price comes down, such a statement is just a warning. To me, it's something else entirely. To him, maybe he truly just wants to scare you off, as he doesn't want to keep killing either. He shook his head. That house is a symbol of his mother to Huey, so in the end, he still wanted to reclaim No. 29 and keep it under his own control. But what use is a house when the person who matters isn't there anymore? For a moment, the table fell silent. It's clear that even seasoned police officers like he find it hard to process the tragedy that befell Huey. In silence, he peeled 2 shrimp and eventually let out a sigh. To be honest, this case has been weighing on our spirits. You wouldn't believe how low-spirited our office has been these past couple of days. I even heard little Wang saying he wanted to come here for some cake to relax. How about thinking of something else, since even the deputy captain doesn't often come out to get some fresh air? I peeled a shrimp and then suddenly changed the subject. Why not talk about your marital status instead? Cough. Suddenly, who was in the middle of drinking tea, almost spit it out onto the table. He took a moment to compose himself and said, "Boss, you're still angry, right?" I gave him a playful look. "Your subordinates can't stand watching you anymore. They say you're so obsessed with work that even during your rare vacation, you have to come and meddle in my case. So, is Ghostly Fears finally scared of something? Scared to go home?" He was almost laughed to tears and cursed. "What a bunch of brats. I can't believe they are in this line of work. They spill everything they know. Looks like we won't be able to use them as undercover agents anymore. After all this time, it's always been me who's bearing the brunt. Now that I finally have a chance to turn the tables, I won't let it go." "You wanted me to vent? Then tell me the truth. Didn't you really fail to try and reconcile with your wife because you were busy investigating Case 29? This time, He-Jian was silent for a long while. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. "There's no causal relationship between these two. It's just that being the wife of a police officer isn't as easy as people imagine outside. She shouldn't have to endure this kind of life. So it's better for her to leave. It's wiser to cut losses quickly than to suffer more in the long run." The moment these words were spoken, I had a clear idea of what was going on. After all, with my ex-husband's brother and my own father serving as cautionary tales, I like to think I have a natural talent for identifying toxic men. Compared to the 2 people who showed no emotion towards my sister and mother, Hao Jian's expression didn't seem to have relaxed much when he said, "So be it." I sighed and said, "So, when you told me on the day we went to the Guanyin temple that you didn't want to drag others into your problems, did you mean that you were afraid of dragging your family's issues into it, and thus were willing to get a divorce?" He-Jian kept his eyes down without saying a word, but I thought to myself, can't make a deal with empty hands, after all. looking at the thriving tea shop called Moonlight. Tea, I asked, do you want to talk about feelings? Over some drinks. How about getting you a cup of milk tea with extra foam? Don't you like cream? I was about to get up and join the queue when Jen pulled me back. Boss, don't bother spending money on this. Cream is not my type. I was shocked. You don't like it? Damn, you are even lying to me about this. It was my ex-wife who liked it. Jen said helplessly. Her parents passed away early due to a car accident. Although she is very strong-willed, like you, she also has a sweet tooth. Before this, because she had to take care of my parents and couldn't work, I bought her an oven so she could make these treats at home to pass the time. I saw her happy eating those cream cakes a few times. So, every time he saw cream, he would think of her. My heart sank as I asked, so your parents' health is really? Jen smiled bitterly and said, I realize you're truly a mysterious person. Based on my usual habits, I would never have let you discover my personal preferences. After all, before, if I accidentally revealed too much about myself, the consequences could have been severe. Even though I've retired now, I really didn't expect to become this lax in front of others. It's not about my magic, the cake is magical. My mom said that sweet treats are a secret weapon for opening people's hearts. If one piece of cake can't solve it, then have two. I said this, but I couldn't help thinking that he would unconsciously rub his ring finger when lost in thought. If Jen's job really was as perilous as I suspected, such a lapse might well cost him his life. I asked, so you divorced because of this? Jen smiled and said, there are many reasons for that. Boss, do you remember the story about the accident that happened to me when I was a child, which I told you last time? Of course, you didn't trick me about this, right? Yes, I didn't lie to you. My father was also a police officer back then. He pursued the car that flipped over, resulting in paralysis of his lower body. Later, it turned out that the driver was under the influence of drugs. Due to running out of drug money, he impulsively decided to kidnap and sell children on the street. Fortunately, my father managed to stop him in time, and the child was rescued promptly. So, I hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to share my suspicion. Although he has already trusted me enough. Not saying might be the last protection we ordinary people can offer them. Jen said coolly, after my father became paralyzed, my mother had to quit her job to take care of him. She eventually even broke herself in the process. When I was a child, I was even angry with my father for this. Who would have thought that when it came to me getting married, I ended up just like my father, often unable to come home, dragging her down and taking care of our parents instead, and making her live in constant fear, not daring to conceive for over 6 years out of fear that the child might end up without a father. I opened my mouth but found myself unable to speak. And in the end, I decided to struggle one more time. But you did withdraw already. I was lucky to have survived, but if that hadn't happened, how could someone in our line of work easily walk away unscathed? Boss, you really don't need to try convincing me about this. After all, I nearly lost my life when I got stabbed back then and had to stay in the hospital for 2 months. The most clear thought in my mind was that I couldn't continue dragging her along after that. Jen reached back again, as if the pain from his wounds had not yet subsided. Thinking of the intersecting scars on his back, a heavy weight settled in my chest. It's no wonder he feels like working for me is a form of rest. Perhaps this really is a break for him. In the end, he just smiled at me and said, "No matter what, boss, I want to thank you for this period. It's the most relaxed undercover job I've ever had. And the cake you gave me last time, I also gave to my ex-wife. She loved it, and if there's a chance next time, I'd like to invite her to come try your store as well." After finishing the meal, he, as expected, had to rush back to the bureau to continue working overtime. On the way, I pondered this for a while and eventually decided to send a message to Wang Wei from my phone. When I reached Building 29, Captain Hao Jian carries a heavy burden, and many things will ultimately still require communication with his young team members. After dealing with all that, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Just as I stepped inside, Han Shadi came face to face with me, looking visibly disdainful while holding a trash bag ready to dispose of it. Hansha frowned and said, "Boss, we have a day off tomorrow. You should send someone over right away to check if there are any rat problems. The leftovers from the customers are everywhere, and some of the decorative flowers look messy too. Xiaosong can't clean it all up. Poor hygiene in an influencer store is a big no-no. If something like a rat king suddenly appears in front of your guests, your business might be beyond saving, even with a Taoist or a monk." Although Old Han's attitude was bad, I felt a flicker of emotion when he said that. Indeed, after the mystery of the 29th was solved, Huang Langimei's problems were no longer haunted-related, but rather the usual headaches faced by any restaurant. As a result, I finally dared to send everyone back home on days off and could even sleep in my store without worry. After a busy week, I had planned to sleep solidly until noon and ignore everyone. However, as they say, we can't always outsmart the weather, or in this case, the rodents. The pest control people arrived before 9 the following morning. Following the usual routine, the 3 guys came in to check everything out, bustling around for nearly an hour. In the end, not only did they fail to find any rats, but there wasn't even a single strand of rat hair. Reluctantly paying them for their service, I trudged back home. Only when I woke up again did I realize that it was already afternoon. The blinding summer sunlight leaked through the curtains, making it impossible for me to keep my eyes open. Instinctively, I reached for my phone, but it was this very reach that unexpectedly landed on a cold object by my bedside. Author's note: if you have any specific content or details you'd like to include in the author's note, feel free to provide them and I can incorporate those into the translation. Blind spot. Author: July 5, 2022. The last time I saw friends asking for Who Team's side stories, there indeed are some. More details about the characters and additional settings will be added in the side stories after the main story concludes. Chapter 40, Secrets in the Monitoring System. The moment I touched that cold object, my PTSD from the past 2 to 3 months 29th suddenly snapped me out of my haze. I jolted upright, only to find that the bedside table was littered with a plastic wrap I had used to package the chocolate wood sword, still clinging to dried petals from the shop's decorative roses and a half-inch long black hair. This thing. How did it end up here? I momentarily went blank, trying to recall if I had secretly eaten any of the store's inventory last night, but quickly dismissed my own suspicion. After all, Hansha had once taken a photo of me eating the chocolate once and hung it on the cash register as a warning to everyone. She also told every customer that the yellow millet Dream chocolates were of good quality and made from the boss's personal funds. This humiliation led me to think back to those days. Every time I opened the refrigerator door, and ever since then, I have never reached for any chocolate. Once again after closing hours. However, if this thing wasn't meant for me to eat, why is it here? Suddenly, I remembered that the inventory in my store had inexplicably decreased over these few days. An uncomfortable feeling akin to mice throwing a party at my bedside kept running through my mind. Without hesitation, I rushed to take a shower and immediately turned to 58. Com to find a more reliable pest control team to come to my place. On the 29th, they stumbled upon an entire kimchi factory. Although the police have now sealed off the access point, just because people can't get in doesn't mean mice can't. After Wu Wei's arrest, the wild dog that he had kept next door to guard against intruders at Downs' Hotpot restaurant was also taken away. Adding to this, with continuous rain in U River recently, no one could predict weather without natural predators. Such a damp and dark place as an air raid shelter might become home to entire litters of large rats. The more I thought about it, the more upset it made me. And then, when I realized that even though I hadn't eaten the chocolate myself, these little pests ended up getting to enjoy it, I was so frustrated that I couldn't wait for the extermination team. I just placed an online order directly for 15 sticky mouse traps instead. Anyhow, I at least have to get rid of the daredevil mouse that dares to hold a party on my bedside table today, as a warning to others. With the package still 40 minutes away, I connected to Hygien's camera that he had given me last night to confirm where mouse on the second floor was. However, before I could finish my operation, Hygien's call came through first. "Boss, are you still at the 29th floor?" Hygien walked in with his first words catching me off guard. His background was a cacophony, as if he had just stepped out of some meeting. I struggled to operate the computer with one hand. It's a store holiday today, so of course I was sleeping soundly in the store. "Boss, please hurry and get out of room 29. Hygien's voice rose immediately. "We found that Hu Wei's mother Lin Shifen's death certificate is forged." Worried that Hu Lin's death might be a reprisal from the real estate developer, they were afraid to continue using Lin Shifen's injuries as leverage in negotiations with Guanin Lane. Therefore, after receiving a substantial compensation payment during their last negotiation, the Hu family forged a death certificate for Lin Shifen. I was taken aback. "So you're saying that Lin Shifen didn't actually die after all?" "Boss, don't say any more. Just get out of that house quickly. We can't find Lin Shifen's whereabouts now, and it's very likely that there are others involved in room 29 besides you." The moment Hygien's words fell silent, my computer successfully connected to the surveillance camera in the second-floor bedroom. Thanks to its dynamic tracking feature, it even captured a screenshot of the living thing moving inside as the cover image. And just a single glance told me that the moving object in the screenshot was not me. Surely there wouldn't be a giant albino rat in this world. In an instant, my back was drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively, I wanted to turn around, but Hao Jian's voice struck me like a thunderbolt, snapping me out of my daze. "Boss, hurry and come out of the house. I'm already heading that way, and the Guanyanli police station will send someone to ensure your safety shortly. I'll be the first responder here, so keep in touch if anything happens." Hygien hung up the phone decisively after saying those words, and at that moment, the video he had previously loaded began to play slowly. This is footage from last night at 3 a.m. when the camera captured the only movement in the room. First, a pale hand silently pushed open the wardrobe. Then, a gaunt and pale figure emerged from the narrow space in an extremely eerie manner, slowly crawling towards my bedside table. This is the figure captured in Song Nan's previous video. Could she be Lin Xiaofeng? This is wax for skin, which we used to fill in any missing areas on the face. Now, some people even use it to augment their noses. However, with better techniques in recent years, more often than not, we use silicone 3D printing instead. Especially in cases like burns or car accidents, where a significant portion of the face is missing. In such instances, we can directly print and assemble a mask. This translation aims to convey the original meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. I suddenly remembered the science popularization song Nancy accidentally did previously. For severely burned victims, silicone masks are used to cover their scars. Lin Xiaofeng, who was horribly disfigured in the fire at Guanyin Temple that year, may have been wearing a silicone mask that gave her a pale, ghastly appearance. How could it have crawled out of the closet where I put my box? Or is it that she never really left in the first place? My mind went blank, and then I suddenly recalled that due to all the strange occurrences on the 29th, I shared a room with He Jian while my luggage was stored in an unoccupied room. When the police searched the house earlier, their focus was on this room. As a result, although they had carefully checked every inch of the floor, they did not individually search all our luggage. Instead, they briefly moved the bags out of the room and then returned them exactly as they were. If the person's body has become so thin that they could squeeze into my suitcase and stay inside during the day, emerging only in the evening to fetch supplies from the kitchen and use the bathroom on the first floor. Thinking about the chocolates I've been inexplicably losing these days, the scattered decorative roses and their packaging lying in the corner gave me a chill down my spine. But then, realizing that the wardrobe is now right behind me, every muscle in my body went slack, and I could only sit motionless, staring at the screen in front of me like a stone statue. The video on the computer continues to play. After stealthily emerging from the closet and climbing out, that thing actually stared straight at me from the edge of my bed. At one point, it even extended its withered branch-like fingers toward me, only to stop just a short distance away from me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, just as she used to sneak in the middle of the night to see Song Nanshi before. Now it has its sights set on me. At the end, that inhuman shadow slowly crawled out of my room. From the surveillance footage, it appears that the packaging paper was not intentionally thrown by it onto my bed, rather, it seems to have been dropped accidentally. It seems that the other party's actions weren't as meticulous as they appeared. Could it be that manager who was the reason she wasn't discovered before? Before I could figure out what was happening, there was a sudden loud knocking on the door downstairs. Someone shouted from below, "Mr. Bai. This is from the Guanyinli police station. May I ask if you are inside?" He Jian called the police for me. I snapped back to my senses as if someone had yanked me back into the world of the living. A survival instinct propelled me to jump up from my seat, completely disregarding whether the item was still in the closet. I fled like a criminal escaping from justice, desperately hoping to throw myself into the warm embrace of the police officer outside. However, I knew, given my luck, that things wouldn't Be this easy. Almost as soon as I reached the stairwell, I collided head-on with the pale ghostly figure climbing up from below. I don't know if the noise from downstairs startled it, but Ghost Shadow was in a hurry to return to my suitcase in my room. Instead, it bumped into me right at the stairway entrance. Fucking. All those strange accidents have been plaguing me for several months leading up to the 29th, I must admit that this time around I was on my own, facing a boss-level encounter alone as those ghostly figures slithered down the stairs before me. It's no wonder they might as well be described as having sudden cardiac arrest. Die already. Die already. Die already. Less than 2 meters separated me from the ghostly figure, and in the dim light, I could only make out that it was clad in dirty, tattered clothes. Its face seemed disproportionately large compared to its body, as if a huge, pale sack had been placed on its head. The sight was extremely unsettling. Mr. Bye. Are you inside? We are from Guanlinli Police Station. The knocking at the door continued, yet I found myself unable to utter a single word. The atmosphere on the entire 29th floor seemed to have frozen at that moment. I stood still on the stairs, facing off against the ghostly presence, which remained motionless as well. But if I were to move, this translation conveys the tension and stillness described in the original Chinese text, maintaining a natural and fluent tone in English. I was so nervous that my legs felt like they might cramp up, and then I heard the police and radio dialogue at the door continue. No one answered the door. We are unsure if there's any danger inside. We are preparing to call the fire department to enter directly. Hold on if there are suddenly any outsiders appearing. Now. I was suddenly startled, and right at that moment, a chilling gurgle emerged from the ghostly figure's throat. In the next second, it suddenly crawled towards me with astonishing speed. I knew it. I just knew it. I went completely blackout, but thanks to the training I had undergone, my body reacted faster than my mind. In an instant, I retreated into the room and forcefully pressed against the door. The saying goes, I don't move when the enemy doesn't move, but as soon as I make a move, it flies right into my face. That's how things go. I never imagined how quickly these creatures could climb outside. And the worst part is, I only realized at this moment that the bedroom door lock was actually broken. Fucking hell, this thing must have deliberately broken the lock for easy entry and exit. But since I've been living with Hygiene all along, I didn't even realize there was a bug until now. Without any locks, I had to prop the door shut with a bedside table and chair. Just as I was about to call Hygiene, he called me first. At that same moment, someone gave the door a heavy knock. Through the closed door, I heard a gut-wrenching scream that sounded neither human nor human, causing my blood to run cold. This thing wants to come in. As the impact continued, I had to brace myself against the obstacle. Grabbing the phone, I shouted, "Xiao He. It's right outside the door on the second floor. It's trying to break in." At Huijian's end, the air was filled with the screaming sirens of police cars, and Wen's tone immediately became tense. "Boss, the roller shutter on door 29 can only be opened by the fire department. Are you unable to go downstairs to open it now?" Another howl from outside sent shivers down my spine, and by then, it was too late to regret installing such thick roller shutters. Fucking hell, since moving into Unit 29, what's outside? This house is scarier than anything inside. Should I have kept my front door open to show those Guys outside, what kind of hell I'm dealing with inside. Just as the door seemed about to be forced open, I heard Jen instructing someone over the intercom to try and get them inside. But suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Fire broke out. Lin Sherfin was uninterested in interior decoration, and we shared this space. This translation conveys the original meaning naturally and smoothly while ensuring clarity. However, if you'd like a slightly more fluid or varied sentence structure, here's an alternative. There was a fire. Lin Sherfin wasn't keen on redecorating, and we found ourselves in the same space. This thing had already gotten close enough to touch ours and Song Nancha's beds without harming us, but when the police just knocked on the door, it suddenly went crazy. Could it be that? Wait. Don't move the police officers just yet. I shouted into the phone, if it really is Lin Sherfin, don't do anything to the house. Otherwise, she'll only get more agitated. Have your people remain quiet for now. Upon hearing this, Jen immediately repeated my words over the walkie-talkie. Soon after, the crying outside ceased and there were no more attempts to break down the door. In that case, there might still be room for communication. I gripped the phone tightly with my sweaty hand and asked Xiao He, how long will it take you to get here? At least 20 minutes. Okay, you can tell me all the clues you have first. I can't deal with ghosts, but anything involving humans. This translation maintains the conversational tone and conveys the meaning accurately while ensuring it flows naturally in English. I took a deep breath and calmed down. As the owner of a dessert shop, I always have ways to make even the pickiest customers happy. Chapter 41, The True Master. Over the phone, Jen told me the latter part of story 29, which was the truth they had just learned from the Hu family. After the fire, Lin Sherfin, severely injured en-AU key card in Hu family's negotiations with Guanyin authorities, found herself in a more advantageous position following Hu Lin's death. However, the one-sided situation shifted after Hu Lin's passing. Hu Lin's death, even if not directly orchestrated by Guanyin, seemed to serve as a warning. It warned the Hu family that dealing with tigers is an extremely dangerous business, and a momentary lapse in vigilance could result in unimaginable severe consequences. After repeatedly demanding medical expenses from Guan Yinli for 4 times, Hu Jiaming developed second thoughts. They had originally planned that if Lin Sherfin could take her own life at this point, they would be able to claim a substantial sum from Guan Yinli once and for all, thereby cutting off any further involvement and eliminating future troubles. However, surprisingly, Lin Sherfin's condition began to improve at that moment. After over half a year of treatment, Lin Sherfin's body began to show miraculous signs of recovery. As the Guanyin medical representative noticed this, an inexplicable and eerie feeling started to take root in the hearts of every Hu family member involved in the matter. Although Lin Sherfin survived, any subsequent medical treatment for her injuries would likely be an endless expense, a scenario that clearly wasn't what the real estate developer had hoped for. Surviving with severe injuries, Lin Sherfin became a walking scandal, posing a constant risk to the rapidly developing commercial district. In the new round of negotiations, the official representatives remained courteous and well-mannered. Just as everything was about to conclude, the other party suddenly asked, "I've heard that the other incidents at your home have been settled now, right?" With just these seemingly casual words, the Hu family members present found themselves breaking out in a cold sweat in an instant. Hu Chong had just transferred his son to his younger brother a few months ago, and he had been feeling rather glum ever since. Now that the other party brought it up, he felt like a deflated balloon, no longer having any confidence, but instead filled with icy water. Although Lin Shifen's encounter with the fire and Hu Lin's car accident may not seem directly related to Guang Xinli on the surface, this translation maintains the structure of the original Chinese sentence while ensuring it flows naturally. In English, if you have any specific context or additional details you'd like me to include, please let me know. Given the immense stakes involved, the other party would naturally find it easy to employ some means to deal with ordinary individuals like them without leaving any room for others to exploit. If the other party has already run out of patience and believes that Lin Shifen will continue to hold them hostage, what will happen next? Hu Chong grew more anxious the more he thought about it, but the ball was already rolling. At this point, even if they promised never to ask for money again in the future, would the other party believe them? Without realizing it, they had put themselves in a very dangerous situation. After the representative left, Hu Chong hurriedly tried to discuss it with his brother. However, his brother, who had just lost his son, only gave him a cold glance. It's too late to give up on resuscitation now. If you don't want the money anymore, are you going to support that woman after this? At this point, the predicament facing Hu Chong was crystal clear. If Lin Shifen had not died, Guan Yinli might always have the possibility of regretting their actions. In that case, they could potentially face another unexpected incident at any time. However, if you want Lin Shifen to die, one could say that Hu Chong had his first genuine regret about taking this risky card for the very first time. Only at this moment, he wished now that he had simply let his ex-wife burn to death and only asked Guanyin Temple for a sum of money from the beginning. Unfortunately, it was too late for such thoughts. Guan Yinli was watching with predatory eyes, and Lin Shifen was even close to being discharged soon. In this predicament of no easy escape, a frightening thought for the first time surfaced in Hu Chong's mind. If they could just let Lin Shifen end it all. Another week passed, and as the severely injured patient returned home, Hu Wei, who had taken on Hulin's identity, once again found himself by his mother's side. And it was only because the Hu family now had no one willing to clean up this mess that he got the chance to take care of his mother. Moreover, his biological father was plotting a scheme that Hu Wei could hardly begin to imagine. Clearly, under the circumstances of a severely burned woman with her son also having just died, it is completely understandable for her to take poison as a means of suicide. Everything is in place, leaving only the method of operation. Accompanied by one surprise after another, Hu Chong's nerves seemed to have become completely numb. Just 2 weeks after Lin Shifen returned home, he went back to his hometown to retrieve pesticides, preparing to leave them accidentally in the house. Originally, Hu Chong's plan was quite comprehensive, taking into account every aspect of practical implementation. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Even though Hu Wei had been adopted into the Hu Lin family, Lin Shifen was still his biological mother. He could not watch helplessly as she suffered even more after already being severely injured. Twice in a row, Hu Chong's attempt to pour the pesticide into his glass was thwarted by Hu Wei, who simply discarded it. When Hu Chong tried for a third time, Hu Wei stood directly in front of him. The young man's face was devoid of any warmth, as if the person before him were no longer his father. Hu Wei said, "If I were to do this again, I would report it to the police." Hu Chong's mind suddenly raced, and it was only then that he realized his son might understand everything. Hu Chong gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you trying to kill me? It was you who first tried to harm someone." Hu Wei's voice lacked any emotion as he said, "You've already harmed her to the point where she is now, and you forced me to become someone else's son just for profit. Isn't that enough? Do you still want her life?" Although Hu Wei was only 17 years old, he behaved at this moment as if he were a thoroughly mature adult, causing Hu Chong's heart to sink. In an instant, he knew that even if Hu Wei was truly his son, he would still call the police. Reluctantly, Hu Chong softened his approach. He told his son about their current predicament and tried to persuade him by arguing that Lin Xiufan's life was also painful. However, Hu Wei remained unmoved. Due to a series of dramatic changes, Hu Wei had grown so much in just a few months that Hu Chong couldn't recognize him anymore. He sneered, speaking slowly and clearly, "If you dare lay a hand on my mother, I will make sure you go to jail. After all, I'm not your son anymore, right?" As Hu Wei spoke, he held onto his old phone in his hand. Hu Chong's expression fluctuated several times before he finally slammed the door shut with a heavy thud, his face turning an ominous grey. With Hu Wei as a wildcard, Lin Xiufeng had to consider other options. No one could have predicted that the fire would not bring the Hu family together, but instead tear it apart. As a result, the father became the murderer, the mother became the victim, and the son turned into the most unforgiving person in the household. Hu Chong couldn't underestimate Hu Wei's determination. And in the end, he had to give in. They obtained fake death certificates and sent Lin Xiufen back to her hometown to hide. Clearly, a severely injured woman who could no longer speak lacked the ability to survive on her own. The Hu family wanted her to perish on her own, but Hu Wei once again stood in their way. After all, his uncle and aunt didn't exactly take a shine to him either. Having Hu Wei as their son was merely an attempt to recover some of their losses. Consequently, whether or not he accompanied them wasn't important. What mattered was that they needed someone to look after them in their old age. Once again, Hu Wei returned to his mother's side, preparing for the college entrance exam while taking care of her. He threatened his father to pay child support or he would expose him, but even with this, the money received was still meager. Hu Wei used it all to support his mother. After all, in his heart, if he had been in the house at that time, his mother would not have been burned so severely. In just 1 year, severely burned skin had given way to fresh flesh. Lin Xiufen's vocal cords were damaged from inhaling too much lethal smoke, leaving her unable to speak in full sentences. Most of the time, she was quiet and alone, huddled in a dark room like a broken puppet. What made Hu Wei particularly anguish was that his mother remained fully conscious throughout. The woman who used to smile at him and take him out for cake is now barely able to leave the house. On 2 occasions, when his mother's health became too weak, he took her to the county hospital. Even on these trips, he carefully wrapped his mother in layers of clothing, but as soon as he removed her hat to reveal the face scarred by fire, even the most seasoned doctors would pale with shock. The mother had become a terrifying presence, even though she was the one who should be most afraid. Hu Wei felt enraged, but with nowhere to direct his anger, he could only vent it at books late into the night. After transforming into Hu Lin, he became someone who needed to repeat his senior high school year for the college entrance exam. However, Hu Wei had a clear idea in mind. He absolutely had to go to university because he still had grudges to settle. Time flew, and Hui was finally accepted into a local university, ranking 2 tiers below his hometown's top institutions. On the day he received his acceptance letter, there was no one to celebrate with him except his mother. He bought a small piece of cream cake from a bakery in the county seat and placed it in front of her, marking their new beginning together. Hui had it all planned from the start. The more those people tried to take away, the more he determined to reclaim them and place them back in his mother's hands. During his 4 years of university, Hui shuttled between school and his mother. Slowly, Lin Xiufen was able to handle some simple household tasks. Though she had difficulty walking, she often moved on her hands and knees to make his mother's condition seem more like that of a normal person. Hui tried various methods, makeup, skin ointments, even pale silicone, to give her a slightly more lifelike appearance. When he returned to Guanin village again, even though everything had changed, Hui could see his mother's excitement. This was where she was born and raised, yet it was forcibly taken from her in the end. As Hui watched tears roll down his mother's scarred cheeks, the pain in his heart sliced through him like a knife. The mother has already lost too much, and he just wants to get back what she has thrown away. At first, Hui settled his mother in a cheap rental house nearby. However, on several occasions when he came home from work, he saw her staring longingly in the direction of their old home, a look of yearning that he hadn't seen in him for a while. The mother also wanted to go back. Hui felt relieved that, at least, his mother still had something she wanted, and he still had a way to fulfill her wishes. At midnight, he took his mother to see number 29. The woman made some indistinct and pleased noises in her throat, and Hui caught faint words among them. She said, "Home. Home. Indeed, the 29th should belong to the Lin family. It should be our ancestral home and shouldn't belong to anyone else." He had to send his mother back. With this in mind, Hui retrieved the key to the air raid shelter. Given that it was much larger than No. 29, there was no way it could be claimed by a new owner in a short period of time. He had ample time to carry out his plan. At night, Hui dug away without respite, and sometimes he even had his mother accompany him, just as if she knew exactly what needed to be done. Mother would simply watch quietly, much like how I used to patiently wait for her to cook when I was a child. Hui worked tirelessly to clear the secret passage before the 29th rental period ended, and finally, he was able to bring his mother back to this place. Unsurprisingly, the calm atmosphere in the quiet No. 29 house had a soothing effect on her mother that evening. They even slept in the house that night and enjoyed a good night's rest. Thus, Hui became increasingly frequent in bringing his mother to the air raid shelter, entering and exiting building 29, until the first tenant moved in. For months on end, Lin Xiufen sat in the dark shelter, staring at the entrance of the secret passage. She longed to go home, but the key was out of her hands. Once again, a strong unwillingness surged into Hui's heart. After all, why should something that originally belonged to my mother be so easily transferred now? Since none of the compensation money has actually reached my mother's hands, there is no need for us to transfer the house to anyone else. Thus, half a year after the first tenant moved into apartment 29, Hui returned to the room with his mother at night. They are the true masters here. Hui thought that nobody deserved to sleep in that room more than they did. Chapter 42, The Mother Returning Home. Is all of this what manager who told you? Hearing Jen's story at such a rapid pace, I was left speechless. He knew Lin Shifeng was staying with me and not getting proper care. Why didn't he say anything before? Why did he have to scare me like this? Jen said gravely, after we confirmed that Lin Shifeng was still alive, we contacted the Hu family. First, we found out that it was Wu Wei who had been taking care of Lin Shifeng all along. And Wu Wei wasn't willing to cooperate right away. I told him that if it would hurt you, Lin Shifeng might be killed on the spot, and only then did he agree to share this information with us. So, according to Wu Wei's original plan, Lin Shifeng and I were supposed to get along peacefully. Could he have ever imagined that his mother might be killed? The thought flashed through my mind, and Hu Wei continued. Hu Wei likely kept mum about Lin Shifeng's role in those murders to shield his mother from suspicion. We haven't found direct evidence for the first homeowner's fall. The initial autopsy suggested it was accidental. So I suspect that the first murder wasn't initiated by Hu Wei but rather occurred because he inadvertently witnessed something involving Lin Shifeng, leading to the accidental fall. I sucked in a cold breath. You said he always wanted to reclaim the house, and after the accident, the price of Unit 29 started to drop. Jen sighed. Yes, for the 3 subsequent incidents, we found relevant evidence to prove that they were indeed manager Hu's voluntary actions. It appears that he discovered during the first incident that if a death occurred, the price on the 29th would be reduced to ultimately buy the house back so his mother could live there. He had to commit crimes one after another until the price reached a level he could afford. This was actually the true reason for his killings. And his growing urgency came from Lin Shifeng's deteriorating health. He dared not wait any longer. I went momentarily blind. How can there be such idiots in this world? Their brains must be filled with whipped cream, completely smooth without a single fold. At this moment, it all falls into place. After the 4th tenant took his own life, the price of Unit 29 finally fell to a level that manager Hu could accept. However, just as things seemed to be falling into place, my colleague Dong Mingzhu from Yujiang unexpectedly informed me about Unit 29, causing manager Hu to watch helplessly as the unit was rented out to someone else once again. It's easy to imagine that by the time I bought the house, manager Hu had likely made a deal with my mother to move her back into Unit 29. And this led to Lin Shifeng's recurring issues thereafter. The commotion outside the house subsided temporarily. Taking a deep breath, I said, so, the hauntings reported on the 29th were actually the actions of 2 people. Manager Hu and Lin Shifeng. Jen acknowledged with a hum. Lin Shifeng was most likely always inside the house. This is also why Hu Wei resorted to all sorts of desperate measures, like putting hair and blood in the bathtub to try to scare you away. The risk of having a living person hiding under our noses without us noticing for an extended period is simply too great. This way of reasoning makes sense. With the refrigerator door repeatedly opened and closed, someone suddenly speaks up to grab my attention, which would explain why I got scared back upstairs. If there were 2 people in the room, Lin Shifeng was likely the one who opened the door to get some food, while Hu Wei was the one who made a sound. Back then, Hu Wei could still escort his mother through the secret passages, ensuring she had food in her stomach at No. 29. But now, Lin Shifeng has the ability to survive on her own in the house, and she would have taken food from my fridge earlier as well, but Hu Wei used to prevent her from doing so. I took a deep breath and suddenly understood everything. Why did Wu Wei break all the rules and barge in at midnight to scare me? Perhaps he just wanted one last desperate try to see if he could intimidate me into leaving and force my mother to move back into this house. At the root of it all, it was simply because there had always been one extra person living in room 29. "Boss, are you okay?" He Jian, who seemed concerned that he couldn't hear any noise from here, asked worriedly. "We're just 2 more intersections away. If there's danger, boss, you'd better go first." Now looking back, old Han's fib wasn't half bad. After a moment's thought, I calmly interrupted. "He Jian, the ghost in room 29 is indeed afraid of strangers. Just now, 2 police officers knocking on the door scared her half to death. If you guys were to saw through the door right now, I'm afraid she would go completely haywire. What do you plan to do about it, boss?" After a moment's hesitation, I don't know where my courage came from, and I grabbed the bedside table by the door. Slowly, I pulled it backward. With the bedroom door slightly ajar, I held my breath and peeked outside, only to find no ghostly apparition at the doorway. "I won't hang up the phone, I'll go downstairs right away and drop my keys under the door. Don't rush in just yet, wait for my signal." Afterwards, I took 3 deep breaths and mustered the courage to leave the room carefully. Number 29 was quiet, but I could already hear the distant sirens. He Jian and his group were already very close to me. Police in horror movies always arrive too late to save the day, and I used to laugh off such plot devices. But now that I've experienced it firsthand, I realize just how true that trope is when misfortune strikes. Even drinking cold water can seem like a bad idea. I tried to go down the stairs this time, and there was no one blocking me. With that, I smoothly tossed the keys out the door and turned around to walk into the kitchen. When I last met Manager Who not long ago, he said to me, "By the time you get 29, I promise I will at least treat it well and give it a better outcome." At the time, I found it strange that someone could have such a deep attachment to a house. But it wasn't until today that I realized what he meant might not be limited to no 29 alone. Despite knowing that his mother would be left alone here after his arrest, he still chose not to confess. This selfless protection contains a logical rationale beneath it. Perhaps Ling Xiufeng, who has managed to coexist with us for so long, actually lacks any aggressiveness. Manager Who also believes that I would treat his mother well. Be a young, you can say that. Yang Day, a term for fans obsessed with a particular character or celebrity, are not all bad guys, they don't engage in burn scars discrimination. I silently recited in my heart as I took out the cake. Base and cream meant for myself from the refrigerator. Take a deep breath, I forced myself to place the cake base on the turntable and wiped away the cold sweat from my palms. Then, I started to apply the frosting. The call with Xiao He continued, but at this moment there was no sound on the phone, neither the sirens nor any other noise. I knew that this meant they were already at the door. Hua. Inspector Ho, boss. Boss didn't leave us already, did he? I don't want to do make-up for boss if that's the case. I was halfway through applying the finishing coat when I suddenly heard a worried voice on the phone. It was Song Nan. It should be fine. He is just his courage. If there is something wrong, he would have been screaming. Another cool voice responded almost immediately, and I couldn't help rolling my eyes. I never thought things had escalated to this point, where Hansha was still attacking me personally. Hush, listen to what's happening inside. With Hygien's low murmur, the voice in my phone completely vanished, and my makeup application was also coming to its final stages. Mr. Bye, your skills are truly impressive. I had been meaning to visit your shop for a while. Now, my family is from the south and we have a sweet tooth. When I went to my mother's place later, the cake shop where she used to buy her cakes had already moved. Sure, please provide the Chinese text you would like translated, and I will translate it into natural, accurate, and fluent English for you. At this very moment, the white cake in front of me seems to be spinning, recalling some words I've heard before. A possibility suddenly flashes through my mind. Did manager who end up giving the cake to Lin Xiaofeng as well? She tried my skills, so that's why she stole from my inventory, right? The aroma of the cream wafted through the air as I poured all the remaining frosting into the piping bag and effortlessly decorated the snow-white cake surface with a layer of white roses. As the old lady from the vinegar noodle household said before, there is a particularly beautiful rose garden in front of the Lin family's ancestral home, all planted by Lin Xiaofeng. Listening for any movement here, Hygiene was puzzled and asked, "Boss, is something happening over there?" "Hold on a moment, I'll bring the guest out." I placed the cake on the plate, and while I held it steady as an old dog, my heart was screaming 1,000 times over. Even with psychological preparation, this was my first time inviting Raina to eat cake. So, what conflict could there be between the fact that I am willing to invite her to eat and my fear? Damn it, as long as you're willing to go all in. I took a deep breath and forced myself to steady my legs, then shouted loudly, "MS. Lin. MS. Lin, don't be scared. I won't hurt you. If you're hungry, just chocolate won't do. I made some cake for you, would you like to come out and try it? Think about it, it's always better to be invited for cake than for hot pot. In that case, everyone would have to stare at each other's faces for 40 minutes while dipping food in boiling soup." I comforted myself inwardly and said, "Your son. I mean, manager who is away these couple of days, so they asked me to take care of you. I may have been a bit negligent in the past few days due to the busy store schedule, but from now on, I will make sure to properly attend to you." Had I not thought there might be 20 or 30 people waiting outside, my voice would have trembled uncontrollably. Initially worried that I wouldn't be able to persuade them to come in, my concerns vanished the moment I finished speaking. The bathroom on the first floor by my left side suddenly made a sharp click and opened a small crack. "Hold on, Bayan. You can do it. 10 seconds is already amazing." I was sweating all over my back, and I squatted down with the cake in my hand, trying to induce me slowly. "Didn't you also take away some roses from my store these 2 days? I guess you like it, so I made some rose piping. Can you try it?" Who knows how much courage it took to say those words, but thankfully, this time the ghost shadow seemed to have understood what I was saying. Upon hearing my words, it actually emerged slowly from the bathroom. Over these few days, with Huwei no longer helping her, the woman's clothes were quite dirty. Her silicone mask was askew, revealing the charred and scarred neck beneath. There were also some long, slender, and glistening marks hanging from it. Tears. Was she afraid? I was taken aback, and then suddenly realized that perhaps the police breaking down the door just now had reminded her of an accidental recurrence from the past. After all, someone had once forcibly tried to get her to move out of her own home. In this matter, Lin Xiufen was merely a victim. MS. Lin. It's cool on the ground. The cake is for you, so why don't we sit down and have it? I lifted the cake to her face, hoping she would sit up. However, the woman's thin body merely shuddered, and 2 more large droplets of tears rolled down from behind the silicone mask, splattering onto the floor of the first level. Son, the fire. Run. She emitted some indistinct sounds, shivering from head to toe, and my heart sank. Some time ago, Lin Xiufen seemed to have mistaken me for Hu Wei. Her rushed approach just now might have been an attempt to protect me from the breaker of doors, as she herself was likely not in a clear state of mind. Given that, it's unlikely that she could either harm someone or even leave this room on her own. At this thought, I couldn't hesitate any longer and reached out to help her. But I could only feel that the body in my arms was alarmingly light, as if it were the severely ill mother from years ago, reduced to nothing but a skeleton from the inside out. Fire. The woman was still trembling, as if in fear. I picked her up and placed her on a chair, then hesitated before speaking into the phone. Keep it quiet inside. You can come in now. Outside, they had been waiting for me to speak. In an instant, the crisp sound of the roller shutter lock unlocking echoed, and the woman in front of me reacted like a bird startled by an arrow, instinctively trying to duck under the table. I pulled her back just in time. The bright afternoon sunlight shone through the opened roller shutter, illuminating the room as I finally got a clear view. Behind the silicone mask, Lin Xiufen's eyes, bruised and scarred, were filled with tears as she trembled and sobbed, "Son, they want to burn us. They want to burn us." "No, it's just the sun shining through, Mom. It's not a fire. With me here, no one can hurt you." I nodded slightly towards He Jian at the door. Behind him were 2 temporary medical personnel whom he had called in. Since we didn't know the condition of Lin Xiufen, they needed to administer a sedative first and take her to the hospital for further examination. "It's all right, don't worry about it." Seeing that the medical staff were still hesitating, I gently held the woman's trembling hand and, with a moment's pause, removed her mask for her. After all this talk of ghosts, I expected to see a terribly frightening face underneath. However, what I actually saw was just a face marred by wounds and filled with tears. "Have a piece of cake, there's nothing wrong." I offered her the spoon with the cream rose, but at that moment, I truly wished that the person in Lin Xiufen's eyes was my own son. "Mom, we are home." Author's note. Blind spot. Author. July 8, 2022. Although the main story is coming to an end, there will be new characters joining in tomorrow. Chapter 43, The Fourth Employee. With the conclusion of the second search and seizure operation, the era of ghost stories associated with the Yellow Rice Dream Mansion has finally come to a true end. At the hospital, the Shancheng District Bureau ultimately confirmed Lin Xiufen's identity. After a series of examinations, it was found that, apart from severe malnutrition, she also suffered from moderate Alzheimer's disease. By the end, she didn't even know that Wu Wei had been apprehended. "It seems I should step down. With me being grown, I didn't even notice it under my very nose. Back then, I would have been punished 100 times over." Jian felt extremely guilty about the other person in the house who had not been discovered. He offered to take me out for a meal at the hospital. But before I could put him on the spot, he was called away by his boss for a meeting and disappeared for almost 2 weeks thereafter. It goes without saying that the case at Guanyin No. 29, involving 4 lives, combined with the old Who family case from over a decade ago, has put immense pressure on Jian, the head of the Special Task Force. As a result, I've tried several times to inquire about the progress indirectly through Wang Wei, but her responses have always been a weeping cat emoji. It is said that deputy team leader he has already asked them to buy foldable beds in order to thank the Shancheng branch for their efforts. In this case, Bai Liu proposed to let me deliver the takeaway for the whole group. The starting point is of course good, but my sister obviously forgot that after the bombardment of reports from all parties during this period, Huang Liangming is now the top 10 internet celebrity dessert shops in Yujian. Jinping. The daily reservation quota is difficult to grab, which is comparable to the Spring Festival train tickets. Without a colleague to help, the poor chef I am is practically paralyzed by business every day. Not only do I have no time to handle the entire project, groups take out orders, but I can't even find a moment to make some sweets for myself. I might as well order from another restaurant. Clearly, it's high time we started hiring. Another half week passed and finally, all of Jian's work was done. To entertain the task force, I specially chose a non-operating day and set up some of my signature desserts on the first floor, purely as a light reception. Although the entire team was invited, only about half of the project group attended. Jian said that the others weren't unwilling to come. For example, Chen Yuan had been looking forward to the cake for 2 whole days, but he fell asleep as soon as he got home and couldn't be woken up, and it wasn't until 3 p.m. that his phone finally turned on. Do you average around 6 hours of sleep per night? Recently, I had Song Nan prepare coffee for everyone. Seeing the dark circles under He Jian's eyes were so pronounced that they seemed to be hanging by a thread, I realized my concern was perhaps unnecessary. He Jian smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, here's a cold fact: when there are cases, police officers don't calculate their sleep in hours." I sighed. So, the case is now settled. He Jian wanted to speak, but his throat was hoarse. Wang Wei, who was eating the cloud puff pastry nearby, jumped in. "Captain, he has been attending too many meetings these past couple of days. Let me explain. It's certain that this case will be submitted to the Procuratorate soon." The 3 incidents before the 29th were actually intentional murders. My heart sank. After all, regardless of the reasons behind it, 29 innocent lives were lost in the incident, a fact that cannot be changed. So he has admitted everything? Han Shao asked. He Jian nodded. Hu Wei spilled everything after we placed Lin Shifeng in the nursing home. He even apologized to you, the boss. Apology? After all, he did try to hurt you, and he didn't tell you that Lin Shifeng was still in the house. He Jian helplessly bit into a finger cookie. It was as if he was breaking the pot when it was already broken. Not to say anything, Lin Shifeng had been having medical issues for years due to being marked for death, and this time, Hu Wei couldn't even take her to see a doctor after noticing she was exhibiting mental problems. He just wanted to fulfill his mother's greatest wish and keep her in that room until the end. Song Nanshi sat beside me, listening in silence for a moment before asking, "So that lady used to come and see me often?" He Jian smiled bitterly and said, "There are 2 reasons for this. First, your room used to be Lin Shifeng's bedroom. Second, it seems that Lin Shifeng rather likes you. Hu Wei has been unmarried all these years as he took care of her. After all, Lin Shifeng is a mother, and she naturally has such needs, wanting to help her son find a suitable wife. Turns out it was like that. Song Nauncha's face turned slightly red as he whispered, "Everything else is fine, but this one really won't work. After all, I wondered. Nothing. I'll just add some coffee for them." Song Nanchi got up suspiciously to get the coffee pot. Before I could react, Hansha had already launched into a sarcastic mode towards me. "I originally thought you just had one screw loose as boss, but now it seems you have more than one. Your wooden brain really needs some drilling." I rolled my eyes, wondering if these cultivators wouldn't get struck by lightning for speaking so harshly. Just as I was about to confront him on the spot, Wang Wei sitting across from me suddenly gave me a meaningful look. Realizing that I still had important business to attend to, I immediately said, "Xiao Song, take out the cream cake from the farthest corner of the fridge. There are guests coming soon." "Are there any other guests?" Not only Hu Jian, but Hansha also stumbled for a moment. I couldn't help feeling smug. For once, they were the ones who had been fooled, and it felt like a form of revenge. And just like they had received a command, the 6 or 7 detectives sitting in the room suddenly stood up in unison. Wang Wei led the way and said, "Boss, we don't get many days off today. Can we go for a walk around Guanyanli? Are you going to be shopping in the district? Did you still feel like shopping even after patrolling?" He Jian was truly shocked. Clearly, this unreasonable demand was as outrageous as actively requesting a 996 work schedule, and even for the People's Police, it seemed like their minds had been knocked askew by a door. Wang Wei clearly had no intention of seeking his consent, and proceeded to take everyone else with her without a word. As a result, the entire yellow dream left behind was left to me and my 3 unlucky employees. "Boss, you're a promising future. Even the task force can be dispatched." Hansha was surprisingly perceptive and immediately understood the situation when he saw how things were unfolding. "Are we supposed to clean up the mess?" "Hurry up and clean up, the guests will be here anytime now." I sprang up and started tidying immediately, and before we could even finish sweeping the floor, the doorbell rang with a clear jingle. Today's most prestigious guest arrived ahead of schedule. "May I ask if Mr. Bai is here?" The person pushed open the door just as He Jian turned around. Their gazes briefly met, and immediately, He Jian realized what was happening, turning to look at me in shock. "Boss, you." This translation aims to maintain the natural flow and convey the sudden realization and reaction expressed in the original Chinese sentence. "You're in the right place, Miss Lei. I'm just hiring at the moment." I saw the person standing stiffly by the door, fearing that she would turn around and leave at any moment. I quickly pulled her in. Only after this actual meeting did I realize that Jian has quite a bit of good fortune with women. His wife, like him, has a clear and innocent face, with short hair neatly styled. It's evident that her profession was similar to Jian's, but years of hard work have left some deep traces of fatigue in the lines around her brow and eyes. Wang Wei had previously whispered to me that He Jian's ex-wife is named Lei Hong. They were classmates in university, and she used to be a technical police officer. However, due to the special nature of He Jian's work and the need to take care of his parents, she chose to step down from her position. Now, despite the separation, Lei Hong still goes to He Jian's place every weekend to do household chores and cook. As a result, in Wang Wei's eyes and those of He Jian's, Other young subordinates, their divorce has become a kind of Schrodinger's divorce. Boss, I have to say that the dumplings my sister-in-law made were really delicious. We haven't had any since they got divorced, and you must do your best for us. I can guarantee that there's no issue with their feelings. Plus, my sister-in-law was known as an outstanding student in the police academy, but due to age and other factors, she hasn't been able to secure a stable job so far. We all hope she can find a more reliable workplace. Not long ago, Wang Wei sent me a series of weeping cat emojis in La's secret group chat, specifically noting that this was the collective sentiment of everyone. They had been missing Lei Hong's dumplings for more than just a couple of days, and now their hope lay in the yellow millet dream coming true for their entire village. Come, Miss Lei, let's sit over here. I'd like to chat with you about the conditions for our current job openings. I didn't hesitate and pulled Lei Hong to sit down across from He Jian. I placed the pre-made cream cake in front of her, cleared my throat, and brought out the words I had prepared for several days beforehand. I have heard of your situation. First of all, our store is now the top internet celebrity store in the city. So, if you are willing to work in Huangliangmen, you don't have to worry about your salary. Secondly, not only 5 insurances and 1 fund, but also employees like cakes have benefits every week. We also have a relatively free working hours here. We open at 10:30 in the morning and basically finish work before 7 o'clock in the evening. If you want to stay in the store or go home, there is still a day off every week, so you can go shopping with people in Guanyin. After I finished speaking, Lei Hong still seemed a bit dazed. She looked at He Jian and then at me. So, how come President Bai? I smiled and said, 1 person for 1 spot. With a maximum capacity of 4 people, this place has been short 1 person since your ex left. After considering it, I think introducing someone through acquaintances is more reliable. After some thought, I added, you see, I've heard from certain people that his wife is quite skilled in cooking and enjoys baking as well. Compared to a new learner who would need to start from scratch, having someone with some foundation would be better, don't you think, Miss Lei? I said. By this point, Lei Hong, who had been a police officer, quickly realized that Wang Wei's introduction of her wasn't purely for official purposes. She said with a sigh, I wonder why everyone is so enthusiastic. After all, it's not easy to find such a well-tolerated position these days. Han Shaoling chimed in unexpectedly, the salary is high, the bosses are full, flexible hours, all meals and accommodation provided, plus you can go home whenever you want. Miss Lei, we really do need more staff at our store. Right. The boss is really great. Sister, don't you even consider it? Song Nanshi also looked at Lei Hong with anticipation. After a moment of deadlock, Lei Hong couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for Wang Wei and the others recommending you, your aggressive selling tactics would make me question whether I joined a pyramid scheme. As she spoke, Lei Hong took a small bite of the cake on the table. Noticing that the taste seemed familiar, she playfully glanced at He Jian. I said before bringing such a big cake home suddenly. Turns out your undercover work now has taken you to a pastry shop. Quite resourceful. Only after hearing his own name did Hao Jian get the chance to speak, his face showing clear signs of distress. So, boss, you really are determined to give us a salary increase. This translation maintains the original meaning and tone while ensuring it flows naturally in English. What do you get paid? I corrected him with righteous indignation. I am paying Miss Lei her salary. Unlike some people who can do nothing but stare, Miss Lei knows how to make cakes. Dream of Huangtang wouldn't have missed out on such talent. The mountain city, ghost fearfulness, visibly grew worried. Lei Hong, if you're going to work here. This translation maintains the natural flow and emotional tone of the original Chinese sentence. The name Ghost Fearfulness is kept in its English form as it appears to be a place name or nickname, which is typically left untranslated in such contexts. Will you stop trying to divorce me whenever you have nothing better to do if I work here instead of staying at home all day and relying on you? Lai Hong cut off He Jian mid-sentence. A woman who can handle the ghostly worry of the mountain city is undoubtedly special. In my view, Lei Hong is even more fearsome, almost doubling as a super ghostly worry. Before I could even fully consider my intentions, she glanced at her watch, and in that instant it felt like she had been on the job for half a year already. Fortunately, I was just a temporary worker anyway. I'll go to wrap up my duties this afternoon, and I should be able to come back to work by the latest by the following Tuesday. I usually don't stay at the store. I hope you, the owner, can pay me for my accommodation and meals. After all, I don't want to rely on certain people to buy groceries for me anymore. Lei Hong finished speaking with an efficiency that was nothing short of decisive, and her hands were already sending a resignation message to her employer. Across the table, He Jian finally lived up to expectations by covering his face with his hands. Helleth no fury like yours today, you bastard. I almost burst out laughing but remembered Wang Wei's one-time request, and then there's Auntie. I have something to ask about dumplings. Before I could finish speaking, my pocket began to ring loudly. Picking up the call, Bai Liu's voice was filled with excitement. Yang Zi, have you finalized your hiring arrangements? I've already secured the cooperation for the fragrance of millet dreams on this end. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. July 9, 2022. Tomorrow, the main story will conclude. Following that, there will be afterwords for all the characters. Starting with Xiao Hao. Chapter 44, The Advancing Influencer Store. After Huang Lianyi's dream successfully advanced to become a notable local influencer store, both Han Sha and Bai Liu have spoken to me about the idea of a transformation. After all, the truth about No. 29 as a haunted house has been solved. As the details of the case are made public, relying on haunted houses for marketing is obviously not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, Huang Liang has to find some other way out. For this, my colleagues Bai Liu and Han Sha and I brainstormed countless solutions. However, the haunted house known as No. 29 was a tough obstacle to overcome, no matter how much reincarnated Jining wanted to transform into future Makika, it couldn't do so overnight. After eliminating numerous options, the turning point finally came when He Jian called. As case 29 was nearing its conclusion on the 29th, He Jian informed me that Lin Xiufen had been transferred to a nursing home. Due to her unique situation and the fact that she has no close relatives left, the current expenses are now being covered by a charitable organization. They are still exploring ways to manage long-term funding. And in an instant, a fleeting notion popped into my mind. Since the tragedy on the 29th began with Lin Xiufen, it follows that the destiny of the 29th should naturally be to prevent another Lin Xiufen from occurring. After all, if no one gives them a hand, some people's Lives can be as fragile as a cake. Naturally, it was Bai Liu who handled the matter. Deng Mingzhu's presence in Yujiang has significantly expedited the progress of these matters, far exceeding my expectations. In just over a week, several charitable organizations in Yujiang have reached an agreement with my sister. These organizations will organize and engage elderly individuals who are capable of work and have clear minds to come to her store as volunteers or employees. This not only helps them reintegrate into society, but also ensures that Huangliang Yimeng will provide appropriate wages as a subsidy, thereby improving their living conditions. Before the transformation was fully implemented, Han Sha had already come up with the promotional concept for me. Public welfare influencer store. Standing on the moral high ground, I wonder what cards your dad has left to play. That night, Han Sha wore a cold smile as he looked over his business plan. If I hadn't known he was preparing for the grand opening, I would have thought he was plotting Bai Yiming's assassination instead. Han Sha realized that my father wouldn't easily give up on trying to mess with my shop. However, during this period, my father hasn't caused any trouble, and I know very well that it must be due to my sister's efforts behind the scenes. In this regard, my sister is far more ruthless and cunning than I am. She used to be the perfect little girl when putting on a good impression, but now that she has dared to confront him head-on, old man will inevitably witness my sister's tough and formidable side, the Iron Viper. In this way, he would also hesitate before his next move to ensure a comfortable old age. Thinking about this, I felt a lot more at ease. And it turned out that the 2,000+ reviews for Huangliang Yimeng were hard-earned experiences of mine while living as a guinea pig in the haunted house. Even if it were to be renovated and reopened, Huangliang Yimeng would no longer be an ignored roadside shop. Now, it has become one of the top 3 marquees in Guanyin. This renovation even resulted in Guanlin Real Estate inviting me to dinner. After all, due to the case No. 29, the shady scandal of a forced demolition over 10 years ago once again thrust Guanlin into the limelight. Han Sha, so cunning, could sense it was a feast set for a trap just by sniffing the air. Without hesitation, he went in my place and casually told me upon returning that this time around, someone had covered the renovation costs for me. In the end, I kept the original look of No. 29 intact, the red villa with its vintage interior. I also added a courtyard in front and planted roses there. After the renovation, No. 29 now has outdoor seating, doubling the maximum number of customers we can accommodate each day. Originally, with just me and Chef Song Nan to manage the pastries, it was definitely not enough, but now we have Lei Hong to help us out. Just like Xiao Song, who transitioned from a mortician to a baker, I had never heard of police officers switching careers until Lei Hong started working for me. It wasn't until then that I understood why Shanheng Ghost Avoider couldn't handle her. Lei Hong is not just my sister-in-law, she is my older brother's wife. As the saying goes, your elder brother will always be your elder brother. Brother Lei is so neat, cleansing, treats customers with thoughtfulness and drives away scalpers. He can hardly find any fault. If I want to change to He-Jian's parents, he knows that he insists on divorcing a daughter-in-law like Lei Hong. I will definitely slap this rebellious son to death on the spot. Since Lei Hong joined the team, Huangliang Yi has truly become even more formidable, like adding tigers to a cage. The new version of the menu has been fully upgraded. In addition to the original yellow talisman cake, I added a randomly printed old yellow slim cheesecake and white rose cream square. The drinks also included brown sugar dumpling latte and old Guineanly soy milk ice powder. I was determined to turn my underworld menu little by little in the direction of retro, and I have kept the original charity menu in place. Most of the proceeds go to the families of the victims on site number 29, while a small portion is used to ensure Lynn Scherfen's livelihood at the Welfare Institute. Since No. 29 is an old house with a story, it goes well with an elderly person. Someone always remembers those forgotten dreams. Finally, I printed that sentence on the carpet outside. Huang Lianyi Meng, and a week later, my sister turned it into an advertisement displayed at Guineanly Metro Station. Imagine the surge in reviews for the grist for the mill rating. Within just a few days, it shot up to over 2005. The average score also climbed from 4.6 to 4.8. With the daily turnover soaring, Old Han's expression became increasingly kind, like that of an old father. Another 2 weeks passed, and since it was a store holiday, I took the Yellow Dream team to the Luohu temple to fulfill our wishes. That evening, I met up with He Jian and Bai Liu, planning to celebrate this delayed victory feast. By early autumn, the wood hydrangeas in my courtyard were already in bloom. But it wasn't until 7:30 p.m. that the hotpot on table 29 was just beginning to boil. Yangzi, you're the only one who doesn't eat spicy food at the table. Are you going to die just because you borrow a wok set? Ba Liu clearly wasn't pleased about sitting with me on the side of the mushroom soup, but after all, this was a victory celebration. As her behind-the-scenes boss, she couldn't compete for seats with these employees who showed no discernment. In the end, she had to settle for staying with me and Song Nanshi. It's borrowed from Old Han. If you're not happy about it, you can deduct the money from his salary directly. Just the thought of half the pot being mine put me in a good mood. I even suspected that Han Sha had used the yin-yang pot specifically to make Bai Liu unhappy. So, I passed the responsibility along to him. Upon hearing this, Han Sha merely smiled and said, "Boss has been working hard lately and looks a bit thinner. I'll borrow the mother-son pot to make sure he doesn't go hungry." HMPH. Bai Liu smiled on the outside but not on the inside, as he casually took a pair of skewers to grab the hair-tailed beef that Han Sha had just put into the butter pot. "All right, from now on, you do whatever I tell you to do. If you want to flatter me, just do it all at once, enough to make it count. Is there enough food? Should I cut a bit more if necessary?" By the time Lei Hong finished slicing the last potato, she came out of the kitchen with the knife in hand. Given her brother's overpowering presence, I often felt like I was hired just to do chores and rushed to say, "Sis, you shouldn't be so busy. Come eat quickly." If Brother Ho keeps working alone like this, he might find trouble with me. Does he dare to cause you any trouble? Lei Hong glanced at He Jian with a sidelong glance, immediately making the latter break into a bitter smile. "It's not often that we get together like this. You know how it is, I might be called back to the bureau any minute. Help me boil a few meatballs for me, please. I'll go wash my hands." My brother Lei in society made Gui Jiancho obediently start helping her with hot pot. I was feeling my elder brother's courage. Mr. Song Nan, who was beside him, asked in a low voice, "Boss, do you want to eat some duck blood? I'll help you." In terms of spiciness, Song Nanshi and Bai Liu could be considered equally skilled. However, for some reason, it seemed that Song Nanshi was quite satisfied with her current seat, looking at me with sparkling eyes. This fresh duck blood is mine. You can tell from the color that it's very tender. In the mortuary, this kind of color would only be seen in those who had just arrived. In this case, the 3 dots are already commonly used and understood as a placeholder for omitted content or an intentional pause in speech or writing. If you need to add some context or explanation, you might consider something like, or if you want to elaborate on why there's a pause or omission. For instance, she paused, contemplating her next words. He shook his head, thinking deeply about the question. But typically, 3 dots are sufficient and effective in most contexts. To be frank, what has remained unchanged in the No. 29 compound for ages is Song Nan's proficiency in language. Fortunately, I've grown accustomed to it. Hansha was right when he said that to some extent. Song Nanshi is actually a lot like me. While I was overly protected by my sister since childhood, Song Nanshi never had the chance to experience the outside world at all. After Huangliang Meng reopened, I tentatively suggested to Song Nanshi whether she would like to invite her parents for a visit to Seat 29. By allowing them to see the place directly, they might feel more at ease and put their minds at rest. However, Song Nan only hesitated. I've already talked to them about the store. My parents are no longer as opposed now, and they'll come around eventually. Anyway, if that day ever comes, I'm definitely going to treat my parents to the best food and drinks possible. After all, a hard-working and talented beauty like Song Nanshi as a student is not easy to come by. Now that she has finally mastered the skill, I can't let her go so easily. With the hot pot boiling once again, Lei Hong joined the table. Technically, they were supposed to have a drink, but since He Jian had to head back to the bureau soon, everyone's glasses were now filled only with soy milk. I raised my glass. This place being run so flamboyantly could be said to be everyone's responsibility here, but I smiled and said, thanks to everyone's hard work, I was able to have this dream come true. As a man of integrity, I'm using this meal today to express my gratitude. With that said, Hansha sneered and the cup came crashing into hers. Out of 7 stores, only 3 remain, and yet you still have the conscience. If Bai Yiming knew about you as his son, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Now that you're an advisor, if he ends up losing his 8th store, I'll come after you for it. Upon hearing this, Bai Liu merely cast him a cool glance and clinked glasses with me. I'll oversee the work. I'll take care of it and do a good job for the boss, Song Nanshi said softly. Someone apparently tricked their boss pretty badly. In the past, Lei Hong clinked her glass with mine and gave He Jian a sidelong glance. Even though we are divorced, I still have to pay off his debts. Trust me, He Jian said with a sigh as he finally picked up his cup. Besides, don't you think this case is already closed? After finishing the first round, it was supposed to be time for the silent scramble for food. However, after some consideration, I decided to bring up my major upcoming plan instead. I'd cleared my throat. Actually, given Huangliang Adriam's current momentum, I think we could consider opening a franchise within the next year. As soon as I finished speaking, Hansha raised his eyebrows and was about to argue back. But I had no intention of giving him that chance. I actually considered this branch during the last restructuring. After all, since we partnered with the nursing home, Other charitable organizations have approached us as well. One of them is the Yujiang Rare Disease Care Association. Surely enough, Hansha fell silent instantly, even looking at me with a touch of shock. Bai Liu, on the other hand, saw through my excuse immediately and looked helpless. Did they approach you, or did you approach them? Little brat, your ambition for setting up an influencer store isn't small. Do you really think you can handle all this? After all, if this were her shop, she would certainly have made the same choice. In the misty steam of the hot pot, I once again remembered my mother's smiling face. For me, cakes have always been a bond between my mom and me. Even if forgotten, overlooked, or undervalued. No matter how insignificant or weak their presence, maybe they can find those who care about them on the other end of the bond. By the end, I was almost moved to tears. I had planned to continue with my grand speeches. But at that moment, Bai Liu interrupted me on her phone. Yangzi, how much money do you have now to rent a really nice apartment? I was taken aback. I hadn't expected her to be so efficient. Sis, I didn't say I needed it that fast. Business opportunities don't wait for anyone. Hansha, invigorated as if given a shot of adrenaline, instantly switched into a business advisor mode. Do you have any commercial properties available? Yes. Bai Liu turned to me, and for some reason, my long-dormant arch-nemesis detection radar went off on her face. To be honest, my sister always hits the nail on the head. Yangzi, I've got this pretty affordable place, but this translation maintains the casual and somewhat hesitant tone of the original Chinese sentence. The ellipsis at the end suggests that more information or a reason for hesitation might follow. Bai Liu pondered for a moment. How many people have you lost this time? Here is the English translation. Main text. Completed. Extra Chapter 1, White Buttercream 1. The autumn in Yujiang is often rainy, and it rained for a whole week, leaving a damp scent hanging over the entire city. When He Jianqiu drove into Leshan Martyrs Cemetery, it was raining heavily. The vast parking lot was deserted, with no signs of other people. When they appeared on site, they typically wore police raincoats, which is why He Jianqiu didn't realize he had forgotten his umbrella until he was about to get out of the vehicle. He had to run quickly into the guardhouse and borrow one from the caretaker. Team leader, next time let your wife prepare an umbrella for you in the car. We do get a lot of rain here. The caretaker knew him well and, in addition to the umbrella, gave him a bottle of erguitu as I pour for him as you suggested. This bottle is nearly empty. Captain, you can take the whole bottle. Okay. He Jian hesitated for a moment but still didn't tell the custodian that he was divorced. He held his umbrella and walked slowly up the greyish-white path, not forgetting to glance at WeChat along the way. He had an appointment with Bai Yang at 4 in the afternoon, and he had taken a full day off, so he still had time. He Jian quickened his pace by 2 steps and soon found an unremarkable square tombstone among the numerous grey-white gravestones. Just as the custodian had said, there was a small white porcelain wine cup placed in front of the tombstone, now filled with rainwater. As anti-drug police officers, their photos are rarely featured in the media. It is only in places like martyrs' cemeteries where the images of these fallen comrades stand out vividly on the white marble. Time has flown, and it's already been 10 years since He Jianqiu joined the police force. He transferred from drug enforcement to criminal investigation just over a year and a half ago, and everything still feels like it happened yesterday. I agreed to leave together and go back to China to drink and eat crayfish. As a result, you are fine. I went to be a god early and I have no crayfish to eat. He Jinshu reached out to pat the damp tombstone. He recalled that his junior had only been 24 when he passed away, which was about the age most people were just starting their careers back in China. That year, He Jinshu, operating under the alias He Jian, and his apprentice, using the pseudonym Shin, embedded themselves within a local drug trafficking syndicate in Phnom Penh, working from both inside and outside the organization. They provided advance intelligence to the Joint Task Force about the location of the upcoming drug transaction. Similarly, like countless other police martyrs who have fallen silently along the front lines of anti-drug efforts, Asin ultimately failed to return from Phnom Penh. In the final task, he chose to expose himself to protect his colleagues. Ultimately, He Jinshu watched helplessly as he was drowned in a narrow fish tank. Much later, when he had risen to become the deputy head of the Criminal Investigation Unit in Shan City branch, the fishbowl still occasionally appeared in He Jinshu's dreams. Shin was staring at him with wide eyes from within the water, his mouth moving as if asking He Jinshu to take him home. More than once, He Jinshu dreamed of rushing headlong into the fray. And when the shots rang out, he awoke, half asleep and half awake, feeling as if a part of him had died with his disciple in a foreign land. Because of his cherubic face, He Jinshu had repeatedly played the role of a wayward youth in the past decade. However, upon returning from Phnom Penh, he never used the pseudonym He Jian again. Until this time, he carried out a minor infiltration mission in his jurisdiction. That year, shouldn't your birthday have been coming up soon? I remember little sister mentioning to me that your birthday is in the fall when the maple leaves turn red. She also said she wanted to wait for you and celebrate by eating cake with you. He Jinshu then took out a neatly cut slice of cream cake from his bag. The cake was adorned only with layers of pristine white cream, devoid of any elaborate decorations. Decades in drug enforcement have exposed He Jinshu to countless corrupt individuals and events. Yet, the few lives as pure as unspoiled cream are often the first to wither away in the darkness. Of course it has to be a white cake. What were you thinking? Standing in front of the gravestone, He Jinshu couldn't help but think back to a few days ago when Bai Yang had called him with a tone of frustration. Although we bakers are all color dog lovers, naturally fond of anything flashy and fancy, there's still this pursuit. The purer something is, the more fitting it is for a pure cake. Just cream, nothing else. The image of his boss's face, which always took on an air of importance whenever dessert was mentioned, made He Jinshu burst out laughing. Before meeting the magical dessert shop owner, he never imagined that a cake could have so many intricate details. But after listening to his explanation and stepping into the bakery with that purpose in mind, he ended up choosing this very cake for his beloved's birthday. Pure white cream cake. I recently made a new friend who said that clean cakes go to clean people. Happy birthday, Asin. In the rain, He Jinshu sang a birthday song for his old friend and placed a cake at the grave. Soon, droplets of rain began to fall on the cake, melting the frosting bit by bit, as if someone had licked off a corner. This rain came and went quickly. When we descended the mountain, the rain had stopped. He Jinshu returned to return the umbrella. The custodian couldn't help feeling curious and asked, "Captain He, why did you suddenly find time to come today?" Didn't you used to be very busy before? Jincho smiled and said, I'm calling in sick today. There's something at home and I want to let him know. Anything up? Major life matters. Jincho didn't say much more. Seeing that Bai Yan had sent several urgent WeChat messages in quick succession, he hurriedly got into a car and headed back towards the city center. Clearly, the challenges that destiny presents to each of us are different. Though vice team leader he of the Yishan platoon was known as someone so formidable that even ghosts would fear him and had taken a medical leave due to work-related injuries at a young age, his work attitude and ability were beyond reproach. There were rare instances when even this ghost repeller would worry about personal matters. After the rain, the weather was unusually crisp and clear over the Wujian River. It was a rare autumnal high that seldom graced this area. With his paycheck still warm in his account, Jincho sped toward Fortune City. However, today, Captain he already had plans for how to spend it all. The salesperson at the counter, judging from his appearance, assumed that Jincho was a newly employed person and recommended several relatively affordable wedding bands. However, to his surprise, Jincho waved his hand with a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm getting remarried here. Don't make it too embarrassing. I want at least to have a fighting chance. At the very least, I can't start off at a disadvantage, right? You've gotten back together. The salesperson's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't hide the amazement at how young people these days spent their money. After sizing up Jincho from head to toe a few times, she finally produced several dazzlingly eye-catching styles. If it's for getting back together, these are some of the styles that were personally selected by some ladies before. Now they have 3 children already after buying them. Having a baby isn't my responsibility, so let her do what she wants. Now I just pray she nods in agreement. Jincho stared at the pile of engagement rings in front of him, a look of severe headache on his face, and found himself at a loss for action. To say that Uncle Jircho, with his experience patrolling the mountain city's lawless areas for half his life, had seen it all, braving wind and rain, having a nose as sharp as a dog's, sometimes able to nab drug dealers just by their scent, is true. However, when it comes to identifying rings, Uncle Jircho's knowledge base probably doesn't surpass that of his underlings who handle such tasks on the ground. After all, it was Lei Hong who bought the ring and proposed for the last wedding. Thinking about it seriously, Shancheng Ghost scared felt that this time around, he should actually be considered getting married for the first time. Do you have any that are suitable? The price of the ring isn't exactly pocket-friendly, and the salesperson's attitude has become increasingly enthusiastic. You look so handsome. I bet your wife is equally beautiful. Since this is a renewal of your vows, why don't you tell me about the style of your previous wedding ring? I can help you recommend something similar but even better. Previously. Jincho hesitated for a moment. He had actually considered referencing the previous wedding ring, but no matter how you look at it, Lei Hong's engagement ring before seemed more like 2 keychains than a ring. Back then, Lei Hong said exactly, you've already agreed to my proposal, how can you not get married? Anyway, our salaries aren't high right now, so we might as well save some money for the future. We need it for basic necessities like food, water, cooking oil, and contraceptives, things that are way more important than this. Then they wore those keychains for 10 years. Seeing that he was silent, the salesperson changed his approach. Or perhaps you could tell me how you met her, her personality and interests. I can certainly use this information to provide some references for you. After all, with so many previous customers who have bought rings, there must be someone whose tastes are similar to your wife's. How did you meet each other? What about their personalities and hobbies? Jinchyo vaguely felt that this line of questioning was familiar, but he didn't have much time left. In order to hurry and get to Huangliangamag 4. By Yang's major plan, he had to make a decision right away. So, the ghost scared of the mountain city thought carefully and then said seriously, to put it this way, when I first met my wife, I called her Big Brother. Extra Chapter 1, White Buttercream 2. Back in school days, it was almost natural and inevitable that Jinchyo and Lei Hong would develop a connection. After all, at the time, they were the two youngest in the class, looking like high school students at first glance. Even their counselor couldn't help making a joke, saying that with such baby faces, they might struggle to detain suspects even if they had the authority to do so. After this comment reached Lei Hong's ears, her response was to repeatedly throw her baby-faced partner onto the mat 20 times in their combat training session, until the other person could no longer get back up. As the sole recipient of beatings at the time, Jinchyo's memories of that first encounter were not of his own suffering, but of the sweat beads rolling down Lei Hong's face as she threw him around. For some reason, she seemed almost to glow in the sun, never tanning no matter how much time she spent under it. At the end of class, Lei Hong pulled him up from the mat. Jiachio was disoriented and couldn't find his way around, but he still remembered what he needed to do. Classmate. He grabbed Lei Hong and quickly realized that the one who had roughly grabbed his arm was actually quite slender. How could it hurt you? Lei Hong turned her head, making a grand gesture, as if someone important were speaking. In an instant, her eyes shone brighter, like a cat's pupils sharpening in the sunlight. Jiachio immediately understood that even with her baby-faced appearance, Lei Hong could still intimidate people. Jinchyo smiled slightly and made an effort not to show how sore his back was. Sorry, but can I add you on QQ? That afternoon, there was a man named Lei Jian. Jinchyo's QQ friend. This was not even the nickname he gave to the other party, but Lei Hong's original online name was Lei Jie. Though Lei Hong had a delicate, doll-like face, her temper was as fierce as the performance she showed in her self-defense classes. It would be more accurate to call her a giant Gundam with a doll's face rather than a pretty girl. Jiankyu originally thought that this might prevent many from daring to be his rivals for her affections. However, what he never expected was that there were so many people who didn't fear being beaten to death. During morning exercises, Lei Hong never lacked for someone to pass her a water bottle, and during meals, she always had a seat opposite her, though the person varied day by day, with both men and women taking turns. It wasn't until much later that Jinchyo learned that Lei Hong's parents had passed away in a car accident during her high school years, and she had taken 2 years off to handle the funeral arrangements. This not only made her older than everyone else in the class but also gave her exceptional skills in casually taking care of people. As a result, she had an incredibly good reputation, with seniors from the upper year occasionally calling her brother Lei when they ran into her within the department. To secure a seat opposite Lei Hong, Jinchyo stood in line for nearly 2 weeks. And when he finally got the chance, he Jinsho naturally wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. After all, just like Lei Hong, the other youthful-looking character is not actually youthful in personality either. He Jinsho, who had never been one to dilly-dally since he was young, didn't want to go through all these formalities. After sitting down, he directly transferred the few pieces of red braised pork from his bowl into Lei Hong's plate. Smiling at her suspicious gaze, he Jinsho said, "If you eat too much and get full, I can take you for a walk around the playground later. If you feel hot, I can help fan you." With his charming baby face, he successfully outmaneuvered 90% of his rivals. That noon, he Jinsho finally had the chance to get a close look at the sparkling sweat on Lei Hong's forehead. The young lady in her first year of college hadn't yet learned to apply makeup, but Jinsho he actually felt that Lei Hong didn't need it either. On the third day, with the intense sun exposure, he Jinsho bought some cold drinks. After Lei Hong took a sip, he Jinsho asked, "Lei, brother, is it good?" Upon hearing this, Lei Hong raised her eyebrows in a spirited manner, and her eyes transformed into those of a cat. She stared at him under the sun, gently offering the ordinary green bean popsicle to his mouth and tauntingly grinning at him. "Would you like to try it?" "Of course, you should try it." How could he Jinsho let this opportunity slip through his fingers, and moreover, he wanted to go even further. That noon, he Jinsho was not content with just trying an ice lolly before his afternoon classes. He also picked up another girlfriend. Yes, it was him who bought the popsicle, initiated the challenge, and pressed his advances. However, it was Lei Hong who made the ultimate confession. In the end, after they had tasted the ice crystals on each other's lips, Lei Hong did not blush or shy away, she simply stared at him. "Do you want to pursue me?" "Want? Are you serious about following me?" "Confirmed." "Regret nothing?" "Of course, I don't regret it." Like a real police officer, Lei Hong interrogated him thoroughly. Finally, her sharp eyebrows relaxed into a gentler curve. She said, "Okay, forget it then. I do like you too, or why would I agree to take a walk around the playground on a 37-degree day just because you asked? If you want, we can be boyfriends and then we could eat lunch together every noon." Thus, the two baby-faced freshmen inevitably found themselves drawn to each other during their first semester of university. And from then on, he Jinsho's nickname, Leader Brother, rolled off the tongue even more easily. There was simply no reason for it. Often, despite already considering himself rather fearless, it was clear that Lei Ji's reputation wasn't earned in vain. After the two fell in love, not only did they climb over the wall and go out to eat kebabs, but they were even more familiar with him when they were spending the night. That summer, they clung to each other drenched in sweat in a small and without air conditioning. Heat racing through his blood, he Jinsho impulsively said he wanted to get married after graduation, only to be slapped playfully by Lei Hong. She said, "Men aren't reliable with words at times like these. If you really want to go through with it, I'll make sure to confirm it with you 3 times when the time comes." "Sir?" A shout from the salesperson finally pulled he Jinsho's wandering thoughts back. His gaze returned to the dazzling ring in his hand. He remembered that just 2 minutes ago, he had stared at the sparkling diamond on it and suddenly found it resembled Lei Hong's eyes shining under the summer sun that year. Only after they became a couple did Lei Hong tell him that her habit of confirming everything 3 times stemmed from the fact that she had personally seen her parents off, and from then on, there were no more passers-by in her life. She would always triple-check everyone who entered, and then hold them tightly. And those bright eyes were the only thing she could give to her young lover that summer. Got it. This time, Gencio didn't even bother to check the price tag on the ring. Today, he was determined to spend all his salary from last month, and he knew deep down that it wouldn't be enough compared to Lei Hong's decade of efforts behind him. This salary is at most enough to cover the interest. And not even that. Then, Ghost Warrior sped back home like a bolt of lightning. Today was Lei Hong's day off from Huangliang's restaurant. According to the routine, he should have been going home to cook for his parents. However, due to some unreasonable requests made by Yang, Lei Hong wasn't at home at this time but was instead on his way to the market to buy dough and meat filling for dumplings. As soon as Gencio got home, his parents were visibly surprised, with their faces full of astonishment. His father seemed so eager to demonstrate a medical miracle right there, he practically leaped out of his wheelchair to give him a whack. "What brings you back?" The old policeman glared at his own son with a stern expression. "We managed to keep Lei Hong from coming back, but why are you still dilly-dallying around? Where's the ring?" "The ring is already bought, and I'll get something else to make sure I feel secure about it." Gencio didn't waste any time and dashed straight into the bedroom, pulling out a crumpled envelope from the wardrobe and emptying its contents. Soon, an unremarkable ring rolled into his palm, resembling a dull iron keychain. "It's the one." Gencio slipped the ring onto his left ring finger, as if he were doing it for the 100th time. It was unclear whether it was just his imagination, but in this instant, he seemed to feel that his finger had finally become whole again. Finally, he no longer found himself compulsively touching it every moment. There were a few other documents in the envelope, which Gencio stuffed into his pocket. He then put on the Buddhist beads his boss had given him. "Brat, do you really have any grasp on this?" Approaching the door, Huifu pulled him back with concern. "She has been working hard for us all these years. At the very least, you should take her to a high-end restaurant." "It's hard to say whether it's high-end or not. But with Mr. Boss saying that Huangliang men could turn a haunted house into an internet celebrity store, getting remarried shouldn't be much of an issue." "Don't worry so much, Dad. The place we chose has great feng shui." After giving it some thought, Shanheng Ghost Scared added one more decisive sentence before leaving. "If we can't make it today, let's head to the Civil Affairs office first thing tomorrow morning to get our marriage certificate." Extra Chapter 1, White Buttercream 3. Gencio found White Boss from the Pillow Talk to be an incredibly mysterious person. He went straight to the front lines of drug enforcement right after graduation and worked there for nearly a decade. During those years, he met countless people, some good, some bad, but most of them lived rather inauthentically. Since drug dealers, who had initially turned to drugs only to treat their mother's illness, killed his colleague by drowning him in a fish tank, they sent money home the very next step. Later, during a mission in Guangzhou, he ran into an informant he had known before. This person, who had once saved his life, stabbed him in the back when they met again, leaving him hospitalized for 2 months and nearly costing him his life. In Deputy Team Leader his eyes, most people in the mountain city couldn't be as spotlessly pure as a lump of butter. Even after retiring, his long-standing habit of constant vigilance left him with little trust in life. This is also why he earned the nickname Ghost Scare. In the Mountain City, colleagues often praised his sharp nose, but none knew that he was tossing and turning in nightmares, day and night. Jinchyo had once felt that he couldn't return to a normal life until this vacation arrived. Before joining the Lianguang Dream mission, he never expected that this seemingly risk-free infiltration task would end in such a manner. And he never expected to encounter someone as pure and naive as a sin in reality, getting himself thoroughly deceived only to end up helping those scammers with tasks that had nothing to do with him. When Jinchyo came to his senses, he was already standing in front of Yellow Dream Lane, gripping a small box that had just arrived in his sweaty hand. "You're really moving at a snail's pace. Are we just wandering through the market?" Bai Yang rushed out of the house in an apron. The little boss with a gentle face even had cream on his face and pulled him into the house. "I'll rub it for a while and haven't waited for the face to wipe my face. Your wife has returned from buying vegetables. You don't know how easy Brother Lei is to work. Do you still want to remarry your wife?" Jinchyo was reluctantly dragged into room 29, only to find that the room's layout had been completely transformed. Song Nanshi was busily arranging white roses in an antique vase on the desk, while Han Sha, who had been engrossed in his accounts, looked up and recited a number. 364. Han Sha was ruthless, considering all the setup costs and cake preparation. "If you're one of us, I won't charge you for labor fees. Technically speaking, since we've given up our vacation to help you, this should count as overtime." Jinchyo found himself in a bind. After all, he had just spent his salary for 1.5 months in one go. Compared to that, these 300+ yuan were barely enough to fill a tooth gap. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Brother Lei may be on his way back." Bae was in such a rush that she grabbed the small box from his hand. Upon opening it, the large diamond ring inside made her eyes slightly dizzy. She exclaimed, "Captain are you sure about using such a big diamond? This is supposed to be hidden in the cake. What if it gets stuck in someone's throat later on? Is it easier for me to swallow if I use the smaller one?" Jinchyo, being a police officer, had some basic logical thinking skills. Still, he sighed and said, "To be honest, boss, you've made it too obvious. Lei Hong used to work in technical investigation. She'd have figured it out just by looking. Is that considered enjoyable or not? Have you ever been married?" Bae Yang didn't give him a chance to argue. Without any further ado, she disinfected the ring and placed it in the frosting, her technique growing increasingly rough. "You finally managed to back off. Since you're determined to chase after Brother Lei, this time, of course you have to use all your thunderous might. If not for considering how old you are, how thin-skinned, and how much of a civil servant you are, I would have had you kneel by the river and beg for forgiveness right away. If I were to have a son with Lei Hong, I reckon you wouldn't care as much about it as you do now." The Mountain City's Ghost Scourge has a headache. Though he had taken the day off from the bureau, despite the fact that the captain said he won't be coming to work for the next half week, and that his position in the team is already gone. Though he did indeed want to marry Lei Hong back. However, in this situation, Bai Yang seemed to think that Lei Hong would definitely agree. But he knew the person's temperamental nature. The reason for triple-checking everything is to ensure that there's no chance for either party to regret it later. just like during their first declaration of love. Lei Hong asked him 3 times when they got married, and 3 more times at the time of their divorce. Lei Hong was never one to hold back on this matter. So she asked each time, "Are you sure?" The final nods were all from He Jianqiu himself. Thinking of this, Ghost worried sighed and said to the boss, I think you really need to prepare psychologically for this. Lei Hong might not necessarily change right away. Fuck, don't say such depressing words. Are you getting remarried or I am? At this, by boss, who was in the middle of frosting a cake, abruptly lifted his head and glared at him. Angrily, I gave up my day off today to gather all the employees back here to set up for your party. If you can't find my big brother by now, whether or not you're known as the ghost terror of Shanheng, I'll make sure you end up with your head buried in a cake, making your nostrils inhale nothing but cream. The headache in the mountain city's ghost afraid worry worsened instantly. He hadn't encountered someone like Bai Yang in too long. She had even threatened to bite him after he had convinced her. Yet, he ended up worrying about others' domestic affairs with a devotion that rivaled his own father's. Even the police dogs in the station would remember and resent this person more than he does. I said, "Boss." Jianqiu he had initially intended to give Bai Yan another preventive injection, but instead found Song Nan rushing into the kitchen and frantically knocking on the glass door. "Boss. She's back. Lei's sister has already arrived at the front intersection. I saw her. Fuck, brother Lei is too fast. I even deliberately ordered 3 different types of dumplings." Now that Bai Yang had no time for idle chatter, she kicked He Jianqiu out of the kitchen and activated her furious piping mode at 8 times the speed. "Get Ray restrained quickly. Don't let her in. And most importantly, don't let her notice." Indeed, among the many high-difficulty tasks that Mountain City Ghost Fearsome has taken on in their lifetime, there were also those solely aimed at buying time. Even with 2 armed enforcers standing behind him, He Jianqiu was not as tense as he was now. As a former technical detective, Lei Hong's vision was so sharp that she could spot an unfinished piece of paper in a pile of ashes. She saw him standing there at a distance, looking lost and uncertain, and approached with caution, glancing around, setting up surveillance. Is someone being arrested? Is there a case in Guanin Lane? Isn't that so? He Jianqiu thought to himself, now that the person he wanted to apprehend was right in front of him. He wished he could just take her directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, the cruel reality is that while Lei Hong should not be able to defeat him now if he dares to do so, Lei Hong is very likely to call the police and have them arrest him as a deputy chief detective. Just thinking about Lei Hong turning her back on him, Mountain City Ghost Scared truly couldn't help but feel worried. So, he could only fake a smile and say, "I've been pretty busy lately and the team gave me some time off. I miss working here, so I came by to take a walk and catch up with the boss. So you're just hanging around?" Hearing this, Lei Hong's gaze suspiciously swept over his face. This was clearly a flimsy excuse, He Jianqiu found himself reflecting for the first time whether he had become too workaholic that his ex-wife wouldn't buy into such a ridiculous story about him going out to idle around. "Why are you wearing that?" Suddenly, Lei Hong grabbed his left hand, fixing her gaze on the ring on it that had lost its luster. Her stare was sharp, like that of an investigator who had found a cigarette butt at a crime scene. He Jianqiu fell silent for a moment. By his usual vigilance, he should have removed the protective ring when Bai Yun kicked him out, to prevent Lei Hong from discovering their intentions. So, no. 29 Guanyanli is truly a place with some metaphysical undertones. Every time he comes here, his professional standards tend to fly out the window. It's like an infernal house where things go haywire. He Jinqiu inwardly groaned while Lei Hong's gaze shifted between his face and the ring. As he captain's internal alarm bells rang loudly. A hint of disappointment flashed in the woman's cat-like eyes. Lei Hong sighed. So, Captain How, what if I say I don't want to agree? Extra Chapter 1, White Cream Cheese 4. Half of. Captain, his heart turned to ice before he could even open his mouth. I haven't even spoken yet. Lei Hong sneered. What you have to say is already written all over your face. Why don't you just tell them to save themselves the trouble and stop fussing about it? In the end, they might end up making a spectacle of you. She seemed reluctant to talk much with her ex-husband and tried to sidestep him, but before she could get far, someone grabbed her arm with such force that it nearly caused the dumpling wrapper in Lei Hong's hand to slip. How come? Do you want to try a harder approach? Lei Hong raised an eyebrow and he Jinqiu recognized that expression as a sign that whatever came next wouldn't end well. But they have already divorced. Can things get any worse? Wu Dianchu, who used to be known as Demon's Fret, no longer seemed worried. He took out his authoritative demeanor from work and began with a forceful apology. Lei Hong, it was wrong of me to act on my own before. But after being married for so long, we don't have any issues with our feelings, you know. Isn't this still a matter of not taking my words to heart? Lei Hong sneered. I've told you 800 times that I resigned voluntarily and don't care about the kids. You didn't listen. After you got hurt, when I said there was no need to get divorced, you still didn't listen. You're so focused on feeling guilty for me. Captain He, does it really mean nothing to you what I say? Why do you still want to marry me? She wanted to shake off the hand on her arm, but the other person's 5 fingers were like iron claws. Lei Hong couldn't help laughing and said, let go of me. You know my temper if you want to be serious. Brother Lei, when I was performing those tasks abroad, I felt that I couldn't hold on for several times. Every time I thought about it, you were still waiting for me at home before you could force myself to continue. Suddenly, Captain He spoke softly. He had never said these things before because every time he went through the process, it was too painful for him to bring them home to his partner who shared his bed. Lei Hong watched him in silence and the tension in her arm continued. This prompted the man before her to continue speaking. The last time I got injured, I remember thinking that after this is over, I'm going to quit this job and apply for a transfer to logistics. We'll have a child, get a small shop near our home, and you can come pick me up when I finish work. This is certainly hard to tell, Lei Hong said indifferently. After taking care of certain people for 2 months, the result was just a single phrase, let's get a divorce. If someone didn't know better, they might think I was just a free babysitter who had run out of novelty. As before, Lei Hong spoke without hesitation or tact, like a knife straight to the heart. Shandong ghostly frightener could not help wincing and closing his eyes, seeing his wife's haggard figure by the hospital bed. Behind him, someone told him that during those few days in the ICU, Lei Hong cried almost every day, tears he hadn't seen in his wife's eyes even after 10 years of marriage. He Jinqiu really didn't want his wife to become like His mother, constantly worried and fearful, eventually deteriorating physically as well. It's better to set her free than to turn her into someone else. I just hope you find greater happiness. Captain, he delivered the truth dryly. It's my first marriage, and I don't have much experience. So, could you forgive me this time? Under the slanting sun, He Jinchyo felt that he was on the verge of kneeling to beg for Lei Hong's favor. However, after a moment's wait, the woman merely looked at him expressionlessly. Oh, but I still don't want to agree to it. Lei Hong spoke without any emotion. Then what? A pain far more unbearable than a knife wound caused Captain He to furrow his brow. He whispered, Ray, are you really never going to care about me again? Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Lei Hong pulled her arm back and said, I don't think you need me around to survive. She walked towards apartment 29 with her vegetables, leaving He Jinchyo standing there. Unconsciously, he clenched his fist, but suddenly felt the keychain pressing painfully between his two fingers. During the divorce, it was Lei Hong who didn't take back the ring and left it with him. Grinding his teeth, He Jinchyo eventually hurried after them. However, the atmosphere in Yellow Dream Hall was so awkward that it almost suffocated anyone inside. The room was already filled with roses, making it no longer a matter of exposed intentions like Sima Zhao's heart, with Song Nanshi holding the firecrackers in a clearly nonchalant manner and Bai Yang carrying an enormous cake. Captain He had a momentary regret over agreeing to Bai Yang's damn remarriage plan. Lei Hong gave him a sidelong glance and said coolly, why not just hang a banner and announce it, celebrating Big Brother and Big Sister's successful reunion marriage? Just hearing that tone, Bai Yang's face fell instantly. She even directly took over He Jinchyo's words, sister-in-law. Why don't you take a moment to calm down? Have a piece of cake before giving your answer. Lei Hong glanced at the white cream cake on his hand and couldn't help laughing, still arranging marriages in this day and age, boss. Is that forced remarriage? She placed the dumpling wrappers on the table and said indifferently, since we've already set everything up, let's not waste it. I think this environment is perfect for hosting guests. Tomorrow, we can share the cake among everyone later. Her words were too calm, causing Deputy Team Leader his expression to turn extremely unpleasant in an instant. Lei Hong, do you really not want to forgive me at all? The Mountain City Ghost frightens with his adorable baby face that tugs at one's heartstrings, now wore an expression that drove White Rice Dream boss Yellow Liang out of his mind. Why not give it a try yourself? Ba Yan couldn't resist her fangirl instinct after all and pitifully began pleading on He Jinchyo's behalf. Aunt, the cake is ready. How about I cut you a piece to try first? Please. He was about to cut the gift with his cake knife when Lei Hong took the knife from him at that moment. I'll do the cutting. Lei Hong sliced through the rose and everyone's hearts leaped as they watched her place the cake on a plate and hand it to her silent ex-husband, who stood behind her. Don't pull that ugly face. Lei Hong looked at him with a calm expression. You started this. He Jinchyo just stared at her in silence. After a moment, he gently pushed the cake back, revealing an extremely rare expression of pain that was hard to miss. Here you go. Although he knew this was a possibility, Deputy Team Leader, he still felt as if someone had stabbed him in the heart. He couldn't even dare to breathe deeply. No matter what the result is today, it's yours. Would you at least try a bite? You're pretty stubborn. By this point, Lei Hong smiled. After all, she had at least taken the plate Bai Yang, on the other hand, seemed too eager to please, and rushed forward to offer utensils, but Lei Hong didn't take them. Or perhaps she has no intention of touching the cake at all. So this time you finally listen to what I have to say. Without any warning, Lei Hong directly inserted 2 fingers into the snowy and creamy frosting. You. He Jianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. As a deputy captain of the criminal investigation team who had long been stationed at the front lines, Mountain City Ghost Scare's tongue was now completely tied up. Used to be that I would ask you and the decision was up to you. Now it's my turn to ask you, with the decision in my hands, and you've just asked for the 3rd time. After Lei Hong finished speaking, she gave Bai Yang a playful glance, who was wiping tears from the corner of her eyes. By the way, this layer of cream is too thick. With Old Han watching over it, it's impossible for the boss to make such a cake with overly generous ingredients. Do I not know what's hidden inside? Lei Hong extended her hand, and the ring trapped in the 2nd layer cake was precisely hooked out. It was covered in a layer of cream and quietly lay in the palm of her hand. He Jianxiu stared at her, puzzled. So, you just want to hear me ask 3 times? And your refusal was meant to scare me? Lei Hong sneered. You deserve it too. Divorce when you feel like it, reconcile when you feel like it. He already gave you enough face by not giving you a beating. He Jianxiu was still a bit confused. So, I've had enough of letting you make all the decisions. Lei Hong carefully wiped away the frosting from the ring, and soon the tiny band fit snugly onto her 4th finger. This time you asked for the marriage. This was my decision. From now on, if you ever want to overturn it, I'll make sure you swallow this ring along with its box. Bang. Suddenly, with a sudden explosion, the long-awaited fireworks in Song Nancha's hand shot up into the sky. Streamers immediately flew everywhere. Fortunately, Han Sha's quick reflexes managed to protect the cake, preventing it from getting any more messy. Splatter. Ba Yang seemed like a father who had just seen off his daughter, sniffing and trembling as he said, So, do you want to eat the cake now or wait upstairs for a while? Upstairs for a moment. The couple, who had just decided to reconcile, turned to look at the host, who appeared overly prepared. With doubtful glances. Our sweet and naive boss from the fairy tale Disney world didn't consider the possibility of failure. So the empty rooms are already cleaned up, and you can go up and enjoy your cake. Han Sha calmly handed the room key to Deputy Team Leader He. All the small items in the room are already included in the $364 setup fee. A shrewd business advisor concluded with, just wanted to let you know that even if you don't use it, there will be no refund. Extra Chapter 1 complete. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. July 14, 2022. Their issues aren't fully resolved yet, and Lei Ji still has 2 extra chapters to wrap things up. Extra Chapter 2, Dumpling Wrappers 1. So soon, must go down. Afterward, He Jianxiu saw everyone scrambling to get dressed. He helplessly tried to grab someone's waist, saying, You seem to have put on a little weight recently. Looks like this place really does nourish people. Because you told the boss that you like cream. The boss has been spending generously on me. As a token of gratitude, I'll treat the boss to these dumplings tonight. It seems that because Xiao Wang and others talked to the boss about it, he's been bringing up dumplings non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Lei Hong had already put on her shoes and didn't even give her ex-husband a chance to button them up for her from behind. She stood up and said, "Don't dawdle too long. I bought a lot of dough to make dumplings, but it's more than I can handle on my own. Some of it will be left over, so I'll drop by the office tonight and share it with your team. By the way, tell them we're getting remarried." Seeing Lei Hong's brilliant ring on her right ring finger, Ghost Warrior couldn't help letting his lips curve into a constant smile tonight. Lei Hong gave him a sidelong glance. "Get up quickly. I don't expect my guests to make dumplings while I'm hosting them." Just like a dream, after the physical labor, Lei Hong descended the stairs as light and graceful as a swallow. Hearing the footsteps, the chatting on the first floor suddenly fell silent. Bai Yang stared at her in shock. "Bro, wife, why are you coming down first? Where's he cute?" Lei Hong had actually worked in technical investigation, and she could tell from their expressions what they were thinking. She looked at Bai Yang and Song Nan standing beside him with a knowing smile. "Boss, you really are going to start dating again? You've watched too many dramas, buying 2 large boxes like that. Do you think he's made of iron? Besides, if you're not going to waste them, are you still planning to have dinner?" In that instant, not only did Song Nan's face turn red, but Bai Yang's gaze began to wander. Compared to these young people filled with worthless ideas, after so many years with the drug enforcement officers, Lei Hong had long cultivated a calm and unshaken heart. She gave a faint smile and said, "Still, thank you. All the same. This is one of the most comforting undercover missions he's ever taken on over such a long period. I never expected such an outcome. It's good for both him and me." She finished speaking and then walked into the kitchen, where she began chopping the filling with efficient precision. Dinner consists of cabbage and pork dumplings, wheat rush noodle and pork dumplings, and 3 delight dumplings. In the He household, dumplings were a staple on the table frequently, not just because He Jinxia's parents favored them but also because from childhood to adulthood, dumplings had been a thorn in Lei Hong's heart. More than a decade ago, on the eve of winter solstice, Lei Hong's parents passed away in a traffic accident. Since then, she had been making dumplings for herself alone until she met another incredibly important person with a baby-faced appearance in her life. He Jinxia's assignments always came at the last minute, and there was no telling when he would return. Several times, he had disappeared for months without a trace before suddenly reappearing one night, his body bearing numerous wounds that were only half healed. He would sit by the table with pitiful eyes, like a lost puppy finally finding its way home. When Lei Hong had not yet quit her job, she would always leave some extra dumplings in the fridge. This way, no matter what time her husband got home, he wouldn't go to bed with an empty stomach. This habit remained with her even after she quit her job and had more time to tinker with pots, pans, and dishes. But whenever she asked Captain He what he wanted for meals, the answer was always the same. Lei Hong has always known, but he just didn't want to cause himself more trouble. Lei Hong minced the meat, flattening and combining it. She heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and soon there were 2 additional hands on her waist. Her newly remarried husband whispered in her ear, "Let me help. You shouldn't have to do it all by yourself." Lei Hong couldn't help sighing as she said with a helpless tone, "I never knew you were such an attention seeker before. Captain He, are you showing off your affection to the young folks just because you're getting old? Do you want everyone to look down on us? I'll handle the mincing, right? Didn't you always assign me these physical tasks before?" Captain he eventually took the knife back from her and tried to get her to sit outside for a while. But Lei Hong showed no sign of moving for quite some time. After a while, she suddenly said in a soft voice, "Actually, I don't find it particularly difficult to be your full-time housekeeper." "What?" The cleaver ceased striking the cutting board. Lei Hong looked at her ex-husband with a amused smile. "In the end, you still feel guilty towards me. You look like a total villain whenever I cook for you, as if I shouldn't have set foot in the kitchen to begin with." Captain he was taken aback for a moment. "That's not it. Have I relaxed to the point where I can't even control my expression now?" Lei Hong leaned against the stove, looking at him, and said, "Do you need me to watch? I've been retired for so long that you can't even order a dish for me. When you bought the oven, you were trembling with fear as if you thought I was a full-time housewife. Do you feel like a burden to me just because I cook a meal for you?" He Jianxia's words left her speechless, but then she heard the kitchen door behind them shut with a thud. It was Bai Yang who had kindly closed the door for them. "We aren't in a rush to eat, aunt. The rat outside the door said so. It was me who invited them to dinner, so I can't keep the boss waiting for too long," Lei Hong said with a chuckle. "It'll only take 5 minutes. Quickly tell me why you always feel guilty towards me." Even knowing the reason, Lei Hong still wanted him to say it directly. After all this time, the misunderstandings between them had grown into something many times larger. The last bad loaf of bread had been split and eaten equally between them. Lei Hong did not want them to end up with another bad loaf this time. Captain he was silent for a moment before finally sighing and saying, "You shouldn't be a homemaker. You used to perform so well in the police force. If you had kept going at the bureau, your position now wouldn't be lower than mine. If it weren't for my family's issues dragging you down, you should have. So, I finally got the truth out of you." Lei Hong interrupted him, crossing her arms, like an interrogator in a crime-solving room. She laughed and said, "I remember. At first, you used to call me Big Brother, even during your relationship, you kept calling me that. Did you think I was better at everything than you were, and that I would definitely do better in the future than this little brother of yours?" He Jianxia nodded silently in his heart, but out of politeness, he phrased it differently. "I just think that you would have been an exceptionally good police officer, better than most." "Really? When you made this decision for me, did you even consider what I wanted to do?" Lei Hong suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about the fact that I might be different from you? I became a police officer out of necessity." "Wait, what did you say?" He Jianxia was now genuinely stunned. Please, they had been married for 10 years. And he is an experienced detective. It's not as if he knows nothing about his wife, right? Seeing him suddenly turn as rigid as a wooden chicken, Lei Hong couldn't help laughing. "After my parents passed away in a car accident, I felt like the house was much bigger and emptier for a while. I felt that unexpected things could happen at any moment, so to gain some sense of security, I had no choice but to study hard, take on a strong job, and act as the big brother, because I was alone and couldn't expect anything from others." Lei Hong walked up to He Jianxiu and looked directly into the eyes she had gazed at for so many years. "I realized being a police officer wasn't bad because I enjoy taking care of others. It makes me feel like my own family is still intact. That there are people who need me, someone more than just myself. At this moment, Shannon Ghost Worries is no longer Just worried. He is gone dumb. Hekiu Jianqiao watched his ex-wife with a dry mouth and throat, so. I want a home, Jinqiu. Since I lost my parents that year, I have always hoped to regain a family and be there for them. To make up for what I've missed, I'm willing to take care of them every day, cook for them every day, and be surrounded by pots, pans, and dishes. That's all I want to do. For such a long time, I never thought there was anything wrong with quitting my job to become your homemaker. You're the one who thinks I hate doing these things. Lei Hong took the cleaver from his hand and chopped it decisively into the filling, her sharp eyes narrowing. To be honest, Captain He, even now you still haven't let me treat you to a proper dumpling meal. If you keep doing this, I can't guarantee that I'll obediently go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Extra Chapter 2, Dumpling Wrappers 2. Once again, the deputy chief of the Mountain City's police force was kicked out of the kitchen in a messy manner, with the steady chopping sound from the kitchen once again filling the air by Boss, who had just woken from a dream, playfully said to Captain He, Captain, honestly speaking, how much hush money are you planning to give us so that we don't spill the beans? Although the old house was closed, its soundproofing wasn't that effective, especially since Huang Liang's kitchen had been renovated to include glass in the kitchen area. Despite having curtains, the quarreling couple obviously forgot to draw them. Through the small window, He Jinqiu watched his wife deftly chopping the filling and sighed, no wonder she likes working here. Originally, this wasn't just something she was good at, it was also something she loved. It seems that deputy team leader He doesn't realize how much your wife enjoys being there. Usually, the boss is quite generous and lets little Lei practice in the kitchen. Recently, her creations are indistinguishable from those of a professional baker. Hansha finished speaking with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject. Why don't you bring more of your colleagues next time to help us out with our business? Let them taste your wife's cooking as well. As old friends, we could give you a group discount of 80%. It's true. Sister Lei's cakes are really delicious, team leader Song Nanshi whispered. Now that the boss is too busy to teach me, I learned from Lei's sister. She says she taught herself all of this back at home, just so she could make dishes for you and Grandpa and Grandma. When He Jinqiu looks back now, Lei Hong indeed seemed happy when he brought the oven home. She would often make cakes from time to time as well. However, in the past, He Jinqiu always thought that was just his wife's way of passing the time while she was idle at home. Hey, He Jinqiu, come over and help me wrap the dumplings. Before they could chat for long, the kitchen door swung open and Lei Hong nimbly placed several large bowls on the table. The sesame oil in her filling always carried a distinct aroma, and He Jinqiu could always detect it immediately. It was the unique scent of her husband's homemade dumplings. Captain He still has some use, Bai Yang couldn't help adding fuel to the fire. At least he can make dumplings, so he's not completely useless. Lei Hong poured some water into a cup and placed it on the table. He was really quick, otherwise he wouldn't have finished wrapping them in time. They still need to be taken to the bureau tonight, right? Didn't Wang Wei, Chen Yuan, and the others keep talking about how much they wanted them for a long time? Let's help out too. Song Nanshi immediately pulled a chair. I may not be very skilled, but I think making dumplings shouldn't be that hard to learn. The boss has been saying he wants to eat dumplings for quite some time now. However, Lei Hong wanted to decline, but Hansha had already Started dividing the dumpling wrappers we are considering. Offering takeout and membership card services. These would be particularly suitable for clients who are too busy to have afternoon tea but under a lot of pressure. When you deliver the dumplings to the bureau, don't forget to mention it, just helping out the boss. To be honest, it had been a long time since Lei Hong had gathered around a big table to make dumplings with everyone. She dabbed a bit of water on her fingertips and formed a dumpling, placing it on the plate. However, she realized that the first 3 dumplings she had made did not look exactly alike. In fact, they seemed to have little in common with what dumplings should be. La Hong. He Jinqiu placed a regular dumpling down and said helplessly, "Boss, to be honest, do you really know how to make dumplings? The closest example is Han Sha's dumplings." He shrugged and said, "It's normal that people here in Yujiang wouldn't know how to make dumplings. The only northerner among us is Xiaolei. The boss and Xiao Song are both locals from Yujiang." Lei Hong hesitated for a moment but only arranged the first 2 dumplings that looked like egg yolk pastries neatly. She said simply, "I'm from the north, but I haven't gone back since I went to university. There's not much reason to go back anyway." Working together, the 5 of them managed to fill a large bowl with an assortment of oddly shaped dumplings. Very quickly, Lei Hong found herself floundering for the first time as she made dumplings, and by the end, there were even many dumpling skins floating in the soup pot. 10 minutes later, the dumplings were served. As soon as the steaming plate was set in front of him, Bai Yangjing couldn't resist and took a bite of one of his own handmade snow maiden dumplings. And right away, he understood why no one on the Shan City squad wished for their vice captain to get divorced. It's no wonder Wang Wei and the others have been eyeing this up. This is so much better than takeout that I could cry and finish 3 bowls in one sitting. And just for that bowl of dumplings, Bai Yangyang felt that at the time, He Jia's parents should have slapped their son to death for divorcing his wife. La Hong specially prepared the hot chili sauce that people in Yujiang love to go with their dumplings. Han Sha ate half a bowl in silence and then commented, "Considering the market share of Zhong water dumplings, it feels like this could be a good path to wealth in the future. Boss, you really do have some damn good luck when it comes to hiring. Next time, I should let Auntie Bai try it too." Song Nanshi added a lethal dose of the White family's spicy sauce to the bowl. Clearly, he enjoyed the combination very much and said happily, "She'll definitely love the taste with the spicy sauce. Better not, or my sister might snatch her away overnight. My store could really use Lei brother right now." B.A. Yang immediately became alert, but the result was that his conditioned reflex instantly amused the newlywed couple across from him. "There's no need to exaggerate, it's just a regular part of our routine," Lei Hong said. "Previously, certain people would eat this so often that I thought they must be sick of it by now." Over the years, He Jinqiu was well acquainted with the taste of these dumplings. Although Lei Hong claimed that he didn't like being a diner who chose his meals, the truth was that this deputy team leader was indeed very easy to satisfy. Based in Southeast Asia for 2 to 3 months at a time, his meals each day left him feeling as though he was chewing on soap, tasting nothing. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, he would wake up dreaming of staring into a pot where plump dumplings floated and bobbed, their aroma filling the entire room. Then, Lei Hong would rise from bed with a yawn and prepare the dipping sauce for him. He reminisced about the late nights sitting at the table with his wife, making dumplings together. Suddenly, he smiled and sighed, saying, "So, in the future, I can only afford to buy my wife's cakes." Instead, his words came out suddenly, and the result was that instead of staying quiet, Lei Hong seemed to be reminded of something as she looked up at him with a cool expression. "You never seemed to enjoy it much when we had it before, and even after the divorce, you brought back someone else's cake for me, telling me you bought it and pretending it was delicious and looked good. It made me so angry that I couldn't sleep all night. I felt like all those cakes I specially made for you before were just wasted on a dog." Bai Yan. He Jinxiu. Bai Yan contacted the situation and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. "Hold on, cousin-in-law, I think there might be some kind of misunderstanding here. The last time with that cake. The cake from last time." The ghostly regret of the mountain city was practically despondent, almost breaking the skin of the dumpling with his grip. He could easily spot wrongful convictions, yet he remained blind to his wife's preferences. To his surprise, what he thought would please Lei Hong turned out to be a misunderstanding after all. Assistant Deputy Team Leader, he supported his forehead and tried to defend himself with great difficulty. "No, I used to think you liked eating cake, not making it. After all, baking cakes is all about pots, pans, and bowls. I mean, the more you try to cover it up, the worse it gets. If this keeps up, Lei Hong will definitely not go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him tomorrow." Just as He Jinxiu was making a final, desperate struggle, he heard a sudden burst of laughter from Lei Hong. She began to methodically transfer the dumpling wrappers into his bowl, taking her time about it. "So, Captain He, can we have a proper conversation this time? Please don't bring your presumptuous and foolish habits from work into the home. Let's stop acting like we know best." Lei Hong said calmly, "I'll say this one more time. Don't randomly speculate on what I like or dislike, or what I should or shouldn't do. If you ever try to make decisions for me again based on your assumptions in the future, you can only eat dumpling wrappers every time you have dumplings. Do you understand?" This threat sounds too easy to carry out. At this moment, He Jinxiu felt more than ever that the nickname Ghost Repeller should belong to his wife. But he kept his mouth shut and played it safe. "Okay, Lei Ge. No problem, Lei Ge. I'll be careful and won't let you down. So, let's order now. After we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. What do you fancy eating? I remember there's a market nearby and the vegetables there are quite good." Finally, Lei Hong satisfiedly added another small dumpling, resembling a mini steamed bun. "By the way, for the next month, you're not allowed to order any more dumplings from me." Extra Chapter 2, complete. Author's note. Unclear. Vision. Author. July 16, 2022. Starting tomorrow will be an extra chapter featuring Old Han delving into some of his previous employment experiences. Extra Chapter 3, The Birthday Cake. In this extra chapter, we'll dive into the story surrounding a special birthday cake. The punch from the other side was heavy. Even 10 minutes had passed since the person left. Hansha's profile was still flushed and his mouth tasted of rust. He didn't want to think about whether a swelling would appear in that spot soon. Instead, he silently pulled out a cigarette from his pocket under the street lamp and lit it. Just as in business, the more money you make, the more trouble seems to find its way to you, and you can't always avoid it. Hansha took a drag on his cigarette and, unsurprisingly, found a ring of his own gum blood on the filter. Tip: an unfortunate blessing, as it seemed the bleeding hadn't yet reached a point where a hospital visit would be necessary. Just a short distance away, number 29 was still lit up. The day's business had just concluded, but some diners were still lingering. This suggested that he shouldn't rush back either, for fear that his current state might be photographed and end up going viral online. Such an incident could potentially lead to unnecessary complications and even affect the business. In the past, he had gotten into many troubles. Hanshaw thought that after working so long in a dreamlike state, to have only encountered such an insignificant enemy now was actually quite fortunate, though he hadn't expected the other party to harbor such a grudge for so long. Stimulated by nicotine, Hanshaw's thoughts slowly drifted back to 7 years ago when he was working at a nightclub on Zhejiang Road. His work schedule was the opposite of his current one. Then, he would leave for work as the night fell and return home with his daughter just as the sun rose, carrying the scent of cigarettes, alcohol, and perfume on him. He took the job primarily for the high salary, but there was another reason as well. Hanshaw hoped that during the daytime when Han Wan was awake, he could spend more time with his daughter and avoid the situation where, upon returning home every day, his weak daughter had already fallen asleep after a long wait. From the very beginning, Hanshaw knew that this wouldn't be a clean job. He is a businessman who has long been aware that high salaries come with risks. Nevertheless, he needs the money because it is his daughter's lifeline. Therefore, taking risks is always essential for him. In pursuit of money, such adventures, he cannot avoid them, and he knows he has no choice but to face them. In his second month working at the nightclub, a woman slipped him a 500 yuan tip. Following this, in a small alleyway behind the venue, Hanshaw saw the woman's face clearly under the street lamp. She wasn't a particularly young woman, with heavy makeup concealing some fine lines on her face. She was dressed head to toe in designer brands, and Hanshaw made a point of noticing that her right ring finger was empty. Just like the drinks on a wine list, everything here comes with a price, and both the woman and Hanshaw were well aware of that. Fortunately, they also knew where to draw the line. After a passionate kiss, she caught her breath and asked, "Do you have any free time tomorrow? Would you like to grab lunch together?" Even if nothing extraordinary happens, meeting more people often means opening up additional opportunities for profit. Hanshaw had his own standards, and the woman's invitation seemed like a great deal. Without hesitation, he agreed. What happens later is known to everyone. After a few meetings, Hanshaw realized that she was a senior executive at a bank, divorced with a son studying abroad. She lived in one of Yujiang's renowned upscale neighborhoods, and she didn't seem to care about the cost of each meal they shared. This was more than enough for Hanshaw. Daughter's injections are due every 2 weeks, and Hanshaw has limited time. Therefore, he needs to seize every opportunity that comes his way, even if the methods aren't exactly above board. Fortunately, the woman never asked him where he had spent the money. For 3 entire months, she left many gifts by his bedside, ranging from watches to phones, but none of these new items remained with him for long. They were all sold by Hanshaw and never reappeared on him again. Over time, Hanshaw found that her nerves were gradually relaxing. After all, talking about emotions is not the same as doing business. Often, he finds it difficult to make decisions solely based on self-interest and avoidance of harm. After Bai Yiming's incident, Hanshaw had already made up her mind to keep her daughter safe and hidden. ensuring she would never again suffer any harm because of herself. However, despite selling off the gifts time and again, Hansha could not help feeling an urge to tell the woman about his daughter. Occasionally, when he looked at her gentle face as she slept, he even had a bizarre hope that she might be willing to raise his daughter with him. Solitary yin cannot grow, and solitary yang cannot sustain. After exchanging the woman's gift for money once more, Hansha looked at the name of the woman in his contacts. Suddenly, his mind grew calm. He remembered what his master had told him, a surfeit of fullness is like a rushing torrent, its utility is boundless. From the Taoist perspective, impulsiveness is not necessarily a bad thing in many situations. He found the woman and tried to invite her to go see his daughter with him. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, she suddenly broke down and cried into his arms. Hansha had always believed that he was the one carrying a secret. But on this day, Hansha finally realized that there were others who also carried secrets. Originally, the person beside him in bed was just holding out an empty right hand. "Old Han, you've been slacking off for too long already. Everyone has left, and you're still not coming back to settle the bill." Suddenly, Hansha's thoughts were snapped back by the sound from a short distance away. As he looked up, Bai Yang was already about 5 meters away. Then, upon recognizing his face, this person sprinted over at 100-meter dash speed. "Damn, who the hell hit you? Should we call the police?" From the way his boss handled the wound, it was clear that he had spent the first half of his life sheltered like a plant in a greenhouse. Hansha couldn't help but sigh and crushed the butt of the cigarette. "This is a long story." Hansha reached up to touch his face, feeling the swollen half that indicated he had been hit. Based on his past experiences, it wasn't a severe injury, but it was certainly troublesome. According to plan, since the store is closed tomorrow, he should have gone to the hospital today to give his daughter a warm-up for her birthday. Thinking of his daughter's disappointed face, Hansha's mood inevitably began to worsen. He really didn't want to explain anything more to his silly and sweet boss at this crucial moment. Without saying a word, he tried to head back to the store, only to be unexpectedly stopped when someone grabbed his arm. Ba Yang stared at him persistently. "Your face is part of my business too. Even if I don't ask now, someone else will definitely inquire about it when you're handling the cash register tomorrow." "That's indeed the truth." Hansha thought for a moment and said coldly, "Just say it was a fall. My face doesn't have the word beaten written on it." He wanted to leave, but at that moment, Lei Hong also came out. As a retired police officer, she was certainly not easy to deceive. "Boss, there's still plenty of raw materials. If we don't use them tonight, they might go bad by tomorrow. Xiaosong sent me to ask if you want to use them tonight." Lei Hong said this, her gaze shifting to Hansha's face. "They hit pretty hard, didn't they?" In this case, 3 dots, ellipsis, are used to indicate an unfinished thought or trailing off in speech. If you need to add some context or continue the sentence, please let me know. Hansha admitted he was a bit tired and found it easier to tell the truth rather than waste more words on lies. Pinching his nose, he said, "I ran into an old acquaintance." Bai Yang responded unhappily, "My sister said you've had quite a few troubles in the past. You should give me some reassurance so that if my store ends up being implicated somehow later on, I at least know what kind of words to use when I push you out to take the fall." Hanshaw almost made him burst into laughter. The easiest way would be to just fire me, boss. But if you insist on hearing it, I can tell you that it's just a matter of emotional disputes. Emotional dispute? Lei Hong raised an eyebrow. You're quite tall, but this angle isn't from below. Women don't have that much strength either. So, did you sleep with someone else's wife? Truly, you've worked as a police officer. Hanshaw smiled and thought that this was the best explanation for that foolish past. He casually said, I suppose so. I just needed some money, but I didn't expect that they would still be holding a grudge against me after all these years. And I'm not afraid of you reporting it to the police. He had been called a fraud numerous times in his life, but this time, Hanshaw felt a bit wronged. Fortunately, just like his failed business ventures, this incident also provided him with ample lessons such as make money for your daughter and just focus on making money without mixing in personal emotions or unrealistic expectations. The pain is worsening. Unsurprisingly, it will turn purple in this area tomorrow. Given the situation, Hanshaw thought for a moment and suddenly realized that it would be a waste not to take advantage of Bai Yang's soft heart. He then said, Boss, since we have a day off tomorrow, can I ask you a favor? Extra Chapter 3, Birthday Cake 2. Bai Yang walked into the ward and saw a strange shelf next to the window, which was transformed with a drip rack in the hospital, with a mirror tied to it. Who are you? The elderly man in the ward hadn't seen Bai Yang before, or perhaps he hadn't received any visitors for several days. He subconsciously asked, have you walked into the wrong ward? Is it Uncle Bai? In contrast, it was the girl lying in the hospital bed who recognized him at first glance, her eyes widening in surprise as she sat up straight. During previous video calls with her father, Han Wan had met Bai Yang more than once, but she never expected to actually meet the person herself today. Yes, it's me. Your dad had something come up today and can't make it, so I'm here to keep you company. Bai Yang entered the ward with great care. After such a long time, this place had become like another home for Han Wan, and as a result, the originally empty room was now adorned with some toys and succulent plants, giving it a hint of life. The little girl is doing pretty well today and didn't even need a ventilator. She has just finished her winter vacation homework. Beside her. Excuse me, Auntie. Uncle Han is tied up with some matters in the store and couldn't make it, so I had to come instead. Thinking back to the mischief her birth father used to get up to years ago, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel uneasy when facing Han mother, who had been by her husband's side for so long. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Old Han is now working for me. However, he should have already told you about my identity. I want to apologize for what happened before. Neither did Han Mo expect their first meeting with Bai Yang to be so sudden, to the point where Hanshaw didn't even bother to give her a heads up. She smiled bitterly and said, he didn't tell me either when he let you come over. I guess he wanted me to make my own judgment. Beforehand, Hanshaw was the one who suffered the most. If he doesn't care about it, I really don't have much to fuss about. In front of Han Wan, some things naturally couldn't be discussed in depth. Seeing the little girl excited about a long-awaited guest, Mother Han immediately offered her a seat beside the bed and smiled. Hanshaw letting you come means he trusts you very much. Little Wan doesn't see many strangers. You can keep her company. If there's anything else, just press the nurse call button on the wall. After finishing her sentence, Han Mother went to the nurse station. but as soon as she was out of sight, Young immediately pulled out a cake box with an air of mystery. This time, your dad ordered this cake for you. Guess what it is? Surprisingly, en-AU didn't answer right away. She poked up her ears and heard her mother's footsteps recede. The little girl seemed like a different person in an instant, fretting anxiously. Auntie, bye, did Dad run into something that's keeping him from coming? Young's heart skipped a beat, but she thought to herself that this little girl truly lived up to Hansha's reputation. The ability to transform one's appearance with just a wipe of the face is really hard to explain if it's not hereditary. en-AU said with certainty, my dad said he would always come to keep me company, he wouldn't skip out on it last minute. Before, whenever he didn't show up, it was because someone had bothered him. Oh no. Seeing Young didn't say anything, the little girl clearly knew he already had the answer and immediately looked at him pitifully, like a weak animal with big eyes wide open. Uncle, bye, can't you tell me? Out of kindness, as I am a patient. Plus, my birthday is coming up very soon. And he couldn't help coughing a couple of times after saying this. So here we go with that damn genetics. Young didn't expect that, compared to her father. This little guy was actually a master of both playing the victim and being overly submissive. And guys like me, who are easily swayed by cuteness, would clearly fall for those big, puppy dog eyes of some little girls or cats. Old Han. I apologize. Your daughter does have some talent. After a moment, Young reluctantly conceded, all right. Your father did run into some trouble. He was hit by someone and his face turned quite blue and black. It won't fade for a day or two. That's why he can't come to see you. I knew it. The little girl's face turned fierce again, her voice sharp as she swore, you son of a bitch. He promised me he would tell me everything last time. But he still kept it from me. Who the hell beat him this time? Wait. Do you also swear at your dad like this? By this point, Young finally realized that this little girl was nothing like the one she had seen in the video. They could not be more different. Where has that cute little girl who always acted so obedient in front of Hansha gone to? He exclaimed, you aren't putting on an act in front of your dad, right? en-AU puckers her lips and says, what's the big deal? I'll pretend too, that way it's fair. Otherwise, he'd be doing all the coaxing while I act like an innocent child who knows nothing, completely unable to help him. Young thought for a moment and asked, so why don't you put on an act in front of me? en-AU looked at him cautiously and said, because I have something to ask of you. My father used to say that when engaging in significant business matters, it's important to show some sincerity. If I keep acting around you, you won't trust me. You're just like your father. Recalling the past, Young pressed her forehead in pain and decided she should focus on the task at hand. She took out a glossy cake from the box. If we don't say, no one would know that this is actually made of tofu. Your dad ordered you a chocolate tofu brownie. Young gently transferred the cake to her own serving plate, not forgetting to decorate it with a dollop of packaged chocolate sauce and some mint leaves. She finished by sprinkling some powdered sugar on top, completing the same elegant decoration as in the store. Young said, your dad told me you take so many photos every time, so basically, we should still have some sense of ceremony. I even packed the forks from the store just for you. He placed the delicate golden cutlery on the plate. After all, the little girl was young and rarely ventured out, making her completely unable to resist such flashy items. Her attention was immediately drawn back. "Thanks, Uncle, bye." She snapped a bunch of photos in no time and finally looked satisfied as she popped a piece of chocolate tofu into her mouth, asking, "So, who exactly is this guy who came knocking? Is he a man or a woman? Should I suspect him of scamming for money or for favors?" Ba Young now only prays that Han mother won't return too soon, lamenting, "It seems you have a good idea of what kind of person your father is. He does all of this just for me, otherwise, he wouldn't need to do so much. Uncle, bye, no one likes constantly deceiving others or living like this just to make money. I don't have any friends." Han Wan pursed her lips and suddenly pointed to the strange airtight by the window and said, "Uncle, bye, do you know? That was when I was weak before, and my dad made it for me to reflect the sunlight outside. My dad is really nice to me, he is not a bad person. But there is no way he doesn't want me to know this for such a long time. And he pretends to be happy every time he comes. So in front of him, I also have to pretend to be nothing, even if I am already 16 years old." In the faint sunlight, the girl's face was still innocent, but her expression seemed mature. Bai Yang fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "You remind me a lot of my sister when she was young." "Senior sister?" "Yes, I have an older sister. When my mom was sick when I was young, I would always cry so hard whenever we went to the hospital. But my sister was different, she would go with a smile on her face and chat about school things as if nothing was wrong. It wasn't until much later that I realized she actually used to hide and cry too, but never let me know." Bai Yang sighed as she concluded her statement, thinking that it was truly exhausting to act like this with family members. However, Han Wan stared at him for a moment and suddenly said, "So, Uncle Bai, you've always liked crying, right? The other day, my father showed me a video, and you cried so miserably. So why can't your dad give you something better?" Bai Yang rolled her eyes, realizing that if she continued chatting with this little girl, she would only end up on the receiving end of criticism. She asked, "So your father has also had to deal with enemies seeking revenge in the past?" Han Wan thought for a moment and replied, "A few times, but let me clarify first, my dad hasn't broken any laws. He just used a slightly unconventional method to make money. After all, if he got caught, no one would be making money to help pay for my treatment." Bai Yang was still curious about this. "What's the deal with deceiving colors?" "That's not about deceiving anyone for my looks. It's just that Dad actually did consider getting a stepmother for me. He should have his own life, too." Talking about this topic, Han Wan's delicate face wrinkled up, clearly dissatisfied with some past events. She quickly finished her last bite of brownie and suddenly looked at Bai Yang with great seriousness. "Auntie Bai, basically, this is what I'm asking of you. Extra Chapter 3, Birthday Cake 3. This is already the third time this week that the boss has sneaked out after closing up shop." Hansha raised his eyes and noticed Bai Yang's dog peeking out the door before disappearing. He had an uneasy feeling that everything might be connected to him somehow. After all, just these past few days, Bai Liu inexplicably sent a secretary over to settle accounts with him, given how much money Huang Liang Dream has made so far. It shouldn't really have caught Bai Liu's attention. Han Shashan responded absently to the other person's minutiae of questions, and after a moment's calculation, In her mind, she realized that the other end of this matter should be with en-AU-WilliamNeural. After all, it's just one more day, Wen's birthday. Since he came back from the hospital that day, his boss has been experimenting every day on making low-fat and low-sugar cupcakes with cute designs. Whenever he sees him, they seem to be hiding something, acting guilty as if they are afraid he knows these are meant to celebrate the little girl's birthday. Although Hansha had originally planned to have a cake made at the bakery, since Bai Yang's proactive attitude was so strong, Hansha naturally wouldn't turn down this opportunity for a freebie. The issue is, why would Bai Yang deliberately make Bai Liu drag herself along? Many things wouldn't have been an issue if they were simply the naive and innocent boss making decisions. But as soon as that woman was involved, there inevitably had to be some additional complications. After much consideration, Hansha decided to approach his suspect directly and have a chat with them. In fact, after becoming a business consultant with shattered hopes, Hansha had met Bai Liu privately more than once. Most of the time, it was this woman who proactively invited him. On the surface, she asked him to give her a foot massage. But between the lines, of course, she meant for him to work harder. When Hansha stepped into the foot massage parlor, again, she even had paranoid thoughts that Bai Liu must have installed more than one camera with recording functionality in this damned place. Better to be safe than sorry, she didn't want to stab her brother in the dark again in the future. White Yuan would never have thought of doing such a thing even if she was fooled 200 times. However, White Liu could pull it off without needing to be deceived at all. He pushed open the door and stepped into the private room. A waiter's assistant was just helping Bai Liu with her nails. The woman, wearing an impeccable makeup, looked at him with a cheerful smile. "How's the bill coming along? The purpose might be clear to you." Hansha didn't really object to the free foot massage each time and settled down with ease. "Is this also something the boss asked you to do?" Bai Liu leaned her head on her hand and said, "I suppose so. I found it quite interesting, so I decided to help him. You know how my brother is, he's really good at pouting and being adorable when he asks for things." Hansha asked indifferently, "Would it really take such great trouble to keep this a secret for my daughter's birthday?" "Old third brother Han, I think there might be some misunderstandings between us." Bai Liu, whose nails were freshly done, sat down on another massage bed and elegantly placed her fair feet into the bathtub. "Although I usually do things for money just like you do, isn't there sometimes when it's different? I only wanted to help my brother out, after all. Don't tell me you haven't pulled off any such foolishness over these years." She said this, nodding slightly at her own face and smiling in a knowing manner. "I didn't expect you to be so idle." Hansha's face immediately turned cold. "If you're involved, how can I trust that my daughter won't be exposed? If you want to use my daughter to promote your brother's shop, aren't you seriously thinking that I would follow in my dad's footsteps?" Bai Liu cut him off without any hesitation, sneering. "Old three Han, you've suffered at my father's hands before and have a bias against our family, no problem. But if you dare to hurt my younger brother again, believe me, the next day 10 of your old enemies will come looking for you. And then I can't guarantee that you'll only get these minor injuries." This woman. Of course, Hansha understood what the other party was capable of doing. He frowned but quickly realized another much bigger trouble, narrowing his eyes. "Wait, you know about my past?" White Willow smiled and said, "I know They call you old third brother Han, of course. Hansha said coldly. You still have connections with them, just to use as leverage against me in the future. Don't say such harsh things. In fact, you should be grateful to me for this. If not for my involvement, you might already be in the hospital due to the frequent online abuse you've faced. Capturing the flash of disbelief in Hansha's eyes, Bailu chuckled and said, Is it so strange? Background checks and risk control are integrated. You should know that since you're tied to my brother's store now, if you want to help him, I naturally have to protect you. Hansha frowned and said, I won't thank you for anything extra outside the contract. Of course, I didn't expect you to be overly conscientious. White Willow smiled and adjusted her posture on the massage chair more comfortably. But I am who I am, and my brother is still my brother. When dealing with him, I hope you will still try to adhere to a bit of conscience. Otherwise, if he needs to rely on me for support, you know that when facing an enemy, not only do I lack any sense of conscience, but I also have very little patience. The room fell silent, and Hansha muttered a string of curses under his breath. He did not want to owe this woman too much favor. After all, when such favors were in someone like Bailu's hands, they would quickly turn into a liability. Thinking about it, Hansha reluctantly said, You'll see when you check the accounts. The numbers for these past 2 months look great. And indeed the boss's business is doing well. You want to settle this so clearly with me? Bailu could certainly tell the sense of frustration in his words, and she said with a playful smile, Since that's the case, it's only fair for me to ask for a small favor in return. After all, I did put in quite a bit of effort to appease your enemies. Hansha said coldly, You were probably holding back to get this benefit even before you didn't say anything earlier. Bailu shrugged innocently, his face completely guiltless. Honestly, I wouldn't have remembered this if it wasn't for you getting beaten up. After all, my mind is already full of things to worry about. But now that I've remembered, let me ask you, how come the rich woman you were hanging around back then didn't keep her mouth shut? It would make sense that you'd be short on money because of your daughter's illness during that time. Hansha was finally starting to regret coming to give the foot massage. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, In exchange, can you tell me what exactly the boss plans to do? Of course, we have a deal. White Poplar returned a smile that was decidedly unsettling. Hansha tightly shut his eyes and said with a headache, That person back then. She and her husband had no problems with their relationship. It was just that her husband, in order to support the children's education and send them abroad to work, rarely saw each other, so she sought someone else. With too many potential issues on her, even if they divorced, I cannot trust that she would be responsible for her family. Oh, Bailu pondered. But I've heard that in the end, it was the woman who pinned all the blame on you. You didn't say you were tricked into it, which led the husband to still hold a grudge against you. You. With this, Hansha immediately glared at her and said viciously, You've already gotten this far, yet you still come to ask me. Bailu smiled and said, Admitting that you're a decent person with feelings and principles isn't something to be ashamed of, old three Han. Nobody can live like a wild animal all the time. You should thank yourself for the decision you made back then. After all, if it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have chosen to trust you and let you become my business advisor. Believe. After all, I wouldn't really want to have a wolf who only recognizes money around my brother. He's too much like Mom, and I don't want him to follow in her footsteps. Liu lifted her wet feet out of the basin and said faintly, I still hope you will occasionally be honest with yourself and others. Don't have such a heavy suspicion. After all, if I really wanted to cause trouble for you or your daughter, my brother wouldn't agree first. The foot massage session for today was about to end, but he not only failed to get any information out of her, he had even unwittingly put her in a difficult position. Hansha's anger flared up, and he felt that for a long time in the future, he didn't want to see Liu again. You haven't answered me yet. At last, Hansha said sternly, what exactly is the boss busy with? Didn't you guess that? I'm preparing her birthday surprise. Liu hooked her high heels on Hansha's, and the smile on her face carried a triumphant joy that made Hansha very uncomfortable. I've already said it, don't be too suspicious. You are a person, after all. I mean, next time, don't keep looking around. If I'm installing a camera, it definitely won't be somewhere you can see. Extra Chapter 3, Birthday Cake 4. Originally, Sha's plans for his daughter's birthday were simple. Taking advantage of his daughter's improved condition from the new medication, he planned to take Wan to a park near the hospital to bask in the sun and enjoy a cake. That was all. For most children, basking in the sun and catching a few rays might seem trivial. But for Wan, who has been ill and weak for a long time, she hadn't had the chance to bask in the sun freely for an entire year. Often, it was only through Shanhan's homemade sun reflector that a tiny beam of light could penetrate her hospital room. By all accounts, the plan was supposed to be this way. As Hansha settled into the backseat of Lei Hong's car, her mind went blank. In Songnan's hand, still holding onto it, was the cake she had specially ordered for her daughter Wen. It should have been in Wen's hands in just over 10 hours, but this translation maintains the original meaning and style while adapting it to natural English flow. Boss, how is Xiaowan doing now? Why are you in the hospital? Songnan. She dived into the car, and Lei Hong promptly pressed the accelerator, speeding them onto the elevated highway toward the hospital. Sweat broke out on Hansha's clammy palms as she heard Bai Yang's anxious voice through Songnan's phone. I've been here these past few days. She was fine yesterday, but today she said there had been a slight drop in temperature recently and Xiaowan has caught a cold. Her lungs aren't very good to begin with. Have you brought old Han over? 10 minutes, I'm held up a bit by the traffic. Lei Hong glided past a car with unwavering focus. From afar, Hansha could already see the red text on Central Hospital. Originally, after taking the new medication, Han Wan's lung infection should have significantly improved to the point where she might not need to be percussed more than once a week. He no longer wanted to see the large patch of bruising on his daughter's waist and abdomen caused by the pressure during expectoration exercises. Hansha closed his eyes and suddenly he felt a warmth on the back of his hand. Songnan, shrouded, said softly, "Don't worry, Han bro. The boss said it's just a chill and there's no danger to your life." Songnan. She tried her best to speak in human terms, but Hansha was acutely aware of the situation. While just a common cold for most people, it could be fatal for Wan. Hansha couldn't control her thoughts that in the first few years, even though he tried his best to make money, what he got was still not enough to allow Wan to take the medicine in sufficient doses. Therefore, her lower limbs and cardiopulmonary functions were damaged. From then on, the ventilator could not be left at hand, and at the same time, she had to rely on a wheelchair to travel. Thinking of this, Han Sha's heart turned icy cold. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but when he caught sight of the cake in Song Nan's arms, the words died in his throat. After all, no one would truly consider him a friend in this world. Thus, he never had the right to expect others to understand his worries. Even less than 10 minutes had passed when Lei Hong parked the car in the hospital's parking lot. As he ascended the stairs, Han Sha seemed to be reliving scenes from the past decade. During those most perilous days for Han Wan, he often watched the numbers on the hospital elevator, imagining them as his daughter's age, ranging from 1 all the way up to 30. The doctor had said that Xiao Wan would not live to 30 without taking her medication in full doses. However, Han Sha insisted on defying fate. He wants his daughter to have a fulfilling life. Almost as soon as the door opened, Han Sha saw the worried boss standing in the elevator lobby. Bai Yang rushed forward and said, "Old Han, don't worry yet. We've already had a checkup." However, Han Sha had run out of patience by this point and hastily took 2 steps into the ward. Following that, "Happy birthday to Dad," with a bunch of streamers sticking to his face. Han Sha hadn't even had time to react when someone ran out from the bathroom and grabbed his legs. Han Sha. He lowered his head to see Han Wan, who was seated in a wheelchair and dressed neatly. She had even combed her delicate braids, a sight he hadn't seen in a long time. On her knees lay an exploded firework, its remnants resembling a tiny, joyful creature gazing up at him with exuberant eyes. "Dad, didn't it scare you?" Han Wan stuck out her tongue at him, and Han Sha's sharp mind didn't remain in a state of ischemia for long before she quickly caught on, frowning and asking, "Has Bai Yang been working on this with you these past 2 days?" "To be clear, this is little Wan's idea, not mine, trust me, I wouldn't scare you with something like this." By this time, Bai Yang had entered with his other 2 employees, who incidentally also placed a birthday hat on Han Sha's head. He emphasized, "This is what your daughter specifically requested to buy. Having a birthday party for me?" Han Sha chewed on his daughter's words just now, looking at his smiling mother who was pushing the wheelchair with a puzzled expression. "Isn't it Weiwei's birthday? Tomorrow is my actual birthday, so today is to make up for your birthday and give Dad some time of his own." The little girl explained crisply, "Dad, you haven't had a birthday in such a long time, none last year, the year before that, or the year before that either. I've been thinking for a while now about how to make up for it." "So you colluded with Uncle Bai to deceive me?" Han Sha raised an eyebrow, and it was unclear whether he was angry or not. The little girl, He-Chi, understood his feelings all too well and immediately hugged his leg pitifully. "Dad, don't be angry. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Don't blame Uncle Bai either, he did a lot of fake moves these past couple of days to keep it hidden from you." "Are you saying that you did those cupcakes in front of me?" Han Shalan gave Bai Yang a cool look. "Was this idea from Bai Liu? Wasting the store's ingredients on such a fake performance?" Bai Yang was rarely able to pull one over on Han Sha, and the word "worth it" perfectly summed up her mood. She wrote it directly on her face. "It's not like this is for nothing. You're going to the park with your daughter tomorrow, right?" "That's for tomorrow." "Then what about the cake you customized for me? Is that also a fake move? Did I pay you just to watch a fake performance? And was Xiao Song and Xiao Lei's performance tonight Also your fake moves intended to deceive me. Hansha sneered, his gaze as if ready to devour. Bai Yang alive in the next second. Bai Yang. Reluctantly, he turned to his last teammate for help. Fortunately, Han Wan lived up to expectations and immediately grabbed Hansha's hand, saying obediently, "Dad, I plan to serve this cake you had custom made tonight to Uncle Bai and the others. Because, without them, I wouldn't have been able to make this cake for you." "Is that cake for me?" Han Shimi squinted her eyes. "Does he still take you out to make cakes?" "No, Uncle Bai brought the cream in using a refrigerated box. He's been teaching me how to decorate cakes in the evenings these past few days." She then asked her grandmother to push her to the refrigerator, where she carefully picked out a 5-inch cake from the small fridge that only had 2 shelves. Unlike the elegant cakes in the shop, Han Wan brought out a slightly uneven one. A simple yet vivid image of a stern-looking man holding a little girl was drawn on top with bright-colored cream. Above their heads was a sparkling sun. "Here you go, Dad." The little girl carefully placed the lit candle on the cake and presented it to him as if she was holding a diamond. "There's no one else in the world who would help me borrow sunlight, so Dad is my son. I just hope that Dad can also be happy and doesn't have to do things he doesn't want to do just for me all the time. He should be able to live his own life, make friends he wants to make, love whom he chooses to love, and believe that others will trust him as well. Then, I wish we could live our lives together with dignity, me, Dad, and Grandma." Han Wan had rehearsed this sentence in her mind for several days, but she realized that she didn't actually need to memorize it when she finally said it. This was a wish coming from the depths of her heart, so it flowed smoothly and seamlessly. The warm flames danced quietly in her eyes. "Boss, do you need a tissues?" In the silence, only Song Nanshi could be heard, softly questioning Bai Yang beside him. "What are you thinking about?" Lei Hong pushed Hansha's shoulder. "Are you still letting the little girl hold it? Hurry up and make your wish. Today is your birthday, after all." To be honest, how long has it been since he last celebrated his birthday with others? After giving up on those once cherished luxuries, wishes no longer mattered so much. He hadn't even thought about the person known as Hansha in a long time. In a daze, Hansha took the cake and noticed that the girl on it was standing. She was holding her father's hand in the sunlight, as if she had never been ill and was just an ordinary child. If this is what the daughter wishes for, hasn't she expressed all my wishes for me? Hansha lowered her voice so low that it seemed to fade out, as if she didn't want anyone to notice the trembling note. She then blew out the candle on Xiaowan's behalf. In the dim hospital room, only her daughter's eyes shone bright, like the sun in the night, reflecting the light from the corridor. Hansha whispered, "Boss, I won't bring up today's incident for now." Extra Chapter 3, complete. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. July 20th, 2022. If you want to see more Sisters, you will have a separate episode of Sisters afterwards. Next is Xiao Song, Some Strategy Bosses. Extra Chapter 4, Rose Floret Decoration 1. So, Sister Lei, what do you think I should do? At 8 p.m. Taking advantage of the opportunity to throw out the trash, Song Nanshi grabbed the chance to seek advice from Lei Hong, who was about to head home after work. Looking at the girl a few years younger than herself, who looked apprehensive, La Hong chuckled and said, To be honest, I didn't think the boss was that hard to win over. During the preliminary review by the police, everyone knew that people with low pain thresholds also have lower psychological defenses and can be easily breached. Did you forget how the boss burst into tears in the kitchen just 2 days ago after his worker's grandmother cooked him a bowl of braised pork? However, Song Nanshi's face was turning red as he finally whispered, "No matter how I look at it, the boss seems uninterested in me. If I pursue him forcefully, wouldn't there need to be some tricks involved? Does the boss have no interest in you at all?" Lei Hong was taken aback. "I think the boss is quite nice to you. Didn't he teach you how to make cake step by step?" Song Nanshi murmured, "But the boss is kind to everyone equally. He proposed to Coach He and went all out to plan his birthday party. Even for the elderly who came from the nursing home. He would specially make them mung bean soup and red bean pastries to take back and share with other seniors. Compared to this, the boss really only sees me as a disciple." La Hong raised an eyebrow. "So, I should be considered one of the boss's apprentices. But the boss won't actually teach me how to apply the finishing coat by hand. That's because Auntie La is already very good at making cakes anyway." Song Nanshiyu said with a dejected tone, his shoulders sagging. "I remember there were a few times when I felt the atmosphere was quite good. Once, my boss comforted me after running out of a small noodle shop. I almost said what I wanted to. But then I blurted out the wrong thing. Another time, I invited my boss to my room. I had intended to say it, but his video scared me away again." At the end, her delicate face scrunched up in concentration. And she couldn't help making Lei Hong laugh. She suddenly felt a tinge of regret. At the time, her progress with He Jincho had been too swift, like a clean cut through tangled threads. Now, reflecting on it, it seemed as though something was missing. Lei Hong decided to help Song Nan in every way she could. "If you think your boss treats everyone well, you should create an opportunity to test whether he is truly fair and equal in his treatment." This translation aims to maintain the original meaning while ensuring it sounds natural and fluent. In English, Lei Hong thought for a moment and said, "The day after tomorrow is our day off. Xiao Song, I think you should ask the boss to teach you something more challenging than just applying finishes." Thus, things turned out that way. On the day off, after lunch, Henshaw went to the hospital to visit her daughter. The first floor of Building 29 was bathed in warm afternoon sunlight by early evening. Since there were no guests, the shop played gentle music in the background. Bai Yang stood by the table, decorating 4-inch cupcakes with a light-colored sweater on. She would occasionally sneak a big bite from the bowl she was working with. There will never be a better opportunity. When Song Nan stepped out of the kitchen and saw this scene, she nervously sweated in her palms and cautiously asked, "Boss, are you doing piping?" Actually, the Korean piping technique is a bit more complex than the original method, but it looks really impressive. I think we could consider adding it as a limited time offer to next month's menu on a first-come, first-served basis. Bai Yang turned around, holding a piping nozzle with her intricate white rose design. She smiled and said, "This is an Austin rose. It requires mung bean paste to make. The mung bean paste combined with butter can be a bit greasy, so it shouldn't be made too large. First, try to seek advice from your boss as naturally as possible." The instruction from Lei Hong echoed in Song Nanshi's ear, and he took a deep breath. "Boss, can I handle this?" "Want to do it?" Bai Yang looked at her with a slight surprise. That's a bit challenging. When I was studying abroad, my hands would swell up. After practicing for just one day. Make sure it's something relatively difficult to learn, so you have ample time to figure it out. The master leads you to the door, the rest depends on your own cultivation. Song Nanshi carefully nodded, forcing a calm demeanor. As he walked over, since it takes a long time to master, I think it's better to learn it sooner rather than later. She naturally picked up the second piping tip on the table. Boss, could you teach me the recipe for the red bean filling first? Dongsha, 200 grams, white butter, 30 grams. The butter is used to adjust the consistency of the red bean paste. During the piping process, it should be covered with a wet cloth to prevent it from drying out easily. Perhaps it was because he had enjoyed a few too many portions of the red bean paste. Bai Yang's mood seemed particularly good. He carefully used a piping nozzle to transfer the rose from his hand and was about to pipe another one. As an example for everyone, when Song Nan quickly stopped him. Second, you have to do it hand in hand, literally. At the physical level, letting him guide you. Song Nanshi's heart was pounding. She gulped nervously and said, Boss, since it's difficult, shouldn't we just teach me by holding my hand, like last time? This translation maintains the nervousness and casual tone of the original Chinese sentence while ensuring it flows naturally in English. She spoke, but her hand was already trembling, just like the last time she iced a cake. She had taken what should have been a perfectly good 4-inch cake and turned it into a literal cream bomb. If this keeps up, it'll be hard for her to even frame a rose. Song Nanshi's heart was filled with a series of QAQ emoticons, but after all, this was her first time chasing someone. As Master said, among things related to people, dealing with the dead is the easiest, whereas the boss is a living person, so difficulties were undoubtedly objective. Or as Master would say, when it comes to matters involving humans, handling the deceased is the simplest task. But since the boss is alive and well, challenges are naturally present. In that case, the focus is on the boss, and the rest of us might as well be sacrificing ourselves like roadkill. Like the bodies run over by a truck. The girl encouraged herself from within, and then she felt a warm presence behind her. It turned out that Bai Yang had already naturally responded to her request while she was torn inside. He gently encircled her from behind with his arms and handed her the piping bag. Boss. Song Nanshi felt as if his head were a red bean paste bun, filled to the brim with sweet bean paste. In an instant. Pay close attention, Korean piping has higher precision requirements, and red bean paste is difficult to squeeze once it dries, so you need to work quickly. Bai Yang grasped her hand gently, closing her fist to press the piping bag filled with sweet red bean paste. At the same time, she rotated the piping tip, shaping the unformed paste into delicate petal slices. How do you find it? Bai Yang stared intently at the rose and asked softly. Is this piping more difficult than cream piping? The warmth on Song Nanshi's back was akin to a tiny heater in a cold morgue, and she felt as if her entire system had shut down. Her disintegrated mind quickly reduced to just the final step taught by Lei Hong. Finally, drop in a romantic topic at an appropriate time to gauge his reaction. Romance. About this profound topic, Song Nanshi has been thinking about it for several days. In her memory, the most romantic thing from childhood to adulthood was when her grandfather took her hand and left with her on the night her grandmother passed away. They were both still smiling when they were discovered. From then on, death no longer struck fear into Song Nanshi's heart but instead became a very romantic honor. Is there anything in the world more romantic than dying together? Thinking this through, she took a deep breath and whispered in the position she was in, close to the boss, actually I think red roses look better. If I were to do it again, I'd go for a bright crimson color. Bai Yang was taken aback. Huh? You like red frosting? I thought you preferred white since you usually dress so simply. Not exactly. I'm used to wearing black and white clothes because that's what they required when I worked at the funeral home. But privately, I've always wanted to wear red to work. But my boss doesn't allow it, saying that mourners might complain if they see me dressed that way. Song Nanshi's face turned slightly flushed. But I've always believed that life and death are the most romantic things in this world, so it's even more appropriate to do things beautifully at such times. My grandfather and grandmother passed away on the same day when I was young. Although they seemed happy as they left, everyone was crying and they were given unattractive black and white obituaries and white chrysanthemums. I felt something was wrong, so this translation maintains the emotional tone of the original Chinese text while ensuring it flows naturally in English. So what? Bai Yang held her hand and it trembled slightly. Song Nanshi clenched his lips tightly, speaking in a low voice. So, the night before the burial, I used watercolor pens to paint the chrysanthemum petals red like roses. Then, I also colored the commemorative photo. Extra Chapter 4, Rose Icing Decorations. So, did I say something wrong again? I had planned to finish talking about my grandparents and then test the boss's attitude towards relationships. By 8 o'clock on the evening of the second day, as Song Nan complained bitterly about his plight, yet another person had joined those holding their meeting by the trash can. Hansha said with interest, so you called me out just to get me to give little Song some advice. I don't think the boss's wooden head can be salvaged in this regard. Lei Hong said helplessly, don't you count the boss? I saw that he Jinchia remarried me and he felt better than me, that is, he had a strong sense of service in this industry and always wanted to satisfy others. As a result, things were extremely slow to put on himself. What should I do now? Thinking about that day, Song Nanshi's spirits sank. She hesitated and said, I think the boss definitely didn't like the romantic way I suggested. He didn't say a word after I finished. Sister Lei, will I never have another chance to make a cake with the boss alone? Rest assured, that kind of boss would idolize Leiko even if she underwent a full makeover. Xiao Song, don't indulge in wild imaginings just yet. Seeing the young girl's thoughts spiraling into something more serious, Hansha chuckled and interrupted her daydreaming. After some consideration, the business consultant soon found himself laughing as well. I think you might want to push things a bit more with your boss now. He seemed lost in thought for a moment and then said, for example, let him know you a little better. So, Xiao Song, what's your parents' attitude toward you working for me now? A few days later, on one of the store's closed days, during lunchtime, Bai Yang only realized a twinge of nervousness as she stood below Song Nan's apartment. He mournfully said, they won't still think I led you down this path of no return, will they? No. Don't worry about it, boss. Although it was going to his own house, Song Nanshi was actually much more anxious than his boss. In fact, he couldn't help but secretly observe Bai Yang along the way. Fortunately, it seemed that his boss hadn't given too much thought to accompanying her home. If choosing this job makes you afraid to go home, then on days off, I can accompany you back. At the very least, it will let your parents know that I am a serious boss. Until they are willing to come to the store themselves. Thinking back to what Bai-Yan had said to her the day before, Song Nan's face flushed slightly as she whispered, "I don't know why either, but they seem less opposed recently. Maybe it's because the business has grown larger. And taking your boss back to visit your home can have many advantages. First, you can show him your vulnerability and tell him that you've fallen out with your family for his sake. Bosses are often soft-hearted and this approach works best. Emphasize your suffering and it will work in your favor." Han Sha's words of wisdom still echo in my ears. Then, little Song, your parents must be eager to find you a partner. Although boss is innocent, naive, and delicate like a flower, she definitely meets all the external criteria. Besides having a somewhat difficult to manage older sister, she's essentially a golden dove, a desirable catch. If there are things you're too shy to bring up with boss directly, your parents might be able to handle it on your behalf. Instantly, Song Nansha's face turned even redder. And then Bai-Yan couldn't help feeling strange as she waited in vain for the next line to come. "No, nothing. Let's go up." On the 5th floor, as they pressed the doorbell, Song Nanshi rehearsed the speech she had prepared all night in her mind. "Dad, Mom, this is my boss, Bai-Yan. You've always been concerned about my work, so this time boss came over with me to meet you all and introduce the Yellow Dream Project. Well, there's no offense in that, and it's not particularly strange either. The difficulty isn't high, it's more like trying to suture a carbonized corpse." Song Nanshi took a deep breath and, as the door opened, she blurted out, "Dad, Mom, this is the deceased." "Oh no." Song Nansha's heart skipped a beat, but before she could even change her words, "Didn't you tell us that Mr. Bai is coming?" The old lady directly interrupted her, looking utterly disappointed. "You stupid girl. Why didn't you tell us earlier? The meal isn't even cooked yet." Without a word, the woman called in Song Nan's father. The elderly couple seated them on the sofa and promptly found slippers and served tea for them. In less than 5 minutes, even a fruit platter was already prepared and sliced. It's no wonder that Song Nanshi couldn't help looking at his mother in disbelief. "Mom, you didn't meet before, right?" This translation captures the casual yet slightly shocked tone of the original sentence while making it natural and fluent in English. If it weren't for Boss Bai's constant private contacts with us, we wouldn't even know how you've been getting along outside. Song Mother glared at her with gritted teeth. "You suddenly quit your job and moved out of the house without a word, leaving us worried sick. Every time you come home, you say nothing. If it weren't for Boss Bai reminding us often about what you do at the store, we wouldn't be able to sleep at night." Bai-Yan. It's no wonder that Song Nan's parents softened their stance later on. In this regard, Bai-Yan felt that she could never measure up to her sister forever. The young boss heaved a sigh, guessing the whole story. He finally replied with a bitter smile, "Xiao Song is my first disciple. By all rights, I should have made a house call long ago." Thus, a series of events unfolded naturally in the ensuing moments, completely different from what Song Nanshi had imagined. I wonder what Bai Liu said to the elderly couple before By the time they sat down to eat, Songnan felt as though he were the outsider. Under her parents' persistent urging to share the dishes, the boss's bowl quickly filled up. But that was far from over. After finishing her meal, her mother actually brought out the family album and started chatting with her boss about her growth from childhood. "Mum, why are you telling the boss all this?" Songnan frantically tried to stop her, but it was clearly too late. Bai Yang already had a photo of her from when she was younger in hand and laughed out loud. "Little Song, didn't you used to really like putting on makeup when you were young?" Songnan blushed deeply as she lunged forward, only to discover it was a photo from her elementary school days. Back then, she had used lipstick to paint on a big red blush, making her face so vividly colored that it looked like a vibrant color palette. She has always loved painting and using bright colors, like reds and yellows. We never imagined that she would be able to do something like this on a cake now. The birth mother didn't hesitate to start digging up old stories, and after a moment she sighed, "Because of the messages you sent us before regarding Bai Boss, your father and I eventually came around. A girl should definitely work in a bakery rather than at a funeral home. We are just grateful that you were willing to take her in." Songnan Shijong opened his mouth instinctively, wanting to argue. At this very moment, she remembered why she had applied lipstick on her face since the age of 8, after she saw her pale grandparents in their coffins. She has always wished for a way to restore their skin to its original color. This wish eventually led her to pursue a career in funeral services. After all, turning death into life is rather romantic. And despite having endured a lot of skepticism for her romantic pursuits since childhood, Songnan now accepts it and no longer bothers to explain her odd passions. It was out of place. Master Songnan suddenly felt a little aggrieved, but now it was obviously not the time. She just wanted to quickly change the topic and talk about something else, but at this moment, a voice sounded beside her. "Aunties and uncles, actually, I don't think you need to view Xiaosong's profession as anything less than respectable. After all, making cakes and doing cosmetic services for the deceased are essentially the same in terms of skill and dedication." Looking at the three others who stood there dumbfounded, Bai Yang gently explained, "The first cake my mother made for me was to comfort me and stop crying. If we consider it from this perspective, perhaps allowing a deceased person to depart in a dignified manner can also lessen the tears of their loved ones." Is the boss speaking for her? Songnan stared at the person sitting beside her, who suddenly smiled and winked at her. In an instant, her head felt as if it had been rapidly whisked by a mixer, dizzy from top to bottom. Bai Yang said, "Whether she becomes a cake decorator or a funeral director, both are very romantic professions. Uncle and aunt, because of Xiaosong's past experiences, I believe that in the future she will become an extremely professional cake decorator. Please have faith in her and in me on this matter." In the end, Bai Yang seemed to be deliberating her choice of words. It was this damned pause that made Songnan's heart rate spike to the highest setting on a whisk attachment. What will the boss say? Will you teach her well? Will you witness her growth? No matter what it is, this is a promise that's solely hers. Or is she making it just for her parents? When you go back, you must invite Brother Han and Sister Lei to dinner. The embalmer, who was experiencing his first love, clutched at the denim pants on his knees with excitement. Following a thunderous thump of his heartbeats, he Heard his boss take a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. Please also believe me. After nearly half a minute of consideration, the owner of Huangliang spoke sincerely. I will never let her suffer any disadvantage when it comes to salary and benefits. Extra Chapter 4, Rose Icing Decorations. So, you specially scheduled a day off just to find me and asked me how to handle my brother. At 7 in the evening, Bai Liu looked at the dejected young girl across from her at the hotpot table. Even without her saying a word, Bai Liu could guess what had happened during the day. She resignedly poured a glass of wine. Ingzi told me that he came home with you today. Anyway, considering all the hard work I've done before, your parents' impression of him shouldn't be too bad, right? Your efforts have gone in the wrong direction. Han Xiaolang said coolly. What the boss really needs is to have his wooden head drilled with an electric drill to open it up. This way, he won't make promises about salaries and benefits when other parents enthusiastically introduce their daughters. I never thought this kid would start a business to the point where he can't even handle a relationship. Ba Liu had a throbbing headache as he drained the beer in his glass. During college, my girlfriend changed all the time, but after becoming a corporate drone, my nightlife suddenly turned into doling out whipped cream and sneaking chocolate. I was wondering why. Wait. Did the boss date so many girlfriends before? Now not only did Song Nan's expression reveal evident hurt as he looked up, but Lei Hong was also slightly surprised. He doesn't seem like the type who would easily give in. Ba Liu sighed and gently put some duck blood in Song Nan's bowl, trying to comfort him. Don't worry so much, little Song. Yang Zi isn't the kind of person you're describing. You've seen his personality for yourselves. He's already shown a bit of backbone. He didn't experience much of society's harshness when he was in school. Afraid that girls would be hurt, he had no idea how to turn down others. Those 5 or 6 girlfriends were all chasing him. Later on, they found that his head was full of sweet treats and cakes, lacking any masculinity, so they broke up with him. He cried to me many times at night over this and then gorged himself on cream cakes afterward. Song Nanshi. It makes perfect sense that this would be the boss's lucky charm. Hansha rolled his eyes, adhering to Bai Liu's principle that money not spent is wasted, and added more pills to the pot. From this, it seems that little Song's medicine wasn't strong enough. Indirect methods won't work against the boss. Why don't we just get him drunk directly? Forcing someone to engage in any activity against their will after they have consumed alcohol, regardless of gender, is illegal. Lei Hong crossed her arms and said with a faint expression, after all, Xiao Song's main issue right now is that she doesn't know how the boss views her. It's too early to do anything before this can be verified. Instantly, the table fell silent, with only the sizzling of the butter in the pot audible. Although the person who was dragging everyone down is absent today, it's clear that his presence still looms large at this table. After a while, Bai Liu said helplessly, Xiao Song, what do you think? Although I am his own sister, I can't get him arranged marriage, so I can only give you an idea. The good news is that my brother is not a wood, but the bad news is that he has never pursued people. So this is not a problem that can be solved by enlightenment. If you want to pursue him, it is best to find a field you are good at, and then imagine that he is the beautiful girl who needs your strategy. Just tell him directly when the atmosphere arrives. She finished speaking, and the 3 pairs of eyes landed simultaneously on Song Nanshi. Silent for the night, one might almost forget that Song Nanshi was the real star of the dinner party. Her somber expression too grave to be overlooked. They waited for a moment until all the balls had floated to the surface, and only then did Song Nanshi finally lift his head slowly. Ms. Bye. Song Nanshi's expression was resolute. Can you get me 2 bottles of white liquor? I'm afraid 1 bottle might not be enough. 2 hours later, when Bai Yan returned from the supermarket, light 29 was still off. Come on, not even Xiao Song has come back. How are we supposed to prepare the inventory for tonight? Ba Yang struggled to find the key, but before he could free his hand, suddenly, a sharp sound of a chair falling echoed through the glass door from the dark first floor hall numbered 29. The sudden noise nearly made Ba Yang drop his cup of milk tea right out of fright. And still here. Given her history from the incident on April 29th, it's difficult for Bai Yang's PTSD not to flare up. He trembled as he reached for his phone to call Song Nan, but before he could dial, Bai Yang's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a pale face slowly emerging in the dimly lit room. Boss? A gentle melody played as the girl spoke in a sleepy voice. Little Song. Bai Yang recognized the sound as Song Nanshi's ringtone. Her voice trembled as she took a deep breath, exhaled sharply, and said, Little Song. Why didn't you even turn on the lights when you came back? Don't we need to be so frugal? Is it the boss? Or is it the new corpse? Song Nanshi pushed the door 3 times before she managed to open it. Then, with a hiccup, she stumbled over and approached, based on her experience dealing with Bai Liu, Bai Yang suspected that Song Nanshi had at least consumed a caddy, about 500 grams of alcohol. Songs, didn't you stay at home to have dinner? With your uncle and aunt's generous manners, why are you drinking so much wine? Recalling the elderly couple they met earlier in the day, who clearly weren't ones for drinking, Bai Yang was puzzled when Song Nan suddenly cupped his chin in both hands. With a dazed look, he scanned Bai Yang's face and slurred, Not bad. No obvious signs of decomposition, so we shouldn't need to cover much to make him look good. Xiao Song, you know, can we try to come up with something positive next time? This translation aims to capture the casual and slightly apologetic tone of the original Chinese sentence. Ba Yang heaved a sigh. Before, Bai Liu had told him that people with a truly good tolerance for alcohol would turn increasingly pale as they drank, and now Song Nanshi looked like she was literally faceless. She might have already consumed more than a caddy, about 500 grams of alcohol. You resemble the boss pretty closely, your nose, your eyes, even your bones. Song Nanshi wouldn't let go of him, and his hand even began to slide down his neck. Drunk and foolishly laughing, he said, Boss, since I can't feel you properly while you're alive, I'll just touch you a bit. Don't worry, I won't take advantage. After all, I'll definitely make it look better for you. Song Nan's efficiency after getting drunk was the same as usual. The next moment, Bai Yang felt a sudden chill on his collarbone. As Song Nan shuddered, Bai Yang quickly grabbed his hand. Little Song, you've had too much to drink. Let me take you home. As she spoke, Bai Yang pulled the person inside. And as soon as he moved, Song Nanshi's expression turned even more puzzled. You. How can you still move? Have you thought out? Compared to Bai Liu, Song Nanshi under the influence of alcohol is not particularly aggressive, but his clinginess is definitely unusual. Ba Yang dragged the person into the doorframe and Just as she was about to go back for the food, the girl clung to her arm like an octopus. "You're moving. Could you be the living boss?" The room was unlit, and Song Nan and his students' beautiful eyes reflected the dim light of the street lamp. Outside No. 29, casting a faint, shimmering glow. She burped again and suddenly leaned close to Bai Yang's face. "Boss, if you're a living person, let me feel your breath." Although it was a request, Song Nanshi didn't hesitate for even a second. Before Bai Yang could even utter a no, his icy fingers had already jabbed directly at his person. "John. Little Song. Are you really drinking this much at home? Won't your parents think that I'm corrupting you if they find out?" Faced with the inability to fight back, Bai Yang could only lie there anxiously. The girl continued to touch him for a while before her slender fingers finally stopped at his lips. Song Nanshi gently caressed his lips and chuckled. "It really is the boss. This kitty's smile looks nice. Boss, if I were to do your makeup, I would give you this smile, making it part of my DNA. Xiao Song, don't put all sorts of strange things in the DNA. This translation maintains the natural flow and clarity of the original Chinese sentence while ensuring it sounds natural in English. The ellipsis at the beginning is kept to preserve the pause or thought that might be present in the original context. By the way, boss, please wait a moment. I have something for you." It seemed that Song Nanshi had finally determined the identity of this living corpse before her, and she suddenly swayed and let go. She stepped into the dark kitchen and then pulled out something. That was a misshapen pink Binsand rose, clumsily piped onto the cake. It looked wildly unrestrained, clearly indicating that the decorator was so drunk at the time that they had lost all sense of decorum and skill. "Boss, here you go." Song Nanshi pressed the rose into Bai Yang's hand without hesitation, despite her being so drunk that she could hardly tell north from south. Nevertheless, a romantic notion lingered faintly in Song Nanshi's mind. "Boss, I have something I'd like to ask you." After delivering the flowers, Song Nan looked up at the person in front of her and vaguely remembered Bai Liu saying that she needed to find a field where she excelled and treat the boss as if he were the one she was pursuing. Good at creating a romantic atmosphere, perfect for winning someone over. Such an arrangement leaves only one possible outcome. "Little Song, what do you want to say?" Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, but Bai Yang's voice seemed to have become softer in the darkness. This gave Song Nanshi's mind a layer of softness, and her tongue, which she had just managed to straighten, once again turned into a soft, mushy mass. "Beautiful lady." Song Nanshi took a deep breath and slapped a table with a loud **snap***, cornering Bai Yang into a small space. "Can you accompany me to pay our respects at Grandpa and Grandma's graves?" Author's note. Unclear vision. Author. July 23, 2022. Don't forget to go to Weibo, Unknown Blind, to participate in the top lottery. There is no threshold. Just forward the comments and give the same scented candle as Huang Liang. If you write a long review, please give it to Utilda. Extra Chapter 4, Rose Icing. As soon as Song Nanshi opened his eyes the next morning, he began to regret it instantly. Despite downing a half bottle of white wine last night, Song Nanshi's alcohol tolerance was sufficient to prevent her from blacking out. Therefore, she still had hazy recollections of everything that happened, including how Lei Hong, at the boss's request, came over to help change her clothes and sat by the bed laughing and asking her, "So, did you finally say out loud all the things you were holding back after having a few drinks to build up your courage?" At the time, Song Nanshi had already fallen into a deep sleep with a silly smile on his face before he could answer the question. Now, she bolted upright from her sickly slumber, as if struck by a sudden shock, and regretfully wished she could have blown another half bottle right then. Though she had mentioned her grandparents to her boss, the matter had been on her mind ever since. Although visiting the graves is important and can be very romantic as well, but it's also important to consider the context. While everyone else drinks to return favors, why is she the only one who doesn't seem to understand? Song Nanshiu felt more and more desolate as he thought about it. He hugged his head and moaned for a while before subconsciously glanced at his phone. 11 o'clock. The Yellow Millet Dream Cafe has been open for half an hour now. She not only drank and said the wrong things, but also ended up hungover and missed her work shift. Song Nanshi was on the verge of tears but quickly changed clothes and went downstairs. However, she found that only Han Sha and Lei Hong were in the first floor. The two dependable adults didn't appear to be flustered by the last-minute shortage of hands. They merely smiled at her and said, "Little Song, getting up. Are you still hungover?" "Lei sister. I'm so sorry, I overslept. I haven't drunk this much alcohol in such a long time." Since starting his job, Song Nanshi had never been this unrestrained about being late. He frantically tried to put on an apron, but Lei Hong pulled him back. "No need to put that on today. There's something else we need to do." Song Nanshi was struck like by lightning. "Lightning? Sister, are you going to fire me? What are you daydreaming about?" "The boss said he has something to handle today and is going to leave the store in our hands." Lei Hong couldn't help laughing as she saw the look of sorrow and indignation on her face. She gently combed through her disheveled hair and whispered, "It seems everything went smoothly last night. Shouldn't you quickly tidy up and change your clothes? You have a meeting with the boss later, right? Go out." Song Nanshi's eyes widened as she stared at Lei Hong. She reached for her phone, opened WeChat, and realized she hadn't had time to check it yet. 2 hours ago, Bai Yang sent her a message. "I asked Old Han, and he said that according to the old lunar calendar, today is a good day for going tomb sweeping. We shouldn't delay, let's go today. Just wait until you wake up, and we'll head out." Song Nanshi. Just as Han Sha entered the kitchen to serve the dishes, Lei Hong asked with a smile, "So, Old Han, today is really an auspicious day according to the lunar calendar?" "Well, according to the lunar calendar, it's an inappropriate day for everything." Han Shiman glanced out the window at the gloomy sky nonchalantly. "By the way, I also checked the weather forecast, which says it's going to be a heavy rain. Xiao Song, I've temporarily confiscated all the umbrellas in the store. You and the boss can share one." And so, Song Nanshi, still looking bewildered, was pushed back upstairs. She changed into another dress and waited for a while. Eventually, as the rain started to fall, she heard Bai Yang's voice coming from downstairs. The boss came back with something. Only after sitting in the car driven by Bai Liu, who was picking them up, did Song Nanshi's head finally stop spinning. She wanted to avoid looking around, but the sentence could be refined further for smoother flow. Only when she settled into the car driven by Bai Liu, who had come to pick her up, did Song Nanshi's dizzy spell subside. Despite her desire to keep her eyes fixed straight ahead. This translation maintains the original meaning while ensuring a natural and fluent English expression. The fragrance of the roses was within reach, and Song Nanshi only needed to turn his head for his nose to almost brush against the giant bouquet of roses in his boss's hand. So why would a boss buy flowers? Song Nanshi's face was flushed as she looked out the window. Even through the reflection, she found it difficult to resist staring at that bouquet of vibrant red roses and imagining their intended use. Why did I suddenly start buying flowers after yesterday? She couldn't have forgotten any crucial details about her own misbehavior, right? The car rode smoothly, but Song Nanshi's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might fly out of her chest. Her mind was a whirlwind of wild thoughts, yet Bai Yan remained completely silent, giving her not the slightest hint from start to finish. Throughout the journey, the boss merely held the flower calmly as if he had picked it up randomly. This left Song Nanshi's inexperienced brain in a constant state of confusion. Could it be that the boss really sees visiting the grave as an invitation on a date? Song Nanshi was at a loss, but this didn't affect the three insiders in the WeChat group from offering advice. Soon enough, following Bai Yang's request, Bai Liu's BMW came to a stop outside Long Mountain Cemetery. I had the driver park a bit further back so you and Yayue could walk in slowly. Let's see what this kid has up his sleeve. When Bai Liu sent the message, the rain had intensified again. Song Nanshi and Roseflower huddled under White Yang's umbrella and slowly made their way up the hill. Such weather didn't bode well for a large number of tomb-sweeping visitors, and halfway through the journey, Bai Yang couldn't help but grumble, the almanac and weather forecast are completely out of sync. Could Han Senior have played a prank on me? How can it rain so heavily on a supposedly lucky day? Xiao Song, are you cold? Song Nanshi thought that it wasn't just not cold. In her continuous thoughts, she was almost boiling with anger. Before she could hesitate much longer, Bai Yang had already tilted the umbrella more towards her. You drank so much alcohol last night. Be careful not to catch a cold from the wind. I still rely on you to help me prepare supplies. All right. By now, Song Nanshi was no longer listening to what the other person was saying. She nervously stared at the roses in Bai Yang's arms. The raindrops that had fallen on the petals made these expensive red roses appear even more lustrous and enchanting, making them stand out even more against the entire cemetery setting. Thinking about the eerie look the previous guardian had given him, Song Nanshi felt even more uneasy. It can't be that she corrupted the boss and dragged her interests to such a grim place. Has she come to the cemetery to give us flowers? This translation aims to capture the tone and meaning of the original Chinese sentence, ensuring it sounds natural and flows well in English. The context seems to imply something mysterious or suspicious about why someone is at a cemetery giving flowers, which is reflected in the final version. Carrying a barrage of questions in his mind, Song Nanshi moved slowly with Bai Yang to stand before a common grave. On a rainy day, there's nothing you can do. She brought her crush along, and he brought roses. To her surprise, they ended up going to visit the grave together. Perhaps the sequence of events was too bizarre, leaving Song Nanshi's mind blank for a moment. It was only after a while that he heard Bai Yang murmuring beside him, the dates are the same, they really did leave on the same day. Song Nanshi hummed in agreement. After this morning's profound reflection on the matter, she had already come to a clear understanding. In her mind, confessing to the boss and bringing the Boss to meet her grandparents were essentially equally daunting tasks. After all, everyone's definition of romance is inherently different. If Lei's sister's romance is about dumplings, and brother's is about his daughter, and the boss's romance is about cakes. So, Song Nanshi realized that her romance was death. It sounded a bit strange, but that was indeed her answer. Few could grasp the romance in this situation, yet Song Nanshi couldn't help but feel that the boss, who promised never to look down on her tastes, might be able to understand. In a daze, Song Nanshi seemed to suddenly understand something and looked at Bai Yang in some shock. However, she saw him carefully placing the rose in front of the tombstone where the two were interred together before softly laughing and saying, "If given the chance, I'd like to treat you both to a piece of cake made by little Song herself. It's gotten so good now. I'm sure I can teach her to become an extremely skilled cake maker. This is a red rose for the departed." Noticing the shocked gaze from beside her, Bai Yang said helplessly, "Didn't you originally want to learn how to make rose fondant cakes for them? You practiced all night yesterday. I wanted to do it this morning for you, but since it's going to rain, I was worried about carrying the ingredients around. So I just bought real flowers instead. Your grandparents should like them too." "But, boss, why? Cake bakers need to have some tolerance for romance. Please. After all, we are in the service industry." Ba Yang sighed and whispered, "Could we maybe not use alcohol to boost our courage next time when we have such requests? From what I understand, you guys usually don't find me unaccommodating, right? Yesterday when I called Ray back, her expression was as if she wanted to kill me. Originally, the flowers weren't for her." To obtain the final answer, Song Nanshi took in a gentle breath. However, she soon realized that her inner feelings were not as deeply disappointed as she had anticipated. After all, the world now had another person who would place roses at gravesides from then on. Her strange romanticism would no longer go unnoticed. "Boss, thank you so much. I'll make sure to bring you red roses next time as well." In the downpour, Song Nanshi heard a dreamlike voice. Bai Yang's expression changed instantly. "Wait, this isn't necessary for little Song." Song Nanshi felt that she should be able to say it soon. Extra 4, complete. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. July 24, 2022. Because the lottery is about to be drawn, I will remind you that you can participate in the lottery on the Weibo of Unknown Blind. There is no threshold. You can draw the same cake and scented candle as Huang Liangyiman by forwarding or commenting. If you write a long review, you will get extra tilde. The final extra is from the boss and sister, and it also concerns the follow-up of the case No. 29. It will be a little heavier and serious than before. Extra Chapter 5, Mentha Sugar 01. Facing the Hai-Long that hadn't taken a single bite, Bai Yang felt that she hadn't experienced such agonizing meals for a long time. As a semi-chef, Bai Yang could tell at a glance that the lobster was not cheap. Moreover, he hadn't had lunch yet and his stomach only held a small portion of handmade oil tea from this morning. Now, he couldn't even look at the lobster twice. He feared that his stomach would start complaining at any moment. Help. This is supposed to be eating, not torture. Bai Yang glanced at Han Sha and Bai Liu beside her with the corner of her eye, as if she couldn't sense the awkward atmosphere in the private room. One was busy retouching her makeup, while the other leisurely blew on the tea leaves in their cup. under the intense stares from the four people across the table. These two didn't even seem to consider picking up their chopsticks. By that logic, he really isn't cut out for business. Ba Yang thought to herself, although she knew it was a feast arranged to trap him. She really just wanted to eat right now. Please, could they let him go if he didn't eat? Recently, he had been so stressed over the branch store that he hadn't even indulged himself with a cake in days. Finally, as the lobster turned once more, Guo manager from the Public Relations Department of en-AU Real Estate smiled and said to Mr. Bai, if you're not in the mood to eat right now, why don't we chat for a bit first? Here it comes. Ba Yang's heart tightened as she thought, Han Sha and Bai Liu are both here, yet they've come directly to talk to me. They sure know how to squeeze the soft fruit. He instinctively looked at Bai Liu, but the woman snapped her mirror shut with a slap. Talk already. I've said I'm here to see you. No choice. White Yang gritted her teeth and said, what do you want to chat about? If it's about changing the menu, I've already made my stance clear. The charity menu in my restaurant is legally certified. I won't take a single cent from it. Part of the proceeds goes to helping the families of previous victims, while another part supports Lady Lin Sherfan, who lived at No. 29. This mess was left by you all, and now I'm cleaning it up. What else do you want? Unusually, Bai Yang's tone was very firm, and there was no blame for this on his part. After all, en-AU Real Estate had been bothering him for 2 whole months prior to today, since Hu Wei was sentenced to death in the first instance and chose not to appeal. Manager Guo has approached him several times, perhaps dozens, in his seat across from him. Throughout the entire process, the other party had only one request. Now that this case has finally come to an end, Bai Yang hopes that in the future, when opening a shop, she should not bring up old grievances again, to avoid causing unnecessary public opinion storms. Secondary sufferer of victims. As they say, capitalists have many tricks up their sleeve. One could say that even a naive and innocent white sweetie in the business world would be able to pick up on such a tactic. It's more about en-AU Real Estate trying to pull off a similar publicity stunt, just like they did with the Hu family at the time, rather than genuinely empathizing with the victims' families. And this time, Bai Yang naturally wasn't going to make it easy for them to get what they wanted. He didn't give Manager Guo a chance to speak. I have already made my position clear. Since I purchased apartment 29, I will take full responsibility for it. My public welfare package includes all the necessary procedures and has the consent of all the victims' families. May I ask on what grounds you want me to change my order under these circumstances? Who among the accomplices in these tragedies from apartment 29 has not been held accountable? Do I have to bring this to your attention explicitly? In the end, Bai Yang only realized that Han Sha had lightly gripped his arm under the table, and then he became aware that his voice had risen. He gritted his teeth and, in an attempt to suppress his anger, drained the contents of the cup on the table, although he realized it was alcohol as soon as he put it in his mouth. Despite this, Bai Yang still swallowed it down out of face. Obviously, en-AU Property had spared no expense to set up this banquet to catch him for a chat. After dowsing such an expensive bottle of white liquor, Bai Yang's forehead immediately began to sweat, and his thoughts quickly wandered away, once again losing control as they returned to that gloomy afternoon not long ago. That was the first visit allowed after Hu Wei was sentenced to death. The car stopped in front of the Yujiang City Detention Center, and Jinxiu, who had been waiting at the entrance early, helped Bai Yan get Lin Shifeng into a wheelchair from the back seat. Her situation is unique, and she no longer has any other relatives who can accompany her. That's why I applied for an accompaniment slot on her behalf. Later, you can escort her into the visiting room when the boss is available. Not seeing Jinxiu for a while, he wasn't sure what cases he had been working on lately. He looked thinner and said with a headache, "I can't keep up the entire time. There's been a case recently involving a nighttime bag snatching incident by the river which resulted in an assault on a junior high school student. I need to resolve this before it makes headlines." Time was limited, and they didn't waste any time with pleasantries. They quickly passed through the various security checkpoints and entered the visiting room. Throughout the entire process, Lin Shifeng sat quietly in a wheelchair. Her physical condition had improved somewhat after a period of drug treatment, but her Alzheimer's disease continued to progress. Now, Lin Shifeng's memory fluctuates, and Bai Yan could only hope that Wu Wen would have some luck. Among the few opportunities she had to visit her mother before the execution, she might once again recognize Bai Yan when her mother was not in a clear state of mind. He wheeled the wheelchair outside the glass and waited for a moment. Finally, Hu Wei appeared on the other side of the glass, accompanied by 2 police officers and chained with heavy ankle cuffs. "Mum." Hu Wei clearly didn't expect Lin Shifeng to recover to such an extent either. Before she could sit down, her eyes were already reddened, staring fixedly at Lin Shifeng's face without blinking. After thoroughly examining her from head to toe several times, she finally turned to look at Bai Yan. Hu Wei choked up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Bai. Previously, I heard from team leader He that you sent my mother to a nursing home. Before this, no matter how well I took care of her, she never seemed to be in such good health, and she has even gained a little weight." Originally, Bai Yan thought she would have a lot to say to Hu Wei before they met. However, when they actually met, she found herself unable to utter a single word. In the tragedy of the 29th, someone always pays the price. Wu Wei killed someone, this was the path he chose. But didn't he retaliate against the giants who had wronged him for so many years? Where is the price we pay for being giants? Again, Bai Yan couldn't help thinking of her mother. After the business Huang Liuyi dream gradually turned around and started to thrive, Bai Liu had more than once asked whether it would be possible to reveal that the company's name actually derived from her mother's surname. Originally, when he opened the store, he had believed it would be his last. Therefore, no matter what, he insisted on including his mother's name in the shop's title, to ensure that everyone knew this was actually a store belonging to his mother. However, he kept this a secret and did not mention it to anyone outside until more than a year after Yellow Millet Dream opened. The reason is simply because Bai Li said so to him. Not yet. Not the time to tell everyone about Mom's story. Thus, Mom's stories have been made invisible, much like Lin Shifeng's over these years. Before Bai Yan couldn't hold back her tears, she quickly put aside her random thoughts and leaned down to gently support Lin Shifeng's shoulder. "Ms. Lin, did you see who the person sitting across from you is?" He shook his head twice, and Lin Shifeng's confused gaze finally slowly settled on Hu Wei's face. After a long silence, the woman only tilted her head in puzzlement and spoke with her damaged vocal cords in an uneven tone, "You look like my son." Hu Wei broke down instantly, Mom. After Bai Yang tried a few more times, Lin Xiaofan still failed to recognize the man on the other side of the glass as her son. She always thought he was just someone who looked very much like him. As the visiting time was about to end, with only 2 minutes left, Bai Yang was still unwilling to give up and tried one last time. But at this moment, Hu Wei called him back. Mr. Bai, it's all right if Mom can't remember. It might actually be better for her. After all, she wouldn't know about what I've been doing. This translation aims to maintain the natural flow and tone of the original Chinese sentence while ensuring clarity in English. After crying it all out, Hu Wei's face was left with only a sense of calm. It was as if, after meeting Lin Xiaofan, he had fulfilled his last wish. In the last moment, Bai Yang almost wished he could donate his tear glands. He held back for a long time but eventually couldn't help asking with red eyes, is there anything else you want to say? Opportunities like this might not come around again. Through the glass, Wu Wei gazed at his mother with yearning, as if he were trying to etch this mangled face into his memory for the very last time. His voice almost coincided with the ringing of the time-up alarm. Mr. Bai, number 29 is a great house. Finally, as Hu Wei was helped to stand up by the police officers, his gaze lingered softly on his mother's figure. It was once home to my mother and me, but now it belongs to you. So, Mr. Bai, can you at least remember us? Huang Wei smiled through tears as if he were at the beginning when recommending this house to him. Remember us? Then, please don't let anyone erase the story of No. 29, okay. Extra 5, menthol candy 02. Just thinking about. Hu Wei's smile made Bai Yang feel that the fire in her heart wasn't extinguished by just one glass of wine. He poured himself another cup and said coldly, Lin Xiaofan has been in the sanatorium for so long, and all her treatment costs are currently covered by charity. Now that you're asking me to drop this package, what about her future medical expenses? Manager Guo was truly battle-hardened, his smile remaining unchanged despite Bai Yang's stern reprimand. Seeing this, he merely raised his glass and politely downed the wine in it. He smiled and said, Mr. Bai, please don't rush. Of course, we understand that you're keeping this charitable package to help the families of those affected by this incident. I have also consulted with my superiors on this matter. If Mr. Bai is willing to donate the package, the subsequent costs can be covered by our Guanyanli real estate. Wouldn't it be more efficient and effective to raise funds through us rather than soliciting donations directly from customers? In just a few words, Manager Guo even couldn't help sliding Huang Lian's efforts so far. After downing 2 cups of alcohol, Bai Yang felt a wave of anger surge through her. What do you mean? This translation captures the essence and tone of the original Chinese sentence while ensuring it reads naturally in English. In other words, you're going to cover all their expenses. White Willow held down her agitated younger brother and squinted, saying, and if my guess is correct, you'll also have a grand media conference to announce your great act of charity to everyone. Mr. Jiu smiled and said, Mr. Bai, as someone in business, you should understand that for a major corporation like Guanyanli Real Estate, a media launch event is quite normal, right? For heaven's sake. Had it not been for Bai Liu grabbing him, Bai Yang would have literally exploded on the spot after starting to feel the effects of the alcohol. Hell, even using just your pinky finger to think would reveal that these bone-draining capitalists not only indirectly caused the deaths of so many people, but now that Huawei's case has come to a close, they actually dare to pretend that they have been transformed from perpetrators into philanthropists. Upon hearing this, Bai Liu tightened his grip on the wine glass and said with a wry smile, typically, media briefings are held to reveal the full story to the public. But I suspect that you couldn't even manage honest disclosure. In such a scenario, let us simply drop the package deal and leave it all up to you to handle. This would be beneficial for you, but outsiders might still think we are being irresponsible, promising a comprehensive solution only to deliver half-heartedly. Manager Guo, this is not something my brother can agree to with just one nod. Han Sha then chimed in unexpectedly, moreover, we don't charge a single penny for this charity meal. In fact, the boss is putting in energy and time out of his own accord. Manager Guo, I admit my limited knowledge, but I've only ever heard about people offering their heartfelt generosity. But I've never heard that efficiency could be used as a criterion. This translation captures the essence of Han Sha's comment, conveying both her surprise at the situation and her misunderstanding of using efficiency as a measure for charity work. Immediate and apparent, the tension in the room escalated like a drawn sword. Consecutive encounters with the tough opponents Han Sha and Bai Liu finally caused Mr. Guo's expression to change, but he still maintained a courteous demeanor as he asked, so, Director Bai has conditions to propose. Bai Liu crossed her arms and leaned back in the chair, and upon hearing this, she actually burst into laughter. Manager Guo, it seems you still haven't figured it out. Her tone turned cold. Currently, Huang Liang Yi dream is White family's business. My brother and I are both general managers, not some small-scale entrepreneurs you can manipulate with constant pestering. Today, I'm here to tell you that if you continue to casually try to get my brother to agree to anything unequal, what you will face next will be the entire White family group's legal team. Finally, when the conversation reached this point, the man across the table's expression turned serious. Manager Guo even straightened up and once again displayed a flawless smile. Regarding the menu changes, Mr. Bai, feel free to propose anything you need. We can also formalize this in a contract to ensure mutual benefits for both parties. In this way, the grand feast finally moved on to its second phase. By the time the lobster on the table had completely cooled down, Bai Yang had already finished 4 glasses of wine. Drunk on an empty stomach proved to be devastating. And in the final 5 minutes, not only was his stomach churning violently, but he could barely make out the voices of others around the table. Repeating in his mind was Lin Shifen's tearful eyes behind her mask, while Manager whose voice echoed in his ears. They stood side by side in front of what was left of number 29, staring at him as the charred remains of the rose garden lay behind them. Their voices seemed to be drifting away on the wind. Please don't forget about us, Mr. Bai. Bai Yang felt intensely sick, but the thought of who was sitting across from him on the table kept him upright. He struggled to keep himself from slumping over as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed and Han Sha's voice seemed to jump from a distant place right in front of him. Boss, stop drinking, we've finished talking. Han Sha pulled him up from the chair, and Bai Yang only returned to his senses when he noticed that all the lobster on the table, which he hadn't touched, had already been packed away. He held onto him with one hand and the large takeout box with the other, saying indifferently, "Well, then we'll bid you farewell." They were soon out in the open. Almost as soon as he took a few steps, Bai Yang couldn't help but rush to the tree on the side and vomited in the garbage bag. Hansha said helplessly while giving him a back, "Boss, you have such a chance. Fortunately, your sister asked them to call you Mr. Bai. I have never seen anyone who can't drink like you. If I were white CEO, I would have to deal with this kind of thing every day. I prefer not to do it." Bai Yang struggled to catch her breath. Despite feeling immensely sick, he surprisingly found his mind crystal clear and could even recall most of what happened at that feast of heroes just now. Only after vomiting until her stomach was empty was Bai Yang finally able to straighten up. From a distance, she saw that the manager Guo, whom she had just seen, was getting into an expensive car with several others while talking on his phone. His sickening smile made her feel queasy. Clearly, the business they were discussing had already been sealed. Didn't this just give them what they wanted? Bai Yang bit her lip. Even if they compensate us. Even if they compensate the victims, as long as they remove that menu, the guests who come to room 29 in the future will gradually forget what happened here. These bastards can pretend like nothing happened and continue making a fortune, trampling over those past victims as though they never existed. Just thinking about Hu Wei still waiting to die in the detention center, and Lin Xiufen couldn't even remember her own son, Bai Yang felt a surge of hatred. So what if I don't agree? At most, I won't do business here anymore. Boss, what are you thinking? If we don't do business here, once they demolish this place and put a softer lid on the other residents, no one will ever know what happened at No. 29. Hansha handed him a tissue and rolled her eyes. This house is the biggest piece of evidence against you. Even if we don't publicize it, as long as you're still here, you can stab them in the back from time to time without any problem. However, Bai Yang was still seething with anger. Because he needs to keep doing business in Guanianli. He has to go with the flow and associate with these damn brats, watching them pretend to become philanthropists. Such situations are similar to how he always has to be asked about by Yiming whenever he gives an interview. To the point where just thinking about it makes him feel nauseous and unable to sleep. Clearly, these people are also murderers. Clearly, Huanglang Dream belongs to Mom, and not even the Bai family hot sauce is truly part of the White family. With a surge of alcohol, Bai Yang cursed viciously. At that moment, Bai Liu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly gave a light cough. Hansha turned around and frowned. "Your face is so pale. Don't tell me you've also had too much to drink. I don't have any more bags here. You take care of him." In the night wind, the woman's voice was bland and cold, but it trembled slightly as if she were suppressing some kind of resistance. Bai Lai sighed deeply. "Yangzi, doing business isn't like making a cake. There are no such fairy tales. Have you ever thought about the fact that one day everyone will call you MS Bai, and I won't always be in front of you? By then, relying solely on your naivety won't help. You spread more Mom's cakes to even more people. Extra 5, menthol candy 03. So would Mom be willing to see anything for the sake of money? Perhaps it was the alcohol talking, but Bai Yang's words slipped out before she could think twice, and she immediately regretted them as soon as they were spoken. Bai Liu's already furrowed brow tightened even more as he coldly stared at him. "Do you think I gave in just for money?" Bai Li crossed her arms and glared at him with an Unpleasant expression, Bai Yang, use your head. I'm not against you doing a joint charity campaign. But keeping this package deal benefits you in no way. Even if Mr. GU doesn't show up today, I'll find some reason to get rid of it eventually. Why? Now Bai Yang was truly a little annoyed. While it's important to contribute what one can, the most crucial thing is that everyone remembers what happened in this room, isn't it? This little brat still doesn't get it. White Willow clenched her teeth and gripped her waist with such force that she almost grabbed the deep wrinkles out of the nearly pressed skirt. Brat, you're trying to have it both ways by involving too many people in this. You want people to remember the victims killed by Hu Wei, and now you want them to remember Lin Shifeng as well. Bai Yang, do you realize there's a conflict of interest between these two? For the families of the victims, Lin Shifeng is also considered a murderer. By offering a charity package that donates money to both sides, do you know how much trouble you're causing yourself? A chilly night breeze came, dissipating the last bit of alcohol still lingering in Bai Yang's head. He suddenly realized something. Even if I don't offer the charity menu, I still need to serve those elderly people. So, are you telling me to give up my position as a victim's family member? This translation aims to maintain the original meaning and tone while making it sound natural and fluent in English. Bai Liu glared at him fiercely. Did you give up on them? This case wouldn't have been solved without you. Do you know that when I first got this listing, Mr. Who kept dodging the issue? It wasn't for your persistence that I pressured him to meet with you. All of these subsequent events would never have happened. You took the hardest step out of everything you did. Right? Compared to uncovering the truth, putting up some money is incredibly easy. Now that everything has come to light, tell me how much you think the money from selling those packages can compensate them for. Or do you really want to sulk like a child and make them bear no legal or financial responsibility at all? Perhaps out of anger, Bai Liu's face paled like a sheet of paper as she spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Yangzi, I didn't want you to be a bad guy. But when facing opponents who are much stronger than you have to be more mature. At least you can't leave any handle. Haven't you always asked me before, why don't I let you tell others that Huang Lianjimeng is named after her mother? I'm telling you now that because the time has not come, my wings and I are not strong enough. Once you pull out your mother in person, someone will go to dig out the mess of our family, which means that you may have to completely break up with Bai Yiming on the surface so that everyone knows that the one in the family is a beast who abandons his wife and children. Yangzi, I haven't completely taken over the Bai family. The reputation of the Bai family is related to the stock price of the Bai family, and the stock price of the Bai family is related to the future of Huang Lianjimeng. Do you understand? After the words were spoken, Bai Yang stood rooted to the spot in complete shock. Bai Liu, appearing utterly exhausted, let out a gentle sigh and placed her sweat-drenched palm against her brother's cheek. These past years I've protected you and you haven't faced such situations. But that doesn't mean you won't encounter them in the future. Now that you're Dream Liang's white boss, these things are something you'll have to think through on your own. Then Bai Liu casually tossed Han Sha a remark. You'd better watch your step from now on, and then got into the car without saying another word, leaving Bai Yang standing there in a daze under the night wind. Boss, you're in trouble. Women like your sister aren't easily placated. By this time, Hansha had finished watching the commotion and gave a lukewarm summary of the evening. As he looked down, the fight lasted no more than 3 minutes and Ba Yan was already frantically editing a WeChat apology message for Bai Liu. That's really all you've got, boss. On the way back, Bai Yang sent Bai Liu several dozen messages in a row, but none were replied to. Looking at the silent chat interface, a growing chill settled in his heart. He couldn't help recalling the clear disappointment on Bai Liu Dan's face as she left, which filled him with regret so intense that he wished he could have leaped off the high bridge over Yujiang River right there and then. He knew all along. From childhood, Bai Li stood in front of him, enduring countless hardships that he couldn't see. If Bai Liu had not worked hard to keep the Bai family chili sauce alive, forsaking what he considered principles, and instead worked under his father's guidance, perhaps he would not have had the opportunity to realize his dreams. In fact, he even blurted out that Bai Liu would compromise on anything just for money. What should I do? Will sliding on my knees while holding a cake be effective? The car was still stuck in traffic, but Bai Yang had already wilted entirely. She huddled in a tiny ball of misery in the backseat, heartbroken. It is clear that alcohol has had some impact on his emotional regulation system. Hansha couldn't help rolling his eyes. Boss, you'd better not drink next time. I've seen bad drinkers, but I haven't seen anyone who turns unlucky the moment they take a sip. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang merely stared vacantly. Out the window, is my brain filled only with cake batter? How could I have said those words to my sister? Hansha chuckled and said, having some basic self-awareness is good. However, boss, there's no such thing as a do-over in this world. Now that your sister isn't talking to you, why don't you think about the things she asked you to do? So, do you think my sister makes a valid point as well? Ba Yan regained his senses as his thinking gradually returned after the initial surge subsided. Hansha humored a smile, although I don't want to admit it, Sister Han is right. The reason I asked you to create that charity meal at the time was because the case on the 29th hadn't been fully investigated yet. At that moment, you had to comfort the families of the victims. Circumstances change, and as a boss, you need to learn when to act. There are many things in this world where your efforts won't necessarily move others, especially when it comes to money. So, what kind of leverage did my sister mention? The case involving No. 29 has garnered such significant attention, and Guan Yanli real estate cannot be absolved of responsibility. Clearly, there must have been someone covertly working behind the scenes to ensure that the victims chose not to press charges. In other words, at least for the families of the victims, their attitudes toward Guan Yanli should now have softened. If you were to take on a confrontational stance against Guan Yanli, they might not necessarily support you. Hansha spelled out the implications in just a few words, and Bai Yang couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. You mean to say that Guanyin Temple has already given them compensation privately? Of course, that's the leverage the other party has in asking you to play the menu game. If you were to stubbornly refuse them under these circumstances, it would effectively cut off the possibility for the victim's family to receive another significant monetary compensation. While your refusal wasn't intentional, how do you think they would perceive you if this information became known in the future? In the dimly lit carriage, Bai Yang's face was growing increasingly pale. Hansha spoke coolly, avarice leads to overreaching. And when it comes to interests, human nature can be terrifying. Boss, perhaps what Bai Liu meant might actually be the opposite of what you think. She hopes you keep your distance from these money matters. Whether it's compensating the victims or securing Lin Shifen's future, the money involved is far too complex. It would be best if Guan Yanli handled this. On one hand, you wouldn't have to get entangled in this mess. On the other hand, even if Guan Yanli takes center stage, what difference does it make? Taking the spotlight means they'll face pressure and scrutiny when they have to pay up. This is the price these people will have to pay. Finally, Bai Yang fully understood the logic behind it. But it's too late now. The words spoken are like sugar poured into a pot. Irreversible. He recalled Bai Liu's pale face not long ago, so devoid of hope that it had been pressed against the window pane. What can I do? I really am not cut out for business. I even wanted to invite my sister to the opening ceremony of the new branch. Halfway through her sentence, Bai Yang's eyes were already welling up with tears. Hansha. This translation aims to preserve the ellipsis in the original Chinese text, which often indicates hesitation, silence, or a pause in speech. It was only until this moment that he realized why childcare had been specifically included in the salary contract he received from Baidu. This is way more troublesome than dealing with kids. Forget it. After reciting her salary a few times in her heart, Hansha eventually reached into her pocket and handed over a pack of tissues. You're already a seasoned boss, and you should know that this banquet is just the beginning of a series of troubles. Hansha said helplessly, it's not easy to remove the publicly notarized charity menu. Boss, if you want to avoid gossip from outsiders, even without your sister being there, you'll have to handle the media launch for Guanin District Properties in person. Extra Chapter 5, Mentha Sugar 04. 410 full days, Bai Yang didn't see Bai Liu again. Apart from the occasional WeChat messages, his sister seemed to have vanished into thin air. Bai Yang had attempted to make a heartfelt visit several times, bringing cakes and getting ready to kneel in apology, only to find that Bai Liu was either not at home or in a meeting at the office each time. After repeatedly being given a cold shoulder, Bai Yang realized she was facing a serious issue. This time, Bai Liu is probably genuinely angry with him. From a young age, Bai Liu was usually the one to soothe him with sweets and cookies. Role reversals were rare, and even then, it would only last for a few hours over a drink. This was unprecedented. Bai Liu hadn't seen him for 10 consecutive days. Dejected, Bai Yang had no other choice but to continue complaining on WeChat. Finally, after scrolling through a screen full of crying cat emojis and QAQ faces, Bai Liu replied to him. Handle the event at the Guanin Temple smoothly. And if you do a good job, I will get in touch with you. Thus, Bai Yang's press tour instantly became crucial. Originally, Bai Yang had only intended to go through the motions, even though the current solution was beneficial to everyone. Thinking about what these people had done in the past made Bai Yang feel queasy. As a result, she even lost her appetite for the small snacks provided at the press conference. But now that Bai Liu had said so, Bai Yang had no choice but to dig out a suit she hadn't worn in 2 or 3 years. Accompanied by Hansha, who was just as unwillingly grumpy, the two of them attended this media conference, which everyone knew would unfold in a certain way. They were not surprised to run into manager Guo right at the scene. Boss, if you can't even fake a smile, I really can't Handle working with you. As Manager Guo approached from a distance, Han Sha managed to switch to a flawless business smile. In the blink of an eye, and whispered, "The ghosts here are much more terrifying than those you encountered at Building 29. Boss, be careful with your words in such a place filled with journalists." There was no other choice, so Bai Yan could only silently go over in her mind the triple chocolate brownies, New York cheesecakes, sea salt coconut mousse, and raspberry Napoleon she had eaten over the past 2 days. A smile finally managed to form on her face as GU Manager approached and extended his hand. "General Manager Bai, you're here." Manager Guo. Bai Yangyang tried to imagine Manager Guo's head as a layer cake and smiled. "I thought you were here for reconnaissance, but it looks like we haven't even started yet." Manager Guo sighed and said, "There's a bit of traffic on the way, so the boss isn't here yet." "How about this, Chairman Bai? You could have some snacks first." "Oh, right, we prepared some alcoholic beverages for the media friends here. You should be careful when drinking." At last, he smiled, with an implicit meaning. "It's still an unpalatable layer cake." Bae clenched her teeth to keep a smile on her face and nodded before heading over to the dessert table. With Han Sha, she vented by eating several pieces of cream cake, after which the host gestured for them to take their seats. The press conference was as long and tedious as Bai Yangyang had imagined. Just keeping her eyes on the leaders on stage triggered PTSD in Bai Yang from when she was a child, brought there by Bai Yiming for social engagements. Seeing that the time point mentioned by Manager Guo before was drawing closer, Han Sha whispered, "Everyone is here today. Remember, this is something good for everyone. Just smile once you go up there and don't say anything extra." Afterwards, Han Sha secretly slipped something into his hand. Bai Yang unfolded her palm to reveal a mint candy. This might well be the greatest care Han Sha can offer him. Bae Yang bit her lips, popped the mint candy into her mouth, and then looked over at the main table not far away. Not only was Yan Ping invited, but all the families of the victims were also in attendance. Across the table sat the head of the Charity Institute, responsible for Lin Shifen's case. Their appearance together means that today, the tragedy of the 29th will be brought to a conclusively definitive end. Since then, Huang Liang's dream will also turn over a new leaf. At the end of the speech, about the case of Guanyanli No. 29, which is very concerned by the media friends. After discussions within the group, we also decided to take today's opportunity to officially announce that Guanyanli Real Estate will provide long-term public welfare assistance to the families of the victims of the case No. 29 and MS. Lin Shifen, who once lived at No. 29 in the future. Please invite Mr. Bai from Huang Liangyiming. Click. Hearing her name, Bai Yang bit hard on the candy in her mouth. Eventually, everyone will call you President Bai. And I can't possibly keep standing in front of you forever. He could still hear Bai Liu's words in his ears. He gritted his teeth and stood up, while Han Sha gave him a final reminder. Think about how your sister does it. Doing business isn't just for fun. Now you're President Bai. I wonder how Bai Liu handled such situations for the first time. Could it be that she thought all those people would just take away dishes and hotpot sets? Only when standing under the spotlight did Bai Yan vaguely understand why Bai Li had been avoiding him these few days. In the past, Bai Liu took the initiative to choose the more difficult and humiliating path for him, so that he never needed to bow down in front of Bai Yiming over the years. He naively thought that he would not need to go through these things in the future. He could never consider these twists and turns, or he could never make any compromises. Only after Bai Li pulled away did he realize that many of the choices were actually much more difficult than he had thought. Life is not like making a cake, even the white sugar as a reward would lose some of its significance if there weren't these frustrating maneuvers in life. Before Bai Yang spoke those clichés, she took a gentle breath and could still feel the lingering sweetness of the candy dancing in her mouth. That was a refreshing mint flavor in stark contrast to the bitter taste in his heart. A 3-minute speech isn't particularly long, but also isn't especially short. After stepping down, Bai Yang's first action was to ask Han Sha to contact Bai Liu. Based on Bai Yang's understanding of her sister, Bai Liu likely remains discreetly involved in monitoring the progress of everything. Certainly, she would keep in touch with Han Sha as she had before, silently worrying about him in the background. However, Bai Yang's guess was quickly shattered by Han Sha's merciless words. The business consultant rolled their eyes and said, "Boss, you're already 29 years old. If your sister has to worry about this all the time, you might want to reconsider whether opening a branch is feasible." However, this translation directly captures the tone and structure of the original Chinese phrase. In English, if you have any specific context or additional details to provide, feel free to share. He paused and then furrowed his brow, saying, "Your sister didn't look too good when she left that day. I think you should meet with her directly." Bai Yang's heart sank completely. Suddenly, an unpleasant premonition washed over her, much like when her mother fell ill unexpectedly many years ago. Initially, she had no idea why her mother would suddenly not return home. How could Bai Li not have called for 10 whole days? No. I need to go find Bai Liu. Without pausing for the press conference to conclude, Bai Yang was about to leave immediately. However, before he could even stand up, his tightly clenched phone began to vibrate wildly in his hand. "It's the white poplar. Sis. Where are you now?" Bai Yang asked without any preamble as soon as she picked up the phone. "Sit down first. This is a large event, not like you can just leave whenever you want during a barbecue at the store." After 10 days, Bai Liu's voice sounded a bit hoarse as she spoke unenthusiastically. "I have a media friend at the scene who gave me a live broadcast of everything. You did pretty well, but your smile was a bit forced. Now sit there and don't leave the table until the press conference is over. Sis, where on earth are you?" This time, Bai Yang didn't fall for the trick so easily. Even if only slightly, she could still detect a hint of weakness in Bai Liu's tone, and this was definitely not how she would behave at work. "Tell me where you are, I'll go find you right after this meeting is over. Don't lie to me, I know for sure you're not at the company meeting." Bai Yang persisted in pressing the issue. After a moment of silence, the woman on the other end of the phone sighed softly. "You little brat, maybe you don't have much else going for you, but you sure have a strong sixth sense for bad deeds." White Poplar smiled wryly and said, "I didn't really intend to keep this from you anyway. There will be a car to pick you up after everything is over. Don't bring old 3 Han, although I suspect he figured it out and has been sending me fake messages these past couple of days. This isn't a place for him." "What do you mean?" Bai Yang was increasingly alarmed as she listened. I need to have a small surgery. Liu sighed and smiled helplessly. I don't want to wake up our dear one who is signing, so, Yayosi. You'll have to come instead. Extra 5, complete. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. July 28, 2022. Today is the final day of the competition, but there will be an extra week of updates to seamlessly connect with Sister's Side stories. Don't forget that we have a no threshold giveaway on Weibo. Make sure to check my top post. Extra Chapter 6, Pepper and Sugar 01. When Baiyang gently pushed open the hospital room door at just after 6 in the evening, after the caregiver briefly relieved him outside the door and went to eat, the twilight deepened. In the room where the lights were off, Baiyang gently made her way to the bedside and found Liu already asleep. Throughout the year, Baiyang rarely saw her sister in her natural state without makeup. But on the second day after the surgery, without the refinement of her meticulous makeup to support her, Liu appeared so fragile that she seemed like a cream cake that would crumble at the slightest touch. Her frown was deep, and even her breathing was light. She was said to be in such severe pain that she could barely walk when she was admitted to the hospital. And yet, Liu managed to keep this from him for 10 full days, even going so far as to lie to him and say that it was just a small surgery that didn't require his presence. You're just worried about the hassle, right? Worried that if I cry, you'll have to comfort me. She gently pulled out the chair and sat down, her gaze fixed on Sister Bai's face in the dim light. For a moment, she felt as if it were more than 10 years ago when he last saw the scene. In the summer of 2004, Baiyang, who was 10 years old, was led into the hospital room by Liu, who was 17. Back then, the young boy's palms were sweaty despite Liu's thorough explanations beforehand about cancer, his mother's illness, and everything they might face in the future. Almost nothing was left unmentioned. Liu, who was barely a senior in high school at the time, shared all the details with him without holding back. Dad won't be coming home, so Mom is the only one of us now. That's why, even though you're still little, you need to know what's going on. At home, Liu adopted a serious expression that Baiyang had never seen before. She knelt in front of him and looked into his eyes, saying each word clearly. What I mean is, Mom might leave us. Yangzi, you have to understand this now, okay? Mom might die. Even though Baiyang didn't fully understand the cancer awareness information, she eventually came to grasp this one thing. Before he could react, the tears had already trickled into Liu's palm. Why would Mom fall ill, sister? Why is it Mom who is sick? Although Baiyang was manipulated by Liu since a young age, when she saw her sister's eyes at that time, she already knew. This time, Liu did not deceive him. Even the sister who had always given him a hard time showed palpable fear in her eyes. Although it was well concealed, Baiyang still picked up on it. If Mom leaves and Dad doesn't come back, won't that just leave him and his sister on their own? Baiyang soon cried to the point where Liu's face was indistinct through his tears. Unlike before, this time Liu let him cry for a long while without comforting him. Finally, when Baiyang was exhausted from crying, he felt Liu gently hug him and pat his back. It's okay to cry now, you can cry in front of me, and I'll comfort you. But don't cry when you see your mother later, Yangzi. She is very sick, and we can't afford for her to be distracted with our worries right now. In Liu's embrace, Baiyang's voice was also trembling softly. Unconsciously, Bai Yang wanted to look at his sister's face, but Bai Liu held him tightly without letting go. She said, "Cry for 5 more minutes, then wipe your face clean. We'll go to the hospital to see Mom. After that, I'll pick you up from school every day to take you there." Bai Yang cried uncontrollably, hiccuping, "Dad. Dad." This translation maintains the emotional tone of Bai Yang's distress and uses hiccuping to capture the natural flow of her sobs. "He just needs to pay for it." White Willow's voice grew cold and the tremor in her voice vanished as well. "From now on, accompanying Mom will be our job. Yaoi, promise your sister that no matter what happens afterward, you must be strong and help me out, okay?" Then, Bai Liu helped his younger brother wipe his face carefully. On the way, he even bought him a cone of ice cream, which was unprecedented. They arrived at the hospital in this manner. Even though Bai Yang felt that he had mentally prepared himself, his eyes still pricked with tears when he saw his mother lying in bed in a hospital gown. He clung tightly to his sister's hand to keep from breaking down right then and there. "Good job." Subtly, Bai Liu lowered her head and gave him a nod of approval before quickly turning to her mother with a cheerful smile. "Not bad at all. Crybaby didn't even finish my whole box of tissues." This time he came to the hospital. "Mom, you're definitely going to be discharged soon." When Bai Liu spoke, the one filled with fear in her eyes and a sobbing tone in her voice seemed to vanish. She peeled the apple as if nothing was wrong, though her technique was quite unskilled. Nevertheless, throughout the process, her mother merely watched her with a smile. "Scammer." Bai Yang fumed, thinking that her sister's palm was also cold and she was sniffing, crying every day made this most obvious. These were all signs that someone wanted to cry, but she merely laughed it off as if nothing had happened, mocking herself for being such a crybaby. "My sister is a scammer." From childhood to adulthood, Bai Yang had fallen for countless scams. After her mother fell ill, Bai Li's skill at deceiving people reached its peak. The most outrageous instance was when Bai Liu told him that she could cook. At the time, with the hostess hospitalized, Bai Yiming was left uneasy about the empty kitchen at the Bai household. Eventually, he decided to give all the money to Bai Liu to help her and her brother fend for themselves outside. However, for Bai Yang, who doesn't eat spicy food, most of the restaurants along the Yu River were not a source of joy. After eating sweet and sour meat with a numbing flavor for half a month, the already finicky Bai Yang finally began to lose weight. Back then, Bai Liu walked into the kitchen with confidence, vowing to make sure his brother had a full meal, only to blow up the pot in the process. Even as the firefighters arrived, Bai Liu told her brother that she could cook and that the mess was all the pot's fault. For the next 2 weeks, Bai Liu spent every evening in the hospital copying recipes, filling up an entire notebook. One night, Bai Yang even overheard her mother say to her, "I won't give these recipes to anyone, I promise you. One day they will bear my name and yours, just like the hot sauce does." Thus, armed with Mom's recipe book, Bai Liu burnt through 2 more pots. It wasn't until Bai Yang learned to cook by himself in the 5th grade of elementary school that his days of going hungry truly came to an end. Unbelievable as it may be, Bai Liu still occasionally claims that she can cook. Truly, big sisters can be relied on, even pigs can climb trees. The sound of a nurse bringing food down the hallway reached them. Bai Yang couldn't help rolling her eyes as she finished her recollection, whispering, "Sometimes I really Think you should stay at my place. At least then I could cook for you every night instead of letting you waste your evenings on meaningless social engagements and drinking yourself into this state. Just thinking about how Bai Liu, who was less than 40 years old, had undergone 3 operations due to severe uterine fibroids and ultimately lost her uterus, made Bai Yang's nose sting with emotion. By now, you didn't even tell me the truth and tricked me here to sign for the surgery. Do you enjoy fooling me every day? Bai Yang bit her lip and gently grabbed Bai Liu's hand, struggling to avoid the multiple tubes stuck in her head. He couldn't even bring himself to think about the scene a few days ago when he was suddenly called to the hospital to sign papers. It was only then that he realized Bai Liu's illness had recurred twice before. This time, after being hospitalized due to sudden abdominal pain, a hysterectomy had become an inevitable decision. After all, doctors wouldn't suggest such a procedure for other women who hadn't given birth. Brat, my apologies. It seems that the days of indulgence and pleasure are mine from now on. The throne in our family will have to be passed down through you. Back then, Bai Liu leaned casually against the hospital bed, holding a cigarette in hand, and spoke calmly. Dad would never agree to this if he were here. So you'll have to sign it. Quickly, Yanzi. After the surgery, I still have a lot of work at my company, and your new store is also set to open soon. There's no time to waste. Be a young. Undoubtedly, he ended up crying in the hallway like it was him who was having his uterus removed, so humiliated that even half a floor's worth of patients came out to gawk. Scammer. If I believe you again, my head will be made of mousse. Ba Yan wrinkled her nose with malice and, with great effort, extracted the porridge she had prepared for Bai Liu from her bag using one hand. Although she was being as careful as possible, Bai Liu still woke up the moment the lid opened. Extra Chapter 6, Chili and Sugar 02. Actually, Bai Liu didn't sleep particularly well before Bai Yan came. Long-term exposure to frequent drinking for social engagements had dulled her sensitivity to anesthesia, causing its effects to wear off quickly after surgery. She was left relying heavily on painkillers to suppress the discomfort, and coupled with a fever, even when she dozed off briefly, her dreams were filled with things she rather avoided thinking about. Ba Li dreamt of her brother's birth. Even as a young child, Bai Liu knew that her parents would eventually want another child. The reason was clear. Bai Li never bothered to pick up a piece of food for her at the dinner table, nor did she inquire about anything from her kindergarten. This answer was as obvious as it got. Bai Yang was just 7 years old when Bai Yang was born. She had already made up her mind that she would show no extra affection to this brother who threatened to take everything from her. However, when the baby in his mother's arms gently squeezed her fingers and she couldn't help but grasp back, Bai Yang realized that she could no longer keep her promise to herself. Since she couldn't help but feel indifferent towards this younger brother, she might as well tease him a bit. Thinking of this, Bai Liu drew a little turtle on 1-year-old Bai Yang's face and led the 5-year-old into the haunted house, ate the mixed rice that younger brother couldn't have in front of him, and then secretly put some spicy strips in his milk. Every time, Bai Yang would cry uncontrollably, and every time, Bai Liu could easily coax her back with lollipops and cookies. This teasing continued until Bai Yang entered the 3rd grade of primary school. That year, in an attempt to build Bai Yang's ability to eat spicy food, Bai Liu tricked him into a hot pot restaurant. By that evening, Bai Yang had a fever of 39.5 degrees Celsius and was hospitalized for acute gastroenteritis. For a week. He then remained bedridden at home for another 2 weeks. It's only natural that this time things are different. Even with her mother trying to protect her, Bai Lai was still harshly scolded by the father who had rushed her to the hospital. In a fit of rage, Bai Yiming slapped her so hard that it made her head spin. At 16, Bai Lai only felt the world go dark, and then she ran out of the hospital without looking back. That night, Bai Liu didn't go home. She sent a text to her mother to reassure her, then took a detour before ending up back at the hospital, sitting in the courtyard and staring at the lights from the emergency room. At 2 a.m., Bai Yang's fever broke. Bai Liu received a text message from her mother, "Sis, Mom said you ran away and it's both cold and dangerous out there. Would you come back?" The night wind blew so cold that the white willow shivered, but her brother's text messages kept pouring in endlessly. "Sister, I have some cookies here. Would you like to come back and have them? I can give all of mine to you. Sister, where are you? Do you have any money on you to buy food? Sister." Not sure if she was trying not to wake her mother, who was keeping watch, Bai Yang persisted in sending messages to her sister even as she struggled with many words. As the messages accumulated in Bai Liu's inbox, what surrounded her gradually became blurred. "Before my brother came along, there were just 3 of us and only 1 person loved her. And with the arrival of her brother, there were 4 people in the family, but 2 of them loved her. No matter what, with these things, she should have enough already. She doesn't need to expect anything more from people who never loved her in the first place. Something that she never would have gotten in the first place. She didn't need it. And she didn't want it anymore." Finally, at 16, Bai Liu gently sniffed her nose, and the confusion in her eyes disappeared along with the tears. In the night breeze, she stood up from the bench and slowly made her way to the brightly lit emergency room lobby. The first dream abruptly ended here, and Bai Liu briefly regained consciousness for a few seconds, hearing the caretaker talking to Bai Yang outside the door. Then, her mind once again became chaotic, and she closed her eyes as the second dream followed swiftly. That was when she got divorced. Compared to Bai Yang, Bai Liu's love life hasn't improved much either. Even during her university days, Bai Liu was aware that Bai Yiming would eventually find a partner for her. However, Bai Liu had always disliked leaving the choice to others. Therefore, she went through more than 10 boyfriends before marriage, and each time Bai Yang returned from abroad, the man by her side was different. She continued this pattern until she turned 30. Finally, after Bai Yang's third failed investment, the man in Bai Liu's life was replaced by a new company executive. This time, Bai Liu did not substitute anyone in. At 31, Bai Liu married officially in the presence of her father and younger brother. For her, marriage did not interfere with work, so even after getting married, she continued to attend her classes as usual. Despite Bai Yiming often hinting at his desire for grandchildren, Bai Liu would usually just smile and tolerate it. These are just excuses. Bai Liu knew very well that if she retreated at this moment, not only would all her previous efforts be in vain, but Bai Yang's sweet business would also have to be abandoned. Fish and bear's paw can never be had together. To soothe her husband, Bai Liu gifted him a new car. They had agreed that they would have a child before she turned 35. however, even before her 32nd birthday was celebrated. On her phone's synced dashboard camera footage, the images showed someone else sitting in the driver's seat of the car she had given him. Soon enough, the situation became awkward. En-AU-WilliamNeural's divorce was an exhausting battle of wills, pitting her against En-AU-WilliamNeural while everyone else found themselves caught in the crossfire. For 5 full months, En-AU-WilliamNeural stood off against countless people, including her husband, his family, and his pregnant lover. Ultimately, unsurprisingly, it came down to her own biological father. It took En-AU-WilliamNeural a long time to realize that En-AU-WilliamNeural had been in contact with her husband for a while. In fact, he even asked the other party to replace her medication just to keep her occupied with pregnancy and force her to give up control of the company. En-AU-WilliamNeural ultimately did not bring this matter out into the open. She wanted to preserve some face for everyone, but she never expected that in the final stage of this drawn-out battle, her husband would tear this last shred of dignity to pieces right before her eyes. Then, the man who had realized he needed to sign on the paper suddenly sneered before saying, "Did you know? I actually switched out the medicine for you, but even with the switch, you still can't conceive. En-AU-WilliamNeural, do you really think you'll ever have children?" In an instant, En-AU-WilliamNeural felt her mind go blank as En-AU-WilliamNeural charged forward in a fit of rage. "You damn traitor. If you dare to slander my sister again, I'll teach you a lesson right now." Without saying anything else, the other party merely disdainfully left the divorce agreement on the table. After they completed their procedures at the Civil Affairs Bureau, as soon as they stepped out of the door, En-AU-WilliamNeural punched her ex-husband to the ground, knocking him down onto the curb. After divorcing, En-AU-WilliamNeural spent the first week shuttling between the company and the police station to clean up her brother's mess. By the time all was said and done, she had lost 12.5 pounds. For the first time in her life, she took sick leave from work to sneak off for a medical checkup. On that day, she finally knew what was wrong with her body. Originally, there was still something about her that very much resembled her mother. With a vague pain in her lower abdomen, En-AU-WilliamNeural furrowed her brow as she slowly awakened from her dream. In the darkness, with no father, no ex-husband, and none of the nightmares, En-AU-WilliamNeural was struggling to open a lunchbox lid with one hand. Her face was contorted in effort, a look that En-AU-WilliamNeural had observed from a young age. It either meant he had just finished crying or was on the verge of tears. "Fraudster. If I believe you again, my head will be made of mousse." En-AU-WilliamNeural heard En-AU-WilliamNeural sniffling softly. Little brat. She was the one who had to come to comfort him even after he cried. En-AU-WilliamNeural sighed inwardly, but out of the corner of her eye she noticed that En-AU-WilliamNeural was holding her hand just like when she first held her younger brother's hand outside the delivery room as a child. In reality, En-AU-WilliamNeural wasn't using much force at all. Instead, she handled it with such care and delicacy, as if she were gripping a delicate cream cake. In that case, just as she had ended up falling in love with that child against her will, the child would always stand by her side. An old thought arose at an inopportune moment, and En-AU-WilliamNeural moved her fingers slightly. En-AU-WilliamNeural immediately noticed, and both of her eyes seemed to glow red like those of a rabbit. "Sis?" En-AU-WilliamNeural asked pitifully, "How do you feel? Where else does it hurt?" It's not her fault, En-AU-WilliamNeural thought. Indeed, the boy does look too easy to bully. It was completely dark outside, and there were no lights in the hospital room. The siblings stared at each other for a moment in the darkness before En-AU-WilliamNeuval's voice barely whispered, "Bastard rabbit." This is a colloquial and informal translation. That captures the casual nature of the original Chinese phrase. If you prefer a more direct translation without the profanity, you could say, "That little rabbit." She decided to fib again with malicious intent. "You pressed on my pain reliever. Extra Chapter 6, Pepper and Sugar 03. After bargaining with the doctor for half an hour, Bai Liu was required to stay in the hospital for at least a week and could not return to work even one day early. Seeing her rarely vexed sister's face turn a deep shade of red as she leaned back against the pillow, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel elated and began to peel an apple. She smiled and remarked, "President Bai finally has some vacation time, congratulations." White Willow glared at him fiercely. "You brat. Do you know how many things are on my plate? If I take a day off here, those old coots in the company might get restless. Even if you were confined to the hospital, you wouldn't be able to avoid handling official business. It's just that you're not physically present. Do they really think they can pull off a repeat of the Han Dynasty seal grab with you absent?" Bai Yang cut the apple into small pieces and fed them to Bai Liu's mouth, her voice softening as she spoke in a teasing manner. "Sis, just rest for a few days. Look, I participated well in the press conference and dealt with all the trouble at the store. Now, I've even handed over the store to old Han and his team specifically to take care of you. Can't you pretend to spend more time with your older brother?" Bai Liu glanced at him with a strange smile. "I've never seen you stick to me since childhood. So, are you feeling a bit sentimental now?" Surprisingly, Bai Yang didn't even try to be stubborn. Or perhaps, even if he had wanted to, his reaction upon arriving at the hospital that day already gave everything away. At first, he nearly thought that Bai Liu had fallen ill like his mother. This almost sent him into a panic, and even now the memory still gives him chills. Bai Yang then gave her another piece of apple. "You've had this for years, and I've taken care of you for just a few days. My conscience is still somewhat intact. I've rented a Airbnb next to the hospital. For these few days, all your meals are on me, and I'll be staying here in the evening." With this reminder, Bai Liu realized that since Bai Yang graduated and started her own business, they hadn't lived together ever since. Setting aside how busy she is with her job, she usually returns home very late at night. Bai Yang, who was starting a business with the money she provided and failing repeatedly, felt guilty about asking to stay rent-free. As a result, even when he had financial constraints, he would rent an apartment elsewhere. Thus, for more than 6 years, Bai Liu hardly ate any meals cooked by her brother Bai Yang, except for the occasional cake that he occasionally prepared as a gesture of filial piety. If that's the case, it might be worth it to be hospitalized. After all, White Poplar couldn't help but smile and say, "Mr. Bai, you're still so frugal even after making money. Even your little brother is like this." Bai was taken aback for a moment before she grumpily threw the apple core away. "It's all because of you getting into this habit. When we were kids, you would always toss the apple core to me and make me bite through it, even lying to say that there were seeds inside and that it was the most nutritious part of the apple." By around 10:30, Bai Yang and the caregiver quickly left to prepare dinner at the guest house after having a brief chat. When he returned with 2 dishes and a soup, he found that a stack of project documents had already filled up the small table in front of Bai Liu. "Are you having trouble hiring a secretary? Do you have to handle everything yourself?" Bai Yang went up to help organize, only to find that the stack of documents was actually thicker than his baking book. The topmost document was a contract for entering the Japanese market, prompting him to roll his eyes. Are you going to take over the production line next? And personally make the chili sauce? Although it was only the third day after surgery, Bai Liu looked no different from her usual self. In her hospital gown, she said with a cool demeanor, recruiting staff isn't as easy as you make it seem, just posting a notice by the door will do the trick. The few secretaries I hired before were unreliable, some had loose lips and others had unclean hands. Not one of them was above working with those old coots in the company to undermine me, or had some private connections with my father. They were all far more despicable than old Three Han. I got rid of them all. Ba Liu's tone was light and casual, but it tightened Bai Yang's heart nonetheless. After this encounter with Guanin village, he had gained some insight into the sleazy side of their business. Just thinking about going to a Hongmen banquet for dinner could make him feel queasy for half a day. And Bai Liu was practically living through these experiences every single day. This makes it easier to understand why the doctor repeatedly emphasized to Bai Liu that this illness cannot be aggravated by anger. Bai Yang heaved a sigh and finally decided to avoid the issue by putting the pile of documents on her bedside table. She sighed helplessly. He hasn't given up yet. I haven't been home in 2 years. It's not surprising. He's doing these little maneuvers now not to hand the company back to you, but just to retain some power for himself, so that I won't kick him out later if needed. Bai Liu sneered and opened the lid of the lunchbox. The aroma of oxtail stew wafted towards her face, and she raised an eyebrow. Yanzi, you did well this time. Where did you get it from? Bai Yang said reluctantly, what you're eating was bought this morning. I cooked it right away after buying it. The doctor said that your digestive system hasn't fully recovered yet, so you need to eat something soft and nutritious. He helped Bai Liu open another bowl, which contained steamed pumpkin with powder seasoning. Think of this as a lower-end version of braised meat. I know you don't like sweet vegetables, so I made it salty to eat with rice. Saying this, Bai Yang passed a pair of chopsticks to Bai Liu. You eat first, and whatever's left is mine. Let's try to finish it all in one go, and I'll cook something new for you tonight. Although Bai Yang had long known that Bai Yang was a good cook, it wasn't until she actually tasted the food that she realized that, between the two of them, Bai Yang truly resembled her mother more. She soon detected the familiar flavors from her childhood on the plates of these two dishes. Even though there was not a single chili in the hospital food, its taste was still so good that she couldn't bear to put down her chopsticks. The mom's recipe book also includes these two dishes. Ba Liu missed the moment and said, it seems I wasted my effort back then. You could have done it without copying. Ba Yang laughed and said, that's because all of Mom's dishes are made for the two of us. You forgot, didn't you? The pig ear soup was specially made by Mom because I don't eat spicy food. This time, when she made it, I changed the taste a bit. Mom originally made the pig ear soup with glutinous rice fermented wine to please me, but I was afraid it might not be good for your wound healing, so I used less of it. So it seems that Mom prepared the sweet potato in a steamed meat style because I didn't like sweet things back then. Suddenly, Bai Liu was taken aback. Although she knew that her mother loved her too, since her brother's birth, her mother's special treatment always seemed to favor Bai Yang. This had been like an inconspicuous fishbone lodged in her throat, painless, but one that Bai Liu often found herself thinking about. That's why she always flaunts Mom's spicy sauce fried rise to a brother, causing BAU to secretly stock up on sweets as a form of rebellion. As a result, she has to see the dentist every month due to all the sweet treats. Originally, Mom's scales hadn't been completely unbiased either. BAU looked at the broken pumpkin on the tip of the chopsticks and realized with a delay that she was smiling. BA Young, on the other hand, had a confused expression. Seriously? Can you not start laughing suddenly? You only laugh like this when you're planning to prank me. White Poplar had no intention of sharing this emotional journey with him, fearing that the young man might start digging up old grievances. She took a small sip from her half-bowl of tripe soup and said thoughtfully, speaking of which, Mom's recipe book is still in my possession. I originally planned to open a chain restaurant once the chili sauce business stabilized, but now it seems like you would be more suitable as the owner of this shop. What? B.A. Yang was alarmed and visibly taken aback. I know you want to toughen me up, but even as a cake maker, I can't expect to suddenly rise to the level of Jack Ma overnight. Right now, just organizing a branch store is already giving me a headache. Sister, don't expect me to make big money anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Bai Liu merely glanced at him with a faint expression. If you want more people to enjoy Mom's cakes, relying on your current small-scale operation will never be enough. Eventually, you'll have to expand your business and adopt the demeanor of a boss. While it's true that implementing this in practice is urgent, at least you need to have this awareness from the outset. Don't always think of yourself just as someone who makes cakes, otherwise you might find yourself dealing with all sorts of shady characters who try to take advantage of you. Okay, I got it, sister. Can't I just follow your advice on these kinds of things in the future? I admit my mistake. Bai Liu was still talking about the press conference, just as she wanted to take this opportunity to apologize. Again with a cute demeanor, Bai Liu's phone suddenly started vibrating violently. She answered it and frowned after listening for just 2 seconds. Hold on, when is the person from Japan supposed to arrive? Extra Chapter 6, Chili and Sugar 04. B.A. Young never expected that, just a week apart, he would have to wear the suit that Bai Liu had given him 3 years ago for the second time. Standing at the baggage claim, Bai Young's palms were sweaty, and she kept glancing at her phone, where Bai Liu had sent over the documents. SNGB and QNG, formerly known as Yuan SNG QNG, is 39 years old. He attended university on the Yujing River 20 years ago and later went overseas to become a renowned food enthusiast with excellent investment acumen. Currently based in Japan, he runs a chain of Chinese restaurants. This visit to Yujing is for his final inspection before sealing a partnership with the Bai family. The plan is to incorporate Bai family chili sauce into the new menu items at their restaurant and also offer it for retail sale within the establishment. Logically, such an important business as entering the overseas market should be handled by the executive president himself. But not bad at all. Given how frequently you've been consuming sugar these years, I was worried that these clothes might be too small for you now. 40 minutes ago, Bai Liu had circled around her neatly dressed brother in the hospital room and said with satisfaction, all because you cried so hard that day when you came to sign the documents. I was too busy comforting you to properly admire your appearance. Now it seems that occasionally wearing expensive clothes suits you, so my money wasn't wasted after all. B.A. Young. B.A. Young couldn't hold back any longer. As Bai Liu continued to meticulously adjust his tie. Your Japanese business partner is arriving in half an hour, and I'm supposed to be picking someone up at the airport in 10 minutes. Are you sure we have time to waste on admiring your new outfit now? What are you afraid of? Only now did Bai Liu finally display a hint of a vacationing CEO, saying with a relaxed expression, "We are both presidents, white. As my own younger brother, it's not too much to ask for you to occasionally take over and entertain my business partners, right?" Bai Yang was shocked. What are you two going to talk about? What do I need to tell him, and what precautions should I take? I have no idea. Why can you just hand over such a significant business partner to me? You are my brother, and with you by my side, you are the person I trust most. Bai Liu smoothed out the wrinkles on his collar with a faint smile, saying, I'll send you the detailed information to your phone. Remember, before the contract is signed, every aspect of your behavior will be part of their assessment. Don't let me down. That's one weird sight. He, a man who can only endure a taste of hot sauce long enough to require an overnight emergency room visit, is now expected to negotiate a large-scale international business deal for BA Family Hot Sauce with foreign friends. How should he proceed in this situation to avoid letting everyone down? In a state of extreme anxiety, Bai Yang bit through the third piece of candy in his mouth. Before he could even finish the fourth one, a man in a suit and a stern expression had descended from the elevator with his luggage and walked straight towards the direction of the entrance. According to Bai Liu, Michikazu Matsushita is known for his rigorous and meticulous personality, approaching tasks with great attention to detail. Therefore, special care should be taken when entertaining him. One slip-up, and this business deal that has been in the works for half a year could easily fall apart right under his nose. Bai Yang's body stiffened the more she thought about it, to the point where she began to stagger slightly as she approached SNGB and QNG. When their eyes met, his 10 years older and of Japanese-Chinese descent, the look in them was indeed devoid of any trace of amusement. Matsushita Kiyoshi's Chinese was impeccable, but his tone was also rather cold. His first words were, "Are you Miss Bai's driver?" "I." B.A. Young's scalp tingled as she never expected that. The expensive suit she had bought for Bai Liu to wear would make her look like a ride-hailing driver. Could this not prove, from one side, that he was simply unsuited for business negotiations? In that instant, Bai Yang felt as if the little bit of confidence he had managed to muster was deflated. Like a failed bread dough. He almost blurted out, "Yes, General Manager Bai has something to attend to today, so let me take you to dinner first." Done. After finishing that stream of random nonsense, Bai Yang had completely lost all hope. What was even more depressing was that this food enthusiast showed no signs of suspicion and simply nodded and said, "Then let's go. By the way, I didn't eat anything on the plane either. It's completely over." B.A. Young's mind was blank, but it was too late to regret her lies now. Once yeast is added to the dough, fermentation cannot be stopped, and if egg whites are over-whipped, they can only be remade. The very first step in this big international deal is already off the mark. Reluctantly, Bai Yang had no choice but to have SNGBN QNG wait by the entrance of the hall while he went to the parking lot to fetch the keys from the driver. Following that, he found himself in the expensive suit that Bai Liu had bought for him. Steered the car with ease. Although his original plan was to take Matsubara-se to Huanglane, dreamt one night where Lei Hong's astonishing culinary skills would dazzle her and showcase the exquisite delicacies that Bai family hot sauce could create. However, plans always seem to fall short of the changes. Or perhaps the twists and turns are just too surprising. Since his identity had changed from President Bai to President Bai's driver, it naturally followed that the side dealing with the yellow rice dream, a metaphor for a vain or unrealistic hope, should also update their information. While W.A. Yang was texting about her current situation in a small group during a red light, she was indeed met with a storm of fierce criticism from Han Sha. On the other hand, Song Nanshi quickly got into character and asked, "So, what should we call you when we meet?" "Boss?" "White Master." "Go with the flow." By now, Bai Yang has basically given up. He had conceived 1,001 ways to kneel before Bai Liu and beg for forgiveness in his mind, even imagining the cakes he would bake as apologies. Yet, ultimately, what met his eyes was Bai Liu's pale face after just undergoing surgery. The doctor said that her illness, to some degree, was caused by overexertion and stress. She should try not to get angry easily. After all this time, Bai Liu has bothered him countless times about the yellow rice stream incident. But this is the first time Bai Liu has entrusted him with something related to the company. Bai Yang's moist fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly. Just as the red light was about to turn green, an idea flashed through his mind. With Kiyomi Matsumoto on board, they arrived at the Pillow Fort around dinner time to accommodate the distinguished guests from the Bai family. The shop had temporarily shut down for the afternoon. The aroma of B.A. Young's signature spicy sauce wafted from the kitchen, immediately making B.A. Young's nose start to itch. "This is a place to eat Sichuan cuisine, right?" Kosei Matsuba sized him up, clearly not associating the decor of Netherworld Dream with a typical Chuan cuisine restaurant from Yujian. Bai Yang poured him a glass of lemon water and hastily unbuttoned his suit coat. "Mr. Bai instructed me that since you came for White Family hot sauce, at the very least, you should taste their home-crafted dishes. Family craftsmanship." The food connoisseur raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I didn't hear President Bai mention it, but now she's getting into the food business too. You'll just have to try it to believe it." B.A. Yang didn't say much more to him. She merely instructed Han Sha and Song Nan Shifu to take care of the guests and then quickly ascend to change his expensive suit, put on a mask, before diving headfirst into the kitchen. Half an hour later, La Hong placed 3 dishes and a soup on the table. "Here are the specially prepared Sichuan dishes for you: mapo tofu, chicken bin flour, spicy tuna fish, chicken in hot pot sauce, and spicy rice bowl. Sichuan cuisine is best enjoyed hot, so please savor them while they are warm." After Lei Hong finished introducing the dishes, Yoshimasa Matsushita seemed to catch a familiar scent from these tempting meals in front of him and said with a smile, "Are all of these seasoned with Bai family hot sauce?" "This is what Mr. Bai mentioned, dishes made at home." Cough. "Not just the Bai family chili sauce, it's also prepared differently from what you find elsewhere. You can try it and see for yourself." B.A. Yang stepped out of the kitchen with a flushed face. Even with a mask on, the effort of cooking just a few dishes had still caused him to tear up from the smoke and fumes. Thankfully, thanks to his damn competitive spirit. From childhood, whenever there was food in Bai Li's bowl, he had to take a bite, no matter how risky. This is what allowed him to recreate these dishes. today. Seeing that, Matsumoto-chin looked at him in confusion. Bai Yang barely stopped coughing and said with difficulty, "You may not know that these dishes, including the hot sauce from the Bai family, are all from Mr. Bai's mother. Only in the world can you taste this taste in the Bai family. Mr. Matsumoto, Mr. Bai instructed you to taste the taste of her house. You are tired of traveling, and after the meal, we will prepare snacks for you later." He took off his mask and smiled. "You can only taste these pastries here, special treats just for Mrs. Bai." Extra Chapter 6, Chili and Sugar 05. Upon hearing this, however, Mr. SMA did not pick up his chopsticks right away. He looked at Bai Yang, his expression suddenly turning serious. "So, who exactly are you? I've been to China many times in the past and I never saw you on President Bai's car. To my knowledge, she has always used one driver." Seeing this, the others instinctively tried to cover for him, but Bai Yang smiled bitterly and stopped them, shaking her head. "I apologize, but I didn't tell you the truth earlier, because I wanted to give you a surprise. After all, my sister said that you are a dignified person. If I had just come in and said that I am Bai Yang's younger brother and wanted to cook us a simple home-cooked meal from our family, perhaps you wouldn't have agreed right away. So you are Bai Yang." Kusakabe Kaisuke's expression finally relaxed as he said, "I've heard about you from your sister. She said you make cakes and can't eat spicy food. I didn't expect you to be able to cook these Sichuan dishes." Half a year ago, Bai Yang would never have thought that being in room 29 one day would give him some sense of security. But the fact is, it was only after returning to Yellow Dream that he finally began to feel like he was general manager by himself. Bai Yang stepped forward and pulled out the seat opposite Senseki to sit down. There's an old saying in China, "You see is better than hearing." Mr. Senseki, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier. Please try these dishes first. Although they may look ordinary, you won't find them anywhere else. Upon hearing this, Spunk QNG stared at him for a moment before picking up his chopsticks. He took a bite of the mapo tofu and quickly furrowed his brows. "There's seafood in here." Bai Yang smiled and said, "Yes, my mother created this recipe. Since my sister loves shrimp, my mother added shrimp and octopus to the regular mapo tofu we eat at home. Japanese seafood is plentiful. I heard that Mr. Matsushita are planning to use our family's hot sauce in the new dishes. So, I wanted to introduce you to this dish. Mr. Bai, you've gone above and beyond." Smaky then took another bite of the Sichuan pepper fish and remarked, "Is it because Japan is famous for its seafood that this dish was recommended to me?" Bai Yang shook her head. "It's not just that. The main difference between Bai family hot sauce and many other hot sauces is the pronounced numbing flavor. To be honest, this particular taste was actually developed by my mother because I couldn't eat spicy food when I was young. She wanted to make sure it would suit my palate." Mitsuo Matsubara raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, you're saying this dish is also special?" Bai Yang nodded, "That's correct. After all, you're making Sichuan cuisine by crossing the ocean, and importing ingredients might not be convenient. This KTV fish is the dish that best showcases the advantages of BA family chili sauce, and it's also very easy to make. You've tasted it now, so shouldn't you be able to feel its uniqueness? There's no Sichuan pepper in the dish, but it still has a numbing taste. This is indeed good news for guests who don't like biting into Sichuan peppers but enjoy the numbing flavor. Matsubara Kyoko fell into thought for a moment. Before continuing, Mr. Bai, why don't you just introduce the remaining dishes to me? I believe you have your own reasons. I'd like to hear your rationale behind preparing these dishes. Okay. Bai Yan took a deep breath, recalling her mother's bustling figure in the kitchen when she was young. Without thinking, she straightened up. Just like his cake, this is inherently Mom's recipe. Hot pot chicken skewers, or boboji, was made by my mother to cater to both my palate and Bai Liu's. Since it's a cold dish, we can reduce the spiciness somewhat to accommodate guests who aren't big fans of spicy food. Additionally, hot pot chicken skewers are quite versatile. When it comes to ingredients in China, they might include items like tongue or chicken feet, while in Japan, similar dishes like yatai, takoyaki or okonomiyaki could be used. It should fit well into your restaurant menu. I don't eat spicy food, so chicken tofu flour is a regular staple on our family table. To enhance the tenderness of the chicken, my mother would add fish paste to it. Sometimes, since Bai Liu prefers seafood more, my mother would even substitute the chicken with fish meat to make fish tofu flour. It can be enjoyed as a soup for those who don't eat spicy food, or dipped in chili sauce by those who do. This dish is always a safe choice that won't go wrong. Finally, Bai Yan picked up a pair of clean chopsticks and gently pushed aside the ordinary-looking spicy sauce rice bowl in front of Sonosuke. The image of Bai Liu's sneaky grin as she fiddled with her bowl surfaced in his memory. Bai Yan couldn't help but say, they call it spicy sauce mixed rice, but it's not just Bai family spicy sauce. If there were only spicy sauce, I wouldn't be able to eat it all since I don't like spicy food. To appease me, my mother would add diced radish and meat floss to the rice, giving it some flavor even without the spicy sauce. So, this bowl of mixed rice isn't just one layer deep, and its taste is far more complex than just a simple mix. After saying all this, Bai Yan pushed the bowl back to Sumisa's side. For a moment, it felt as if he were many years ago, with his mother pushing his small bowl of rice over to him at the dinner table. How exactly did she put it back then? The figure appeared in front of Bai Yan and smiled at him warmly. Let's have dinner first. He mumbled the words along with his mother, syllable by syllable. These dishes all bear the surname Huang, and you won't find them anywhere else outside. Okay. It was only then that Keisuke Matsuoka picked up his chopsticks. He looked as if he were hungry, and his expression seemed more relaxed than when he first entered the room. Indeed, if Bai Yan had been paying close attention, she would have noticed that this person before her was almost unrecognizable from the one who had been here just a few hours ago. Because I have to go back to Japan tomorrow. Before they started eating, the man thought for a moment and then asked politely but insidiously. So, although it might be considered impolite, Mr. Bai, could you possibly do me the favor of providing breakfast tomorrow as well? The next morning, Bai Yan had been bustling all day and into the early hours, seeing SNGB and QNG off at the airport. She didn't waste any time and rushed straight to the hospital to bring breakfast for him. Before she could even have a proper conversation with Bai Liu, she collapsed on the sofa and fell fast asleep. Bai Liu. Just as her phone on the nightstand began to vibrate, Bai Liu, whose wound was already starting to heal, moved quietly into the hallway. to answer it. However, her tone upon speaking was anything but courteous. So you really do dare to keep making my brother do things? Liu said without any patience while he's serving me. He still has to cook for my side. He barely got any sleep last night. Mr. Yuan, if you don't want to sign the contract, just tell me directly. People who want to collaborate with me are lined up. From Yujian Bridge all the way to Labalu. Do you think I need your partnership? Why can't it be someone else selling the chili sauce at your store? This translation aims to maintain the original tone and meaning while ensuring it sounds natural. In English. Sister Bai, don't be so formal. We are like family. Right from when we were in school. We said we'd help each other. So, are we going to support each other and get ahead together in the future? The man on the phone was no longer the same as he had been in front of Bai Yan, smiling with a distinct accent that carried the flavor of Yujian. SNGB and QNG said to his old classmate, "Didn't you tell me to give your younger brother some exercise? I thought since I was tired of eating hot pot all the time, it would be the most comfortable if he cooked a meal for me." I didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic about it. Humph, Bai Liu sneered. Still asking him to make you a small bowl of noodles? Even after all these years, I haven't tasted my brother's small bowls of noodles. Oh, who told your brother to cook deliciously? Even the noodles are different from those outside. Speaking of Sister Bai, your brother is much more capable than I imagined. I also tasted the new fermented glutinous rice cake and cold shrimp milk tea in his store. I think this is also very interesting. Promising, huh? Yes, he also mentioned that these dishes are actually not named after white, just like his restaurant. He suggested that they should be named after the yellow family Sichuan cuisine if anyone wanted to replicate their preparation methods. This kid. Bai Liu sighed and helplessly rubbed her forehead. So, what do you think? I think it's pretty good. After all, if we directly tell the guests that this is by family Sichuan cuisine, it doesn't equate to admitting that we rely solely on chili sauce for our cooking and are being lazy. Kyo Matsuoka gave a sly smile and continued, Your brother provided me with some great ideas and dishes. Following proper etiquette, I should return the favor to him. There was an underlying implication in the other person's words, which Bai Liu naturally picked up on. She wasn't particularly surprised and just chuckled. So, you've set your sights on me as well as my younger brother? I was just curious. Matsubara Kiyoshi smiled, but then changed the subject abruptly. Speaking of which, I heard he is about to open a new branch. MS. Bai, I was just wondering casually, do you still need an investor for your brother? Extra 6, complete. Author's note. Blind spot. Author. August 2nd, 2022. After that, we will wrap up with 2 epilogues to conclude Mr. Bai's other branches. This should be the final installment or the one after tomorrow. Extra Chapter 7, Terra TikTok Store Opening Guide. 01. Even if it's just a dream like Huang Liang's, it's still a beautiful dream. Before visiting the new store of the popular shop Huang Liang Your Dream, Zhao Huaimin carefully went through the online reviews and related news articles. She chose a sentence that left the strongest impression on her as the title for the exclusive interview. To be honest, Zhao Huaimin felt a strong sense of connection to this store. Last summer, she went to a restaurant with her ex-boyfriend out of curiosity. They broke up right after that day for one simple Reasoned within just a few hours, the entire internet. Witnessed her ex-boyfriend running out of the store. In what seemed like a teenage girl's scream. Soon afterward, he blamed her for the incident. It's no wonder, then, that Zhao Huaiming has always felt that Huangliangyo Dream Shop does indeed possess some mystical qualities. It's not a good thing. Hearing that the new branch of Huangliangadong would be located in what is reportedly a haunted house, Zhao Huaiming specially wore the Buddhist beads his late mother had blessed for him. The car drove eastward and eventually stopped in front of Jifan Road pedestrian street, not far from Guanyanli. Like Guanyanli, Jifan Road is one of Yujiang district's established commercial hubs. Not only does it overlook the river, but it is also a transfer station for lines 1 and 2. Decades ago, the shop prices in the Jifan Road business district had already skyrocketed. Looking around, almost all of the establishments here are top-tier internet-famous dining spots like a CHA. Shiyuse. Clearly, for a popular internet cafe, being able to open a branch in such a location itself speaks volumes. Following the navigation, Zhao Huaiming delved deeper and deeper until, after circling around a hot pot restaurant for nearly 15 minutes, her severely myopic vision finally spotted an unassuming advertisement sign on the entrance of a small alleyway lit by neon tubes. The dream of a yellow soybean still lies another 20 meters ahead. The narrow alley, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, was long and steep, culminating in an upward staircase. Zhao Huaiming kept her prayer beads coiled around her fingers as she walked, feeling increasingly uncertain whether she had taken the right turn. Finally, just when she began to doubt herself, a bouquet of opening flowers appeared out of nowhere on a small platform halfway up the stairs. As the wind from the overcast sky blew, porcelain dolls hung from the eaves swayed gently. Turning her head, she spotted a tiny storefront on the side of the road. The metal sign above it read 4 words. A dream of rice dreams. Opening a store in such a location. Is it really to make people want to eat here? She was still processing when a tall and slender middle-aged man in a Chinese-style jacket hurried out of the shop. He narrowed his eyes to appraise her for a moment, before immediately breaking into a business smile that even an editor would find intimidating. He approached and shook her hand. "Hello Miss Zhao, I've been waiting for you for a while now. My name is Hensha, it was me who contacted you on WeChat before." There was a faint scent of medicine on the middle-aged man, and Zhao Huaiming also remembered him. At the old shop in the Pillow Dream Guanyin, Hensha was the Taoist cashier. She asked instinctively, "Taoist, do you handle both the metaphysical aspects and business cooperation negotiations at your store on a regular basis?" Hensha smiled and said, "Even Taoists need to eat. Miss Zhao, it's hard to find a suitable job these days, so learning more skills to have them as backups is always a good idea. Taoists in the new era are quite competitive." He ushered them in, and in an instant, Zhao Huaiming found himself in a spacious and bright interior. Surprisingly, behind the modest storefront of Huang Liang's dream, there was a shop built into the hill. The ceiling was high, suggesting it had originally been a general store where all sorts of goods were sold. Even the wooden structure seemed to have been preserved intact. Inside, there were 6 or 7 tables arranged, and above the cash register hung an old photograph showing a smiling woman applying cream to a child's nose. At the back of the shop, the sound of a mixer running at high speed could be heard. Hensha spoke in a calm tone, "The boss is bringing 2 pastry chefs to test out some new menu items. At the back. He might take a while. Miss Zhao. Although our boss is very skilled at baking, to be honest, there are many business-related matters where it's better to ask me than him. Zhao Huaimeng. Actually, during her previous interview with the ghostly occurrence at Yellow Rice Dream Inn, she discovered that there was indeed another person behind the store's spirit. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "You know, I heard that this place is also considered a haunted house. Is that true?" "Indeed, the place where you're standing was the site of a suicide 3 years ago when a child hung themselves there." The Taoist master paused for a moment before nodding. Without hesitation. Zhao Huaimeng. Can this be said so casually? The journalist's scalp tingled as an unpleasant sensation spread throughout their body in that instant. They quickly formed the beads with their hands and, parched and dry-mouthed, stammered, "So, what exactly are you doing?" Hansha noticed her tension and gently shook his head. "Miss Zhao, you don't need to be nervous. That child has already passed away. 3 years ago, she chose this path because she was diagnosed with a rare disease and didn't want to burden her parents. Initially, her parents were unwilling to sell the house out of their deep longing for their daughter. But now, their second daughter has been diagnosed with the same condition. Though the words were not fully spoken, the story that followed was left to be imagined." Zhao Huaimeng felt as if she had been choked. She recalled that Hansha had told her previously that the branch of Huanglang Yimo Dream was just like the main store, possessing a charitable nature and being a social media hotspot. It is said that not long ago, the store owner had reached a cooperation with the Yujiang Rare Disease Care Association. They plan to recruit families of rare disease patients who urgently need money but have limited availability for work as servers or delivery riders in their shop. This arrangement will not only help supplement these families' living expenses but also raise greater awareness about rare diseases, enabling more people to contribute to rare disease charity efforts. As an Instagram-worthy cafe that already takes an unconventional approach, Huanglang, even after its transformation, continues to play a card of surprise and unexpectedness. Hansha said, "Miss Zhao, I understand your doubts. However, the reason we chose to open our store here is not because it was a haunted house, but because the previous owner of this property really needed financial assistance. After all, it's just an outsider's perception that calls it a haunted house. For those who once lived here, every so-called haunted house holds irreplaceable significance. Do you understand what I mean?" For some reason, as Zhao Huaimeng spoke, he vaguely sensed a touch of wistfulness in the Taoist's eyes. However, the Taoist quickly regained his ethereal and scholarly demeanor and began to meticulously explain the charitable model of this branch store to her. He even showed her all the relevant certificates the store possessed before concluding their conversation. "That's more or less the situation. We spent almost a year preparing for this store, and there were quite a few challenges in the initial stages. But with the addition of new overseas investors recently, we are finally set to open tomorrow." Ms. Zhao, is there anything else you'd like to know? After chatting for a long while, Hansha invited her to sit down at a corner table. As glasses of lemonade were placed before them, Zhao Huaimeng's spirits lifted significantly. She knew that her in-depth interview had truly begun. At that moment. After all, she couldn't possibly have an entire column filled with ads. Even if the editor-in-chief had initially asked her to write a soft ad and even given it a title, something Like Guide to Opening Scary Influencer Stores. She wouldn't be able to do that consistently. Zhao Huaimin couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. In his mind. Sure, here is the translation. The idea that all they needed to do was clearly describe how White Boss had struggled to start his business and that readers of thrilling stories involving hauntings and mysteries would love it, was naive. Please, she was a columnist for Yujiang Daily, not a novelist. With a sense of professional ethics, she couldn't possibly produce something so sensational to fool her readers. No matter what. Zhao Huaimin took a deep breath, flipped through her notebook to check the previous work she had done, and said, actually, after the case at No. 29 Guanyanli was solved, the controversy over haunted houses began to calm down. Mr. Han, please rest assured, I won't be focusing on this in this column either. After all, compared to the house itself, what interests me more are the stories of the people who lived inside. Human. Indeed, about your story. Zhao Haiming spoke briefly and to the point, his gaze piercing as he looked at the person across the table. I'm more curious about why you initially chose to work in such a haunted-looking internet celebrity shop. And what kept you following Mr. Bai, the White Dream Boss, through this dreamlike journey? Could you tell me about it, Mr. Han? Extra Chapter 7, Startup Guide for Terrifying Influencer Stores, Part 02. To be honest, your question is a bit complicated. After a moment of silence, Han Sha smiled. How complicated is it? Zhao Huimin pressed on, demonstrating the tenacity of a journalist. Han Sha shifted his gaze and spoke gently, I've already mentioned this before, cultivation requires sustenance. Miss Zhao, I'm just an ordinary worker. My boss provides me with food and shelter, so I work for him. Isn't that only natural? Zhao Huaimin, however, insisted, but I came across some gossip before that Mr. Han has a daughter. Are you planning to write about this in your column? Miss Zhao. Before Zhao Huaimin could finish speaking, Han Sha interrupted her, her expression suddenly turning cold. I thought that with your magazine's professional standards you wouldn't be writing such gossip columns. Having worked as a journalist for many years, Zhao Huaimin immediately sensed the hostility in the other person's eyes, and an alarm bell sounded loudly in his mind at that instant. In half a second, the Taoist seemed to have completely changed his expression. It appeared that the people in this shop were even more difficult to deal with than she had anticipated. Reluctantly, she softened her tone, I just hope to make this store more vivid and realistic. This is my first time writing a piece like this. Mr. Han, if you don't mind. I certainly do. Han Sha squinted her eyes and showed no sign of sympathy for her pitiful act. I hope your magazine doesn't end up publishing anything superfluous. But if you insist on writing about why I'm working here. He thought for a moment and then stood up abruptly, coldly remarking, great things are simple, easy to understand but hard to put into practice. This shop has a good owner, Miss Zhao. As someone who travels far and wide like me, I'm not going to get free cakes just anywhere. Cake? Zhao Haiming was still trying to digest the meaning of those words when Han Sha had already left her and went into the kitchen. Soon, a girl dressed entirely in black rushed out from the kitchen. Due to her hurried steps, she almost tumbled right into Zhao Haiming's face. Yes, sorry. The girl hastily poured herself a glass of lemonade and said, Actually, I just started learning new piping techniques. From the boss at the back. And brother said you wanted to do an interview with each of us. This translation captures the rushed and nervous tone of the original Chinese statement while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Song Nanshi, who used to be an embalmer at the Yujian funeral parlor, is now a cake decorator for Huang Liang Dream. Cai Huimeng didn't want to dwell on the failure just now and quickly glanced over her homework. After all, this little girl in front of him might not be any more troublesome than that previous Taoist. She decided to break the ice with small talk first. So, Miss Song, I heard online that you stayed with this store because you like cough. Halfway through his sentence, Song Nanshi's lemonade had already splashed half the table. The girl's face turned crimson red. Are you going to write about this in your column? I really didn't expect a casual chat to end up like this. Zhao Huaimin quickly explained, Miss Song, I was actually just curious about why you work at this place. After all, not everyone is willing to work in a house with such a history, right? She thought she had made her point clear enough. But the girl on the other side clearly misinterpreted her. For some reason, she suddenly started mumbling to herself softly, so, as long as it's mentioned in the interview during this opportunity, the boss will see it. If the boss sees it, there's a chance he might realize. She murmured to herself, then suddenly lifted her eyes and looked at me brightly. Her speech picked up speed. Big sister, I'll say it. Our boss is really a wonderful person. If not for him, I wouldn't have switched careers to become a pastry chef. He's actually quite timid, but he wasn't scared of my profession. He let me design the dolls and even accompanied me on visits to the cemetery to pay respects to my grandparents and gave them roses. The key point is that his cakes are really delicious. Can you include all this in your column? Sure, please provide the Chinese text that you would like me to translate. Sisters, why not just come out and say it directly? The columnist only felt a headache. Though she finally had something to write about, the original requirements set by the editor-in-chief were already pretty unreasonable. Now, do they expect her to add some soap opera plot lines on top of that? After thinking it over, she decided to take a chance with the next person and said reluctantly, Miss Song, I understand your point. If I write that you stayed in Huangliangmeng because you found a new direction in life, what do you think about that? A new direction in life. Song Nanshai repeated her words softly and quickly. Nodded with a smile, that's right. It was the boss who helped me find it. Big sister, don't forget to praise the boss for me. I'll go get Lei sister for you. With that, Song Nanshi disappeared in a flash from the front hall and reappeared shortly thereafter. This time as a pregnant woman with a slight bulge in her abdomen. This one is even more significant. Zhao Huaimin picked himself up and carefully reviewed her notes. Lei Hong, it's said that she used to be a police officer. And her husband is. Hello, I'm Lei Hong. Zhao Huaimin was sorting out her thoughts. The woman had already sat down directly opposite her. After looking her up and down, Lei Hong said neatly. Old Han invited the media to do interviews to advertise. But judging from your appearance, it seems that you want to write something else, no matter what you want to write me dash. She paused, don't write it down. Zhao Huaimin. Lei Hong gently stroked her stomach, I'm pregnant. My husband is still working, and I don't want the interview to cause any unnecessary trouble. So, if you must ask me why I came to work here, you could say that I think the boss is a nice person. And even with the haunted house, I might be willing to give it a try. At last, she cast a faint glance at the person across the table. Miss, you should know that pregnant women have many taboos and babies don't take well to rumors either, right? Who said we could accept a haunted house? Isn't that taboo? Zhao Huaiming was becoming increasingly curious about who the owner of this shop was and how he managed to gather such a group of difficult people to work for him. After a moment's silence, she made one last effort. But this reason has already been mentioned by Mr. Han and Miss Song at the front. Is that so? Lei Hong raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a playful smile. Even our made-up lies are the same. Doesn't that just prove that the boss is a good person? She really just proves that her writing is pretty bad, right? The column journalist rolled their eyes internally. As the editor-in-chief put it, the first half is haunted. The second half solves the mystery, and then the boss acts like a golden hand, defeating everyone in the process. No way. Absolutely not. Zhao Huaiming spat out the editor's outline viciously in his heart and threw it into the trash can. At just that moment, Bai Yang, the boss of Yellow Dream Daydreams restaurant, came out from the kitchen and didn't forget to pass a cup of hot water to Lei Hong. Brother Lei, you stood for too long just now. Better rest up quickly. If Hao Team knows I'm mistreated his pregnant wife, he might just kill me. Just like in the photos online, Bai Yang appears young and approachable, making her an ideal interview subject. Zhao Huaiming's heart was immediately ignited with a flicker of hope. If she can extract any useful information from the boss, her article might still have a chance. Your employees all think you're an awesome boss. At this thought, she couldn't wait to grasp the other person's hand. Mr. Bai, have you ever wondered why they like you and this store so much? In an instant, the man who shook her hand froze. Bai Yang said, to be honest, this might not make for the best story. Zhao Huaiming continued to ask, so, why did you start with a haunted-themed influencer store? Was it because of the haunted house? Bai Yang's expression was nuanced, to be honest. This story is likely much worse. Just 2 questions in, Bai Yang's image in Zhao Huaiming's mind had transformed from a soft-spoken boss to a master of dodging the issue. After much hesitation, she had no choice but to dig her editor's crucial outline out of the trash. No matter what, the corporate drones still have to eat and complete their tasks. Out of desperation, the journalist finally asked a last resort question about the supposedly reliable guide for the opening of that damn terrifying influencer store. That Mr. Bai, Huangliang Meng has now successfully opened its second store. If, hypothetically speaking, someone were to want to replicate this successful model, what kind of experience could you share? Or, if I were to ask you to write a business opening guide, what key points would you include? She slumped dejectedly over her open notebook, deciding to scribble a few words and head back to start her fabrication. To her surprise, before she could even finish her question, a soft sigh came from the other side of the table. While it's a long story, since you're here, I can give you a brief version. To be honest, if you happen to be fearless, neither scared of ghosts nor con artists, and are someone who's had all their money run out and is just one unlucky soul after another, this guide might actually be useful for you. Bai Yang thought for a moment and ultimately spoke with a solemn tone.